Good Thursday morning, everybody. John Adele, along with AJ, now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. Glad you could join us this morning on a celebration of football and baseball, as both our teams are now predicted to win it all, the Astros and the Texans. And there is verifiable proof now that the Astros are the best team in baseball since May 20th. You cannot deny this, Del, as much as you hate to admit it, how great this Astros team is, okay? The best team, if the season started on May 20th, who would be in first place in the league?
The Astros, I'm
yes,
assuming.
Thank you, good night. Yes,
Cool.
Thank you, good night. They were 11 games under 500 on May 20th, and they're 500 right now, which is the best record in the American League in that time. So we may move the start of the season to May 20th now. After the 7-4 win, Hayden Wesneski with a beautiful outing. Well, 5 2/3, 7 hits, 3 runs, 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. He was fabulous. And the Astros come up with a 7-4 win, sweep the Angels, which is impossible to do. No one ever does that. And here we are, just a game out of first place, with the Rangers coming to town this weekend. So strap it on. Let's go. Let's strap it on, Del.
What are we strapping on?
We're strapping on a win. We're strapping on wins. That's what we're doing.
Oh, okay.
That's what we do.
I mean, because just to be clear about things, it's only 7:02. Or
We got-
I don't know what happens at 5:02 in LA, but I don't know if it's strapping it on.
strapping it on.
Okay.
Okay.
Strap it up, strap
We're
it
getting
on, whatever
strapped.
it might be.
We're getting strapped.
So
Okay.
that means something else. You carrying, John?
I am carrying this morning. I'm
Okay.
carrying Astros wins.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay. I
And-
gotta agree with some of our guys who cover the team. It was, I believe, Brian McTaggart at first, and then Chandler Rome quote tweeted it. It was, the gist of it was, man, the Angels suck. And I was like, yeah, you guys are right. This team sucks. I don't know if there's an Angel fan in deep who just can't let go, but I can't imagine watching that team play, and see them give up so many extra outs. Like the plays they don't make that would get themselves out of an inning. Wow.
Yeah.
How many extra at bats did the Astros get in that 3-game series?
No, they're bad. They're really, 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 really bad. Now, Blummer, even in the post game, Blummer was like, that first game, but after that, the Astros, they just beat them. They won the games and deservedly so. That first game, the Angels gave it up because they're so terrible.
This is what it was. McTaggart says the Angels, ellipses. Wow. And Chandler Rome quote tweets it, they are unfathomably bad.
Really, 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 really bad. I mean, they just find a way to lose. They just are going to find a way to lose. Although the Astros trailed yesterday, they trailed
in every game, right?
They trailed every game.
They found a way.
They found a way. You're right. That's exactly right. I was texting with my friend Chance this morning. We got our eyes set on Tampa right now, just 9.5 back.
You're looking to be the best team in the American League, over 162, not just since May 20th.
Right. I mean, well, since May, I don't know if you heard, since May 20th.
Yeah, you just told me.
Okay, well,
I actually
trying to make sure that you heard.
I actually included May 20th in the statement I made
since
right
May
before.
20th. It's AJ aware of this? I don't know if AJ's aware.
I am.
Yep, you are. You
Yes, sir.
got it. Since May 20th, the Astros have the best record in the American League. So just let's put that in your pipe. Strap it on. Put it in your pipe.
These are things that I don't know if you know what they mean when you say them, honestly. Are you sure you know what they mean when you say them?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. So here we go. And we got our sights set. Me and Chance got our sights set on the Tampa Bay Rays.
Have you figured out what type of record they need to close with to catch the Rays? Have you done that math yet?
Tampa, who knows you don't know what Tampa's going to do, so you have no idea. But we just got to keep playing baseball.
You're currently
like this.
11 games back in the loss column, so you haven't started to do the math yet.
Just 9.5 overall.
Sure.
9.5 behind Tampa overall. So I'm pretty sure we can pick up 10 games somewhere.
Makes some
along the way.
sense. Sure.
Yeah. With 52 games left. 52 games left. We just have to pick up 2 games a week. That's all.
Okay. I will acknowledge that the Astros have been playing very good baseball, maybe even great if you want to go there. The Rays are still playing well, so they're not doing what the rest of the AL West is doing, which has allowed the Astros, along with their good play, to make up the ground they've made. The Rays are still a good baseball team, but I'm glad you have your sights set on bigger things because over the last decade, winning the AL West had just become something we've grown accustomed to. It's not a big deal. We win the AL West all the time. So I hope you and your buddy Chance are echoing the beliefs of the Astros that the Rays are in sight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Rays are here we go. Watch it, Rays. We got you in our sights. We got you, and we're strapping it on. Let's go.
He's gonna make that a thing today, I guess.
Well, I don't know where that came from, but we got the day off today. I was watching the game last night, and I'm like, really? You play a night game where the Astros aren't going to get into Houston until 5 in the morning or so. You couldn't play this during the day? Like there would be fewer people there during the day? Like that would be possible for fewer people to go? Is that what you were worried about, getting more people out there? Because no one is going to your games, Angels. You could play it at noon. You could play it at 10 in the morning, and it'd be the same amount of people there. Why in the world did you have to play that game at night on a getaway day? Okay, just stop already, Angels. Make it a little bit more convenient. Maybe the team could have stopped at Disneyland after the game if you played it early.
You think the Astros are full of Disney adults?
Probably.
Well, they got kids, so that would be a thing. But the kids, I don't know if the kids are on the trip with them. I don't look at Jordan and think he just goes to Disney to put on the Mickey Mouse ears and hang out with Goofy. I don't think he's a Disney adult. I don't see that in Jordan. Maybe Jake Myers.
I think Jordan would love Disneyland.
Look,
Big
it's
kid.
a magical place. Get yourself a churro and get on the teacups. I get it for a day or so, but Disney adults legit go there. I don't know, 10 to 12 times a year just to be there because it's their favorite place in the world. I don't see Jordan looking at Disney as a place he needs to spend that amount of time at. That man just wants to hit home runs and go back to the hotel.
That's all. Yeah. I don't know. He's a big kid. He's just a big teddy bear. I would imagine he loves getting in those little seats.
Well, how many rides would fit Jordan? How many?
He's
too big. How many rides would he not be able to get into because he's just a giant man?
Yes, no, I agree with you. But he'd like to watch other people. He'd like to watch other people having fun on those little
Altuve,
seats.
perfect fit.
Altuve's. Oh no, Altuve can't get on half the rides. He's not tall enough.
No, 5'5", 5'6". I think you're good. I think you're good.
I don't know. Both of them are standing there for different reasons. One's too big, one's too little to ride the rides. So
Altuve on Space Mountain. I'd love to see it.
He's a little kid too. Love Altuve. Astros, they're relevant again, and that's fun. They're a game out. You got the first place team coming in this weekend. They leave 2 games back after the Astros sweep them this weekend. You know what?
You've done this before.
I know I've done it.
You did this right before the break. You remember that? You remember that proclamation you made?
I know what I said, but it was a little late in coming, but guess what happened?
How did that go? I don't want you putting that on the team because the last time you did this, it went poorly. Your prediction was done by 9:20 that night. If for people who don't remember, the last time the Rangers and the Astros got together, John said by the time we got back on Monday, the Astros would have swept the Rangers and I think lead the division. And his prediction was done by 9:20 Friday because the Rangers had won, and that was going to be a clear win by about 7 or 8 o'clock, whatever. So you relax. You ride the wave and let the Astros do their thing. I don't want you getting involved.
Yeah, no. They need me.
They don't need you.
They need
me. They
me.
clearly don't need you out on limbs making predictions.
Yep. So we got that. We had the Texans with their first practice of training camp, and it went swimmingly.
Did it?
Well, other than the interception by Kamari Lassiter. And Kamari intercepted CJ, and that's just fine because the defense has to be good too, right? I don't know when you're watching training camp, hey, was that good? Because the one side of the ball looked really good, the other side didn't. And then CJ came back apparently, and he hit Nico across the middle very nicely. So, you got a blend. I mean, you're facing the best defense in football. So I don't know what you're expecting out of CJ every day.
According to the report on the pick, it wasn't just that Lassiter made a great play. It was a bad throw that Lassiter got to because it was a bad throw. So
yeah, he had to dive to catch it.
Yeah, it was behind the receiver.
Yeah.
Oh, it's training camp, whatever. It doesn't mean that much. But as far as anyone who has a narrative they're already trying to write about CJ, that didn't help for people pushing back on he's a turnover prone. He was a problem last year. He's going to be a problem this year. It is the first day of training camp. They didn't do a lot, but that's the one thing that stuck out to some observers. It was just a bad throw that Kamari Lassiter did make a good play on, but he shouldn't have been in a position to make that play.
Yeah. And then later, a throw to Nico that was good. So, I mean, there's going to be good. There's going to be bad. It's the first day of training camp, so I don't know. I don't think that the Texans are 0-1 now because CJ threw an interception to Kamari threw a bad pass. And we've got a lot of sound from CJ. We got D'Amico with his introductory astronaut speech for the team.
One small step.
Play for the team. And we've got all kinds of sounds from training camp. So we will do a bunch of that here on ESPN 97.5 as we get it going here this morning. 713-780-3776. Our Astros just a game out. 500. They said it couldn't be done, and it has been done by this team that's playing the best baseball in the American League since May 20th. Just so you all know that. Just so you all know, this is the best team in the American League since May 20th. If the season started on May 20th, the Astros would be the best team in baseball. But
in the American League.
Earlier. It started earlier than that, Dell.
In the American League, I don't know. Would they be the best team in baseball if it started May 20th?
11 games over 500. I don't know. I'd have to look at the National League. All I saw was that they're
What matters right now is they have the division in their sights, and let's see if they add before the deadline. But yeah, you can't knock what they've done. They've pulled themselves out of a deep hole, and they've taken advantage of a division who no one wanted to run away with. And now that the Astros are playing well, it's up for grabs for them, the Rangers, and the Mariners.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, get in, hang out with us. If not, we will play sound for you from Texans training camp next right here. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. So, two big stories, Astros and Texans. Texans start training camp. Everything is going to be broken down, and nothing really matters, okay? Just get ready for the season. Don't get anybody hurt. We'll see who the biggest battle in camp is center. And I can't believe that you're going to let your first-round pick sit on the bench. It's almost, I think, you have to play him. And Jake Andrews is a guy who is a mid starting center in the NFL. And Rutledge is your first-round pick. I just don't see Jake Andrews after. I know he's from New England. Did he go to Carroll College too? Is there a reason that did he go to Carroll?
I believe it's John Carroll.
John Carroll?
Yeah, I don't know that Jake Andrews went to John Carroll. I think
Okay.
he might have played at a bigger school
But
than that.
if he did, then he's certainly got a chance to be here forever.
He played at Troy.
Played at Troy?
Yes.
Okay. John, the coaching staff is littered with
And
John
the
Carroll.
general manager, I
Yeah,
believe.
general manager. That's where Nick Caserio went, and it seems like everybody who's ever played there has been in the Texans organization, including Jerry Schlupinski, who we will. CJ is not. I didn't feel like CJ was thrilled losing his quarterback coach, Jared Johnson, or Gerard Johnson, and I didn't feel like he's known Gerard since he was 16. He said. So that was probably a difficult transition for him. But Jared Schlupinski is the guy who is taking over in the quarterback room with CJ, and we'll see we'll see how that works. Another season now of Nick Caley calling the plays, and maybe that'll make it better, the offense better. The offense is good enough. I'm looking at a pre-training camp. The Athletic put out their power rankings for pre-training camp. The Rams are number one, and I you know what, I can see that. It just feels like the Rams are able to Vita Vea is probably going to the Rams, probably
Him and Aaron Donald.
And Aaron Donald, and it'll be they'll have
What?
every great player in the league. Yeah.
So what you're suggesting is, I don't know how they're going to line up, but Garrett, Vita Vea,
Yep.
Aaron Donald, and who's the other passer? Do they have another pass rusher?
Byron Young.
And Byron Young. That's the four guys?
Yeah, pretty good. Okay,
But they're the Dodgers.
I mean, they're just gonna. They are. I mean, that's a good football team. There's no question. I don't think there's any question. That's a good football team. They've got them number one. They've got the Broncos 2, Bills 3, Patriots 4, which
Get out of
I
here.
just don't believe. Seahawks 5. A lot of people are down on the Seahawks because of everything that they've lost this offseason. Offensive coordinator Kenneth Walker. They just I don't know. They're down on the Seahawks. We'll see. Seahawks are going to be pretty damn good. They got the Texans 6th. I would have the Texans higher, but that's just me.
That's no surprise you'd have them
No,
higher.
I can see the Broncos ahead of them. I can see that. The Bills were 12-5 last year, and they've got the best quarterback in the league, and I understand all that, but they're going to start out 0-1. They're still a 1.5 favorite in Week 1. We've got all the lines from Week 1, and see we'll go over that in a little bit to see what early on if there's any value in those lines, and I think the Houston Texans are a huge value at home against a team that they really, really have handled at home recently. So, you know what? Josh Allen does not like playing the Houston Texans. He just does not. So, if you get him in fantasy, I would start whoever else you've got, because Josh Allen does not play well in NRG Stadium, period.
And speaking of fantasy, today's the day, John.
What?
We're going to give you guys an opportunity to play in our fantasy football league. We're going to do that at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. The draft will be August 27th. If you don't know, we did it last year, and if you are part of the league, you get a 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget. You get the $200 food and beverage credit and also a dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook as we're having the draft. So we're going to ask a question in the 8 o'clock hour.
Yep.
So be ready. It'll be Texans related, fantasy football related. So be ready. And if you win, if you get it right, then you're going to join us. You and a buddy or a wife or a girlfriend, however it goes, you'll join us for our fantasy football league, our second annual DraftKings, Lake Charles, Golden Nugget, whatever you want to call it, ESPN 975 Fantasy Football League. So that'll happen in the 8 o'clock hour.
Uh-huh. My wife had a pretty good idea, which I think we should maybe implement, is that we do some show trivia. Gilbert trivia, SEC guy trivia, Hatchet Man, things that have happened over the years on the show. And, that might be something that that people, you could be rewarded if you are an avid listener. And
how far are we going back?
We could go back a long way.
It does limit, you guys have been around far too long,
Right.
but it does limit some people's ability.
Right, like AJ, he's just a pup.
Yeah,
I'm very knowledgeable, though, about the history of sports.
But the show,
you are very
but what about the
knowledgeable.
show? Because the show goes back
is different.
a while, so
Yeah, that's true.
longer than almost
Yeah.
you've been alive. It's like I
It
said,
has been long.
like
Right.
I said, they've been around too long.
It's like, for example, if I said to you, AJ, what did Collie have to say about Tiger Woods?
Yeah, how's he? He doesn't know any of that. So if
Yeah.
someone is of AJ's age who listens to the show, they're bleep out of luck. But they would be able to know a Texans question. So maybe we do that in week 3. We say this is for the old heads in week 3.
Yeah.
But week 2, anyone who has any fancy football knowledge and it revolves around the Texans has a shot to win. We'll do that in the 8 o'clock hour.
Right. We'll do Texans trivia in the 8 o'clock hour. So keep on listening. Keep on keeping on if you want to be on our fantasy draft. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
John will berate you depending on who you root for.
Well,
That'll be fun for all.
I'm not nearly as anti-Cowboys as I have been in the past.
Why? Because you consider them irrelevant, so you don't care about them anymore?
Well, I'm thinking about there might be a few players that I draft.
Oh, okay. So
because they got a good offense. Yeah.
he doesn't
Yeah.
like the team as a whole, but if
No, I
he
can't
can grab
stand
some
the
of
team.
them to help him
No,
win
but
a
I'm
fantasy
going to
league.
probably. I mean, Pickens is a third wide receiver. Yeah. Okay, I'll go there. I had Javonte Williams last year. He paid off for me. Yeah. So I'm not as they don't make me puke anymore. Let's just put it this way. D'Amico Ryans. We saw John Harbaugh's initial speech. It was awful. His first speech to the team. D'Amico's been here, done that. But, that first speech sets the tone for the season. He had behind him, what was it, Artemis? Is that what it's called?
I have not seen the video.
You haven't seen the video. Anyway, he's got the astronauts. And the astronauts that are going to be flying, I guess, I don't know if it was the next mission, the last mission. I have no idea. I'm not a big astronaut guy, so I don't know. But he had astronauts, a picture of these astronauts up behind him. And here was his speech to the team to get this football season started.
One thing, I've thought about since I was away is, man, think about this. Like, what are you doing to prepare, right? It's all about that preparation. Camp is all about preparation. What are you doing when nobody's watching? When nobody's clocking for you? What are you doing? When you're not getting the applause, no fans are out there, what are you doing to make yourself better? What are you doing to make yourself a success? So, Artemis, 2, right? They're preparing for this launch. 3 years prior, they formed this team, all right, for them to take this launch around the moon. Coach, what are you saying? Like, when I think about a spaceship, when I think about what they did, they went further than anybody's ever been before. Every person, before they launch this mission, every person has to give it a go. And they ask, are you a go? Coach, what are you saying? Coach, what are you talking about? Right? We got 47 days until we launch. 47 days till we launch. September 13th in our house. against the Bills. 47 days until we launch. How you preparing? Every single minute, every single day, it matters. And the question I have for you guys is simple as this. Ask this to yourself every day. Every walkthrough, every meeting, every precision check, every rep at practice. If we want to take the Texas organization to places it's never been before, if every man in this room is a go, we'll do that. Everybody with me? Texas!
Doesn't seem like they were all that hyped at the end there. I was ready to play. I was ready to prepare this morning.
Were you?
Yeah, that's right. I'm ready. I'm ready to prepare. AJ, did that get you going? Yeah.
Not a chance.
I plead the fifth.
Who are
I
you?
mean,
Fauci
I
in
like the
there.
analogy, going further than you've ever gone before.
That was
Well,
solid.
I understand what he was doing, but you know what Jaylen Brown says. When accused of being the smartest guy in the room, ain't that many smart people in sports, so it's not a high bar. So perhaps not everyone caught on. They're in there, just ready, either to go to a workout or go to a meeting room. Like, all right, man, I see astronauts, space. What are you saying? Oh, you just want us to be you want us to be all in, is what you're saying? You could have just said that.
Yeah, no, prepare. When nobody's watching, get ready. Everybody would go.
I am not
every day.
I'm not knocking the coach trying to find a new way to motivate his team. I just don't know that the team took it all in.
Feels like they were like, they were.
I don't know at
asleep.
what point of their time in the facility this happened. Was it early in the morning that they all had their coffee? Was it right after they were working out? I don't know, but it didn't feel like he got the response he needed.
No,
then he
like
added
you
on
said.
some Texans and they were like,
everybody in.
swarm.
Go.
Swarm.
What? Swarm. What?
You know what?
Come on.
Sometimes, look, the admin hasn't had a good couple days. Like the CJ video, the admin should have kept that one in the back pocket. Hey, it didn't.
No, that was a good speech.
Nah,
I'm ready.
But you need, like, when the players see new uniforms, like, oh, and that's how they get everyone ready for the new uniforms. The admin should have or read the room, watched that reaction back, and go, you know what, we're going to keep this one in the tuck. No one sees this one.
So they should have, maybe edited a little bit of, that went, like a new uniform. But whoa,
and then everyone gets ready to see them when they finally unveil this one.
Right.
The reaction from the players said, "Oh, these uniforms are trash.
Mm-hmm.
We keep this one in the back pocket," or what the Texans have been accused of in the past: pump in some crowd noise.
That's it.
Pump in some noise from a previous speech where everyone was excited. That's what you should have done.
Well, and that guy with the lawnmower sliding across the lawn, put that in there.
Anything, if you're going to put the
and
video out.
those kids that go, oh, and they cover their mouth. And
throw it in there. If you're going to put it out, let's add some production value. That's all.
Yeah.
D'Amico throughout was the loudest person in the room. Even after they're like, he goes, Texans! And they're like, Swarm. It's all right.
I mean, come on.
What?
Come on, team. I'm ready to play. You're not.
They're like, yeah, it's 47 days. We're going to be out here in this hot-ass sun.
47 days in this heat.
Hot-ass sun, getting ready. Like, I don't know if Will Anderson was loud, but what's Will Anderson getting excited about? Like, man,
Will Anderson gets ready every day.
I understand.
He don't need
for football.
Astronauts.
Exactly. He's like, you know what? I'm out here to rec practice and have the coaches telling me to sit to the side so we can run plays. I don't need this Artemis comparison. I don't even know what Artemis is. Let's go. Let me just play ball. That's all.
Who's Artemis?
Exactly. I don't know who that is.
Right.
We still got a space program? That's the question I would have been asking. What? We still have a space program?
The Wild Wild West? That's what we're doing?
It's fine. Hey, it's not all speeches hit. It's okay.
It hit me. Okay,
well,
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to strap it on.
Okay, there that is again. If the Texans needed you to put on the pads, there'd be real trouble. I don't care how excited you get, but thankfully,
I'm ready.
Daniil
AJ, I see AJ's ready. You never get ready. Doesn't matter.
I mean,
you could have Martin Luther King giving you a speech and you wouldn't be ready. Okay,
did Martin Luther King give
that
speeches
man,
to get people excited about football?
Speeches.
About football, though?
No.
About football?
No. He could give you a speech.
I don't know that the "I Have a Dream" speech got people ready to
Yeah,
go
they
play
were
ball.
ready.
To do what?
They were
March, I
like,
guess, but
swarm.
no.
Yeah, it's what they said after.
No, when he was up in front of the monument,
Yep.
I don't know that the reaction was, "Let's go hit someone."
Yeah,
I don't know that that was the case.
they're ready.
I would be. Imagine you've now just put. I think now you're worse than Florida State. If we remember back when Florida State had the do something with Willie Taggart, and it was Martin Luther King giving the Seminole chop. You are rising up to the level of inappropriateness when including Martin Luther King. Didn't you also say he took an L once at some point?
He took an L at Oregon.
In Oregon, when they pulled down a statue or whatever they were going to do.
They pulled on the sayings.
Yeah, his sayings, and you're like, well, MLK had to take an L there.
You got to take an L.
He took a bigger L than that, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
But I'm glad that D'Amico tried. You got to try new things. This one just didn't work. It's okay. Still a great coach. Still the coach of a team that can go win a Super Bowl. But we just don't broadcast this to people. That's all. I'm blaming the admin. This is 2 L's for the admin this week. That's
Yeah,
all.
it is. CJ walking in. That was not great. Not great. All right. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, you're taking one. Bottom of the hour. Don't go anywhere. Nope. Listen, you can still get in. You got to keep on listening in the 8 o'clock hour to join our fantasy league. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Boom, 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 boom. Welcome back on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. CJ was a topic of conversation yesterday walking into the facility, and how many views does it have now? 20 million? I mean, it was the topic on ESPN, NFL Network. It was the topic. It was not good. It just was not good. The comments are I love America. I love Twitter for a good laugh. You get a lot of people are funny. America is funny. It's a funny place. And CJ caught it. CJ was the butt of the jokes because of his butt. But
19 million.
19 million.
Yes.
Holy crap. That's not great. That is just.
It was on McAfee.
McAfee had
the video.
it.
Yeah, he positioned it as I don't like what people are saying.
Yeah.
But you did run the video over and over again.
So
he didn't. Pat McAfee, big giant star. You ain't fooling me. We're going to say we don't like it, but we're going to run this video over and over again for you to watch.
Well, Schefter was on there, and
yes,
he was like, "Is really people are him walking into the facility? People are. That's what we're deciding. He's not a good quarterback. Okay,
it's not that he's not a good quarterback.
It's that you're putting your hopes and dreams on that on a seventh grader.
Well, sure.
Right?
Yes, that was part of the conversation.
Yeah. I mean, so there was
Look,
that.
CJ did a lot of media yesterday, being the first day of training camp, and in his Texan gear, he looks like a guy you'd want to play quarterback for you.
Yes.
That's all, and that's most important. It just was not great imagery, but you watch him out there on the field or sitting down with Evan Washburn, that looks like a quarterback.
Well, he did. He met the media. He met there's sound from Evan Washburn, like you said. We've got some sound of CJ. He has, he should. He has confidence in this team. He is the guy who really, it's on him. I think he's got some self-awareness. He took a lot of contract talk yesterday, and he feels like he's done enough to get that big contract, but he hasn't done enough, so they haven't come to terms. Had CJ been great in the postseason, or even good, or even not terrible, there probably would have been an extension by now.
He's getting a Trevor Lawrence type deal if we don't have what we had in the playoffs.
Right. But instead it's a show me year, and rightfully so. But here he is explaining his confidence in this football team.
What gives you confidence in yourself, but more importantly, the collective, that this is the group that can push through, get past that divisional round, and reach the goals that not only you guys capable of, but that I know you're desperate for?
Yeah, personally, I would say, just the work that I've put in over the years, the adversity I've been through. This isn't new to me. I've been through a bunch of my career from high school to, playing at Ohio State, now playing here in the NFL, and I'm used to adversity. I'm used to, people not believing in me. So, that's kind of something that I'm used to, but, I also know that people do. So, and then the work that I put in, I'm proud of myself on the offseason I've had and the steps that I've taken. And then as a group, the work we put in together. I think, we're a group that, is seeing what it looks like when we're rolling. And, those games where we're like a little bit off is where, we drop some games. So I think if we go back and we look at, some of the games we had, a lot of one-score games, we win those games, we could be on top of the AFC, maybe even the best team in the league. So that's definitely it's capable for us. So I believe, the work that we've put in there, OTAs, and now going into training camp, we'll be able to take that step.
Awesome, man. Always great seeing you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your time.
See you, brother.
See you week 1.
So while there are some doubts around him coming off that playoff appearance of the 2 games, John, would you like to take a guess where C.J. Stroud was ranked as far as a high school quarterback?
Where he was,
because he mentioned doubts in high school and doubts at Ohio State. Would you like to guess where he was ranked as a quarterback? in high school?
Was he a top quarterback?
He was the 29th best player in the country. I don't know that many people were doubting him coming out of high school. Ohio State offered him a scholarship, among others. Look, you're up. You got to answer a lot of questions. Sometimes you just say stuff. I think there's no question what's currently surrounding him, as far as on football stuff. We know about what has happened in his personal life. That's a different conversation. But as far as what's happened football wise, I don't think he's ever faced the questions that he's facing right now. In college, he started as a redshirt freshman, or I think he was on the field pretty quickly at Ohio State, winning that job. There's no question what's going on now is the biggest step he has to get over as far as people doubting what he's capable of.
Yeah, right. I mean, oh my God! If you put in C.J. Stroud, the first thing that comes up, C.J. Stroud walking.
You're not going to like the mentions or the search
God.
search returns if you do that right now.
I was going to look up. I wanted to see his high school stats, but let's look at his college stats. See, was there ever a time that he was not believed in at Ohio State? Let's see. This is 2022. He had 41 TDs, 6 interceptions.
Yeah, what are we talking about? I mean, there might have been a quarter where he didn't play well, and people, man, what's going on? But other than that, 44 touchdowns and 6 picks in his first year, and then starting then 41 and 6 the next year. No, 40, no. This is it.
Yeah,
this is what's.
People doubted me. Who doubted you?
This is the adversity right now, and he did enough to bring this upon himself. But he has been a believed-in prospect since he came on the scene, and
this is the most adversity.
There's no question.
And again, the Texans are going to be a playoff team. That pressure that he's going to have in the postseason, whenever you don't play well, I mean, it just builds. And he's had a couple of years now where he has not played well, but last year was, that was just incredibly bad. I mean, a new level of bad. So he's going to have a lot on his shoulders come postseason. Wait, no, I've been doubted.
No one ever believed in me.
No, you know.
Ohio State offered you. Georgia offered you. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. So, everybody doubted me coming out of high school.
I mean,
what?
Look, you can say what you say. Maybe on social media someone said a negative thing about him, but for the most part, the general public has looked at this kid, or not a kid, when he was a kid, not a kid anymore, at the 5-star prospect, the next great quarterback out of Ohio State, and he proved it. I mean, as far as the accomplishments, getting to playoffs, winning a Rose Bowl, all those things, he lived up to the hype in college, and somehow, someway, he was a little bit underrated coming in. People were questioning if he could be a franchise quarterback when he was drafted, and at least year one, he proved to be that guy. Now he has to bounce back from the first real conversations about him since he was a pro about can he be a guy that leads his team to Super Bowl. It's all on him, unfortunately. Now Brian Baldinger, we may get to that sound, looks at the rest of the offensive roster as a potential problem, but I think we played some sound earlier in the week. Evan Cohen was like, either he could keep them out of the playoffs or he could help them win a Super Bowl. This is the first time they are laying the success of the Texans at his feet, and if they aren't the Super Bowl team, they're going to blame him whether he's really at fault or not.
Right. Absolutely. All right. 713-780-3776. We'll play that Brian Baldinger sound on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Bigger banger, this or Collector's Firearms? I don't know.
This is sacrilegious, that question you just asked.
Listen, Collector's Firearms, every night I go to bed, I'm singing Collector's Firearms.
If you are actually having this conversation, to Americas. What are we talking about? Stop it, John. Collector's Firearms is a nice niche thing going on this station.
Oh, it's a banger.
Okay. It's an earworm, certainly. Banger, I mean, that's a different...
Westheimer and Voss in Houston. Yeah, that's right.
Cut it out, John.
Yep. Just off the tollway in Dallas.
Sure.
Yep.
I've heard. Yeah, I know.
Collector's Firearms. What? Don't tell me that doesn't get stuck in your head. Don't tell me it
That's
doesn't.
an earworm. That's different from a banger, where you want to go, where you every now and then you want to just hear that song, which
I just
beat
want
it
to all the time.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want Michael to cut up all the preamble, cut that out, and then just send you the song? We can do that for you.
I want the whole verse. That's just a.
Oh, you want the Magna
version.
Carta?
I need the whole thing.
You need the lead up and then the song?
Yep.
Well, we can get that for you.
Okay.
That can be right next to Sticks on your phone.
And right next to Sticks and Houston's All Systems Go.
And Jethro Tull.
And Jethro Tull. Right. That's exactly right. Brian Baldinger, this is something different. While everybody is saying if the Texans get any play out of CJ at all, then you know what? We got him in the Super Bowl. Brian Baldinger has a little bit different spin on that. It's that everybody else has got to be better. So here is Brian Baldinger on the Texans offense.
Well, the people around him have to change. I mean, they went from Laramie Tunsil at left tackle last year to a rookie in Ariante Ursary. They're rebuilding their offensive line again this year. They got a rookie, Keelan Rutledge, at center, going to start. That's never an easy transition. You go from guard in college to starting center with CJ. Getting Tank Dell back might really help. He needed that slot receiver. I think the running game has to pick up. You look at that last defeat against the Patriots right there with those interceptions. They ran the ball for 42 yards that day. They didn't run the ball well at all last year. At the very bottom of the league, they've got to run the ball better. They've got to protect better. I have no question that C.J. Stroud knows how to go through progressions, knows how to find the open receiver, has great arm strength and touch. Like, those things haven't changed. But the pieces around him have to get better. And if they do, I think you'll see a real uptick in C.J.'s play.
All right. I mean, I see his point. They do, yeah. Listen, their run game EPA last year was 30th in the league. Okay? That was 30th in the league. And here's D'Amico. D'Amico knows, I mean, he's a defensive coach. What does a defensive coach want to do offensively?
Run the football.
And guess what they don't do? And here is D'Amico on the run game.
We know it's no secret that we needed to improve our running game. It's not been good enough since I've been here. It hasn't been good enough. So to make improvements in the running game, you have to get players who can run it. And that's what David, he's shown the success. No matter where he's been, he's always been successful running the football. And just to see the way he works every day, positive guy, dialed in, on the details, a great guy. We couldn't have added a better guy for our running back room for our offense. It's the way he's as business-like with his approach. Block well, run well. It's not that hard. It's a mindset when it comes to the run game. You got to play physical, right? O-line, starting with those guys, you got to be physical. You got to play with the proper hat placement. Your footwork has to be dialed in. It has to be right. The backs have to run great tracks. They have to know when to make the right decision with their cuts, with their vision, their reads. So it's a lot that goes into it, but not to overcomplicate it. You got to block the guys in front of you, and you got to run like you want to get every single yard that's out there.
Was that Will Kunkel's work at the very end?
I think so.
All right, Will Kunkel.
Thank you, Will.
Contributor to ESPN 97.5, certainly. He goes out to camp, and Will Kunkel got that for us. Yeah, I mean, agreed. The run game has been putrid since really D'Amico's been here. Joe Mixon, for what he did a lot of that on his own. It felt like. Now, hopefully, Dave Montgomery has an easier path to having a good season.
Don't disagree with any of that. Maybe and Baldinger, but CJ's got to do his part too. I mean, I don't. Not that it was great last year in the postseason, but CJ, the 4 first half interceptions. Holy crap! I mean, you just can't. I don't care how bad everybody else was around you. You can't do that. You can't do what he did last year, and he's not going to. He's not going to do that again. So, he was more I don't know if you heard, Del, but he was more focused. Have you heard that, AJ, that CJ was more focused this offseason?
I think we've all heard it.
Yeah, hear it. We'll see it.
AJ is a skeptic.
Of course he is. He's a Cowboy fan.
He's not.
CJ's cool. I mean,
he's fine. Yeah,
he
all right, right, AJ?
Yeah, I mean, I love him more so off the field because of the relationship with God. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's a God-fearing man.
Right.
So AJ will back him there. On the field stuff,
He's on Team God.
Yes, and AJ is too.
Yeah.
So
I love that, AJ.
He will back AJ. CJ there. But other than that, you got to show me.
See you week 4.
Well, he's hoping. He's hoping for a Quinnen Williams, CJ Stroud meetup, I think.
Is he?
Yes.
Week 4, baby. We're gonna have a bet, me and you, AJ.
Let's do it.
We're gonna be like Paige Beckers and Angel Reese.
And then have to have the WNBA delete the video that they tweeted out about them betting.
Then we're going to have to retract. Wait, we didn't really do that?
Oh, we did it. Like Angel Reese said it at her presser after a game. It's just that the WNBA perhaps should not have highlighted 2 of their biggest stars betting on anything.
Betting $400 on the game.
Yeah.
I don't know that you should do that.
No.
No. Angel Reese and Paige Beckers had a bet, $400 bet, and then they had to pull back. Oops, we're not supposed to do that. What?
So that $400 bet's just a little less than what the NCAA is suspending a kid over for 2 games.
How about that? What, AC?
Yeah, the linebacker for Tennessee.
Of all of the wait a minute, all of the money, all the infractions, all of the talking to players on other teams, all of the stuff, all millions of dollars in this kid, this linebacker from Tennessee gets a 2-game suspension because he took a $400 flight from an agent.
Yes, after he declared for the draft. So that would make sense for him now that he's going to the draft, but he got hurt during, I guess, training, and he aggravated an injury, so he needed surgery. He pulled himself out of the draft, and the NCAA wouldn't just let him repay it, which he did. The reporting is he repaid the $427, but they still suspended him for 2 games. I guess it's the one thing they can enforce. Dabo still is waiting for them to get after Ole Miss for tampering with one of his players. But this one, they actually have some ability to enforce the rules, so they decided this player was going to pay. His name is Arian Carter.
They have proof of Ole Miss's tampering.
And they have yet to punish
phone
Ole
calls. They've got texts. They've got all of that, and they don't do anything, but they're going to this kid's got to sit 2 games? Unbelievable.
That's your NCAA, John.
Oh, yeah. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, you always have been.
big fan of the NCAA. They're great. What a great institution. What a bunch of idiots. I just don't get it. Just don't get it. All right. Take a break here. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. This is the hour we're going to give 2 spots. 2 spots to our fantasy league. So keep on listening right here. Boom, boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum, boom, ba-dum. All right, hour number 2, and we are giving away a spot in our fantasy league, 2 spots in our fantasy league. We're going to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You got to be able to go on August 27th and stay overnight, and we will do the show there 27th and 28th, and then head back. We got a listener party that night, the 28th. So Big Dell is going to be – Dell gets to hang. He just loves hanging with me and Lance on the road. We hang out. We watch games together, eat, drink, and then we all drive back together.
No, we don't.
And then a listener party that night. What? Dell, this is just like being here with me on this show. This is like the best days of your life.
So I've already got my 2 days planned out there. So the first show is on a Thursday, which involves the draft. We'll get there the 26th. I'll make sure to get there at a time where I can eat dinner and ignore any texts that come from you or Lance. I'll go to what's the Lily's? That's my favorite place there.
Yep, Lily's is great.
Get some dish that I love, and you may send a fake text about wanting to hang out. I'll ignore that. I'll be in some type of a lo mein food coma. I'll get up, do the show, stay away from you guys that entire afternoon after the show, and then roll into the draft. Have some conversations with them listeners. They'll make their way because there's a casino. There's other things to do after the draft. And then I'll casually slide into my room at about, 10 or 11, maybe do some gambling because my mother wants me to play the slots for her. And then ignore you guys again. And then
we leave probably right after the show. You guys stay
you have
yours.
That's true, but I think the only time I will spend with you or Lance is the draft and the show.
The whole weekend.
It's not a chance.
The whole weekend.
Not a chance. I already got my machine ready to go for the slots because I was there last time and won some money. It'll be a nice, casual couple days without you guys around, except for the work stuff.
I think that weekend they've got us a 3-bed suite for the 3 of us.
That's weird.
Me, you, and Lance.
3-bed suite.
That's going to be, yep.
That's very odd.
It is odd.
You know what?
It is.
If that happens, I'm going to stay at the place down the road.
No. Well,
I will pay.
You have to stay at the Nugget.
No.
Yeah.
There's nothing that says
3-bed suite.
No.
The 3 of us.
If that happens, I will pay for the place down the road. I won't mention them because the Nuggets great. But if they happen to do that to me, I got to make arrangements. In fact, I'd rather drive back and forth from home. It's only a 2 hours and 10-minute trip, as you tell everyone. I'd rather do that than stay in a room with you guys. I'll drive to League City and then drive back.
Drive back?
Yes. Dude, that's how it'll go for me. I'll drive in Thursday morning.
It's only 2 hours.
I know.
15 minutes down the road.
I could drive. It's barely longer than the drive here every morning. I'll drive to League City Thursday from League City Thursday morning, do the show, then drive back and then do it again on Friday. It's simple. Let Christina send that confirmation email, and it's a 3-bedroom suite. Let her do it. She'll find out, and so will you.
3-bed suite. That's the best. We have 3 best friends. Houston Restaurant Week is back. August 1st is coming up, right? When is August 1st?
Yeah, it's on Friday, right? No, on Saturday.
Saturday, August 1st. August 1st through September 7th, Houston Restaurant Weeks. Okay, hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus. Every time you eat, you help the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good. Check out the lineup at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. You can go to restaurants. You can afford to go to restaurants you normally can't during Houston Restaurant Week, and it helps the Houston Food Bank. So it's win, 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 win. Everybody wins, all right? Everybody wins. So get to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. All right. We have done quite a bit already this morning. And don't forget, just keep on listening here. We'll tell you when. We're going to give out that trivia question, and we are going to give away 2 spots to the Golden Nugget. You won't be in our 3-bedroom suite. You'll have your own rooms. You'll have your own room. Okay, so you'll have that. You'll have that going on.
Which one of us do you believe would be the worst roommate over 2 days?
Oh, Lance, by far.
I would agree.
No, by far. There'd be food all over the beds and all this stuff.
He feels like a bad time, honestly, if you have to be sequestered in the room with him.
I'm sure there'd be a lot of noises coming from.
I don't think he sleeps in a way that's going to make it great for the rest of us.
No.
For either of us. Yeah, I would agree. I think he'd be the worst.
Lance is the worst.
By the way, if you don't know, Lance is in Jacksonville speaking at some symposium. I don't know what he's doing, but he'll be back tomorrow.
They didn't even pay for his room.
No, the Nugget would, but the Jags won't.
That's why. That's a terrible. Go to the Jags. Duval.
Sorry, it's a transfer window season in soccer, so the cons can't pay for Lance or anything else. So they got to pay for soccer players right now. So
he's on a 2-game suspension because he got. Well, he didn't even get his flight paid for.
He would still be eligible to play for Tennessee because the Jags wouldn't have paid for his flight or his room. Anything. Yeah.
Hey, come speak at this symposium. Pay your way and pay your hotel. Okay. Okay. All right, I'll do that. That sounds great.
James Gladstone's got Lance wrapped around his little finger.
I guess.
Out here paying for his own room and board and travel to speak for him. Is it a speaking engagement that he gets paid for?
I don't know. I mean,
terrible.
That's a terrible deal. He's a terrible agent.
And you got to spend time in Jacksonville.
Yeah, right.
And pay to do it.
If you're not even going to play.
No.
Sawgrass.
Yeah, it's not going to play.
It's terrible. Nice job, Lance. Jeff Passan thinks the Astros are going to buy. And, I mean, I'm torn on this one. What do you give up for he's got Jake McCarthy, the center fielder for the Rockies now. He was in Arizona. He wasn't great in Arizona. He's in Colorado now. His OPS is up, but it's in large part because of home.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah. At home, it's 925. On the road, it's 721.
Yeah, 721 right now is actually okay. Actually, if you want to know the truth for the Astros, that's not bad. That's not bad.
The bar is low. The bar is low to be better than what the Astros are doing. Yeah. The power numbers, as you might imagine, the 10 home runs, seven of them have been in Colorado. So what are we getting as a player if you're trading for a guy whose numbers are so juiced by his time in Denver?
Yeah. And then there's J.J. Bleday as well. He's a possibility from Cincinnati. They're not doing anything. So I don't know what you give up though. What are you giving up in a season where you're 500, but you're playing better baseball? You still need a starting pitcher. I don't know that Hayden Wisniewski proved anything, although he did get out after
the tough start. Yeah, he was
a
much
really
better.
Rough start.
Yeah.
What is it? 6 batters. They had 3 runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then he, shut him down 5 2/3. He was nice after that. But again, grain of salt, Angels baseball. So you gotta take that into account. It wasn't exactly, it wasn't the New York Yankees you were facing there. It was the Angels. So you have to take all of that with a grain of salt. But I just torn on this whole thing. Whether, were you going to be seller? You were just a couple of weeks ago, you were going to be sellers, or everybody thought you were going to be sellers. Hey, what do you want to get rid of Jeremy Pena? How about Jordan? What about Paredes? Now it's like, hey, we're going to win this division. We're going to catch the Rays.
Well, that's what you and your buddy Chance have said. But the winning of the division is clearly in the cards. But you're trading or acquiring someone to go on a run, not just to win this bad division. So what would McCarthy cost? Like would be plenty of team control after this season. So it wouldn't be a rental, but what do you get? What would you want to give up for a guy, as you laid out, who wasn't good before he got to Colorado? He was fine in Arizona, but nothing to go crazy over. And he's not good away from course.
Yeah. I don't know what you do here. And you got a lame duck general manager who's got to win now and win big. Otherwise, he's probably going to lose his job. Same with the manager. What do you let them give up to save their jobs? That's a problem too. Dana's always been, I don't know. Has he been somewhat aggressive? Yeah.
We know he's willing to make a move. What
Yep.
the degree of the move is in question. Like last year, it was Correa, it was Sanchez. To middle, yeah, Kikuchi was another move that worked out great as far as what he did in the regular season, and then of course the Tigers had us in trouble. So it didn't work. It didn't play out in a way that led to any postseason success. So he is willing to make a move. I think he's been rather moderate as far as giving up anything. Because what did you give up for Kikuchi? In fact, don't you have one of those guys back now, Loperfido? So there hasn't been much given up in these moves, but you haven't really gained much by these moves. Jesus Sanchez was a disaster.
His moves this offseason have, for the most part, been
Stinky.
pretty terrible.
Yeah.
His pitching moves, pretty terrible.
And we saw the third piece of what maybe the biggest trade he's made last night with Wesneski. He's just been hurt. But Paredes and Cam Smith, Paredes, good baseball player. Cam Smith had a good night last night, came through, but we've seen what Cam Smith has been since he's been here, and that's why you've dubbed them, and rightfully so, the worst outfield in baseball, at least offensively. Part of that has to do with Cam Smith, and it's why they're still looking for outfield production. So that's his biggest move. Thanks for Paredes, I guess, right now. Everything else has been kind of not noteworthy when it comes to Dana Brown. As far as trades, the acquisitions during the most recent offseason with the pitchers, they've been noteworthy for the wrong reasons, except for Peter Lambert.
Very much so. Yep. Well, and Peter Lambert, you DFA'd.
You didn't even want him. If anyone else had wanted him, he wouldn't be here.
Yeah, right. And he's got 11. They've won 11 games he started this year. That's if not for Peter Lambert, you would be you could possibly be right ahead of the Angels.
Yeah.
If not for Peter Lambert. Breaking here. When we come back, the biggest story in camp is going to be that center position. We'll hear from D'Amico about Kalen Rutledge. Next. Don't go anywhere.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5. Let's do the fantasy question in the next segment. So keep on listening, and you could be in our fantasy league. It's a pretty simple question. You should know it. Get in. You can't get in until we ask the question, though. No lining up. We do have Sonny, who's lined up. He wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Sonny.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to say real quick, I don't know if y'all talked about it, but the sound of Jordan hitting that bomb in the first, like the crack of the bat was so cool. I watched it like 100 times. And I think it's on Mark Berman's Twitter, and it would be an awesome drop to like take it down and keep it for the show because it's like something out of a Hollywood movie. That's all I wanted to say. It's so cool, and go Astros, go Jordan, and that's all I got.
Yeah, no, the acoustics in there were fantastic because there were no people. So you had the echoing of the stadium with the Jordan crushing that baseball. It is I don't. It's clearly the most audio. It's the best audio of a home run I think that I've heard because of all of those. Because Jordan, but because of that stadium and the emptiness. So
it becomes cavernous when Nolan's in the ballpark. Yeah, I think Shannon and I got to it yesterday and played it. Yeah, the sound's remarkable. I mean, it's become a thing over the last couple of weeks as Jordan continues to do what he's doing. The sound off his bat is something that's gone viral, even beyond just Houston. People are like the MLB official accounts grabbing it, and
Barstool grabbed it.
Yeah, Jordan has done something since the MVP Triple Crown stuff really got going. He has performed. Like, this happened, I think, MLB Network. Now, we had Robert Flores on last week, or was that early this week? I don't remember now. But I think it was early this week. But last week, they started to talk about Jordan because the numbers he kept doing what he was doing all year long, and the Astros kept playing better, so this became a real serious conversation. And since that point, he has backed up their conversations, and with the Astros playing the way they are. Yeah, they had another clip this week about talking about him, right? About how you can't really pitch to him.
And Kurt Suzuki's decisions in the ninth, in the first game, walking him, and then in the second game, pitching to him in the ninth. And that was the conversation. He made two mistakes. Well, I don't know that he made a mistake by walking him, but Paredes made him pay with the walk afterwards and all that terrible inning that they had. But the next night, the home run in the first and then pitching to him in the ninth, and that was the conversation is, Kurt Suzuki, what are you doing? you can't pitch to him in the ninth inning.
It made
I don't care.
It made part in the interruption. An Angels-Astros game made part in the interruption. Kornheiser and Wilbon were discussing what Suzuki was doing, pitching to Jordan. That's that big. Game between two teams under 500 got maybe not top billing, but it was a topic of conversation on that show about what is Suzuki doing pitching the Jordan. And we certainly talked about it yesterday. I moved away from, hey, dummy, don't do that, to, well, let Mitch Ferris go out there and see if he can get it out. Who cares? You're the Angels. No one's really watching. But apparently enough people were that on one of ESPN's long-standing shows, they decided to have a conversation about it. That speaks to Jordan and how good he is and why anyone would give him an opportunity to win a game when you don't have to.
Would you – I'm looking at Aaron Judge's numbers. I hear so many people saying, Jordan's the best hitter in the game. Would you want Judge or Jordan?
What? I know that Jordan will come through in a postseason. What is Judge? Judge stinks in the postseason. He's not having as good of a year.
Judge's regular season numbers are really stupid.
Yeah,
He's hit
generally. Yeah,
58 and 53
he's a
the
two-time,
last 2 years.
Two-time defending MVP, yeah.
144, 114, 133 walks, 124 walks.
But what about this year, John?
I'm thinking, this year he's hurt, but I'm thinking, he had 17 bombs before he got hurt in 59 games. I'm thinking, I love Jordan, and I just don't know that you could put best hitter in the game on him yet. I'd put best hitter. He's the best hitter this year, but I don't know if you can put best hitter in the game on him yet.
Oh, this is embarrassing. What are you doing? What
I
are you
know.
doing to our guy? Bringing up Aaron Judge.
Well, because I've seen this plenty is guys saying best hitter in the game, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute,
He's the best hitter active in the game right now. How about that?
Yes. There's no question. That's what I'm saying. He's the best hitter this year. Aaron Judge or anybody. It doesn't matter. You show, anybody. He's the best hitter in the game, period. Period, this year. I want him to be the best hitter in the game, period.
Well, that takes doing it for more than 1 year.
That's it. I mean, last year he had an off year. Last year he had the hands problem.
He only played the 48 games last year.
Yeah. So I want my guy to be far and away the best hitter in the game.
Wow.
And, by the way, he has performed in the postseason where Aaron Judge
This is what I said.
blows. Yeah.
I have the memory of the home run against the Phillies
What
stored.
about the Seattle home
Yeah,
run?
what does Aaron Judge have? I'm sure he
Nothing.
might have had a moment the Yankee fans remember, but as far as things that have just turned series or won them a game, there's not a lot there, if anything. And, John, we have someone ignoring your direction. Didn't you tell people not to call in until
Don't call in.
Andrew? Not now, Andrew. You got to call in when John asks the question.
Andrew, I mean, you're premature callation. I mean, you gotta relax, okay?
Premature callation, everybody.
You can't.
This is another example of what happens when you're sitting in a room by yourself. Like, you're talking to people, John.
What?
You're talking. You're talking to people.
He had premature callation.
Andrew, you can't have premature callation. No one likes that. You gotta hang up and call back in.
No, it says it's not good for anyone.
No one likes that. Stop. Well, we got another call. Hopefully that's about baseball, not about tickets. But
hopefully,
John's gonna ask a question, and that's when you call in.
Right,
he stated that. That's how it's gonna go. If you want to have a chance to join us and maybe spend a night with John and Lance in that 3-bedroom suite, you got to call in when he asks the question.
Okay, when I ask the question, why don't you hang up all the lines, AJ, because when we come back, hang up so nobody can call in right now. When we come back, we'll ask the question and see who is going to be in our fantasy league. All right, you can't call in now. We're gonna hang up all the lines, but as soon as we ask the question, you'll be able to call in at 713-780-3776. Next, right here, brought to you by the Golden Nugget.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, Lance is off. Dell is here. AJ's here. And it's time to give away a couple of spots in our fantasy league. We're going to go to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, August 27th and 28th. We're going to do the shows from there. The 27th, we are going to have our fantasy draft that night. That's a Thursday night. You got to be able to go. You get to pick somebody to go with, be it your wife or friend or whatever. I think you only get, Dale, did we get one room?
I don't remember how that works.
I don't remember how
they
that works
If they
either.
have to spin the room, if it's
they
them
have
and
to
their
spin,
buddy in
yeah.
the same room, I don't remember exactly.
I think they
how
got
that works.
double beds.
Okay.
Like we're going to have three, me, you, and Lance.
That's
in a
not
room.
true.
And they're going to have double beds. All right. Maybe AJ can come along, and he can. Oh, you're going to be producing the show because Mapes is going to be there. So you'll be producing the shows, AJ. Sorry, pal. Sorry. No golden nugget for you. When you're all grown up, you get to have.
See, this is not a thing you should be doing.
Okay.
You should not be rubbing it in that he doesn't get to go.
Well,
maybe he doesn't even want to go, but if he did,
just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. That's all it is. And it's wonderful. It's where you should have your fantasy draft. It's where you should. I mean, with 12 restaurants, Dell's already told you his favorite, Lily's. We'll all hang out there.
Oof.
Yeah,
well,
we've eaten there together before. Don't say we haven't.
We haven't. That changed my mind. Like we went there and we had dinner or lunch at Lily's, and then we had I guess I don't know if you want to call it breakfast. I don't know. We had claim jumpers or something. And since that point, I've decided I'm eating alone.
It's just the worst person. So just 12 restaurants, pool, golf course, poker room, casino. Concert venue, everything you could possibly want right there at Golden Nugget. Have your fantasy draft there. Bring families, everybody, just the best. We're going to have ours. We'll be up on the big board. We got food and drink that night. It's going to be so much fun. Whoever wins this is going to get a $200 gift card at the Golden Nugget. So this is great. So you and someone else, buddy, wife, girlfriend,
husband,
wife and girlfriend.
Maybe a woman calls in and wins. You want to bring
Maybe.
your significant other with you? That's possible too.
Right. So maybe Eric's girl will call in. You don't know.
It's very possible.
It is possible. Right? So we got that. So, all right, here's the question. And as soon as I'm done, AJ's going to open up the phone lines. He's going to open up the phone lines, and you're going to call in at 713-780-3776. Soon as I ask the question, you call in. I want it on the air, AJ. We'll see if people know. Here is the question. Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins were the top two fantasy scorers for the Texans at wide receiver in 2025 in PPR format. Who was third? 713-780-3776. Nico and Jaden Higgins, who was third in PPR format? 713-780-3776, the number. All right. Del, you know the answer.
I do.
AJ knows the answer.
So you want them to come on the air and answer the question?
Yes, I want them on the air to answer the question.
Okay. So for the interns, just get their
put
name.
The names up.
You don't have to ask them what they're calling about. Just run through them. So we've got our first one. It's Larry. Larry, do you have the answer?
Dalton Schultz.
Incorrect. It is not Dalton Schultz. So sorry, Larry. We move on to, what does that say, AJ? I can't really see. Jordan, you're up next. What's the answer?
You repeat the question?
The question is, Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins were the top two fantasy scorers for the Texans at wide receiver in 2025 in PPR format. Who was third?
Xavier Hutchinson.
That's correct, sir. You are correct, sir. Dang, that is pretty good. And that's not great because
he wasn't that
didn't
productive.
Have that big of numbers.
Well, that's why you hoping Tank Dell is the answer.
Who was it, Jordan?
Jordan wins. So Jordan will be joining us in our fantasy football league. He'll be there for the draft, August 27th at the Golden Nugget. So, Jordan, we're going to put you on hold.
Congratulations, Jordan.
Congratulations.
Nice job.
We're going to get your information, And for people who called in, like Tony and others, we're going to do it again next week. So if you didn't
Tony?
I don't know which Tony, but Tony,
Right.
Michael, I see you guys. Unfortunately, Jordan, well, good for Jordan, not good for you. We have our winner. Let's get Jordan a hold. We'll get his information. But next week and the week following, we'll do it all again. So you're going to have an opportunity to join us. I think next week, John has decided we're going to do show trivia. So if you are a listener to this show frequently, maybe not so big up on fantasy football, you're going to have a real shot to join us at the Golden Nugget.
Dang it. My boys trying to get in. They can't. Sorry. It's legit. I got buddies who are like, hey, I can't get in.
Well, yeah, I got a text from a buddy last week, and I was like, hey, man, I ain't got no control.
We can't do that.
People get investigated for that.
Do we look like the government where we're gonna fudge?
Do we look like FIFA?
Yeah.
Just can't be
Do we
selling
look like-
spots.
yeah. Do we look like the Cowboys going to cheat? No.
Cheat.
Yeah.
What do the Cowboys do when it comes to cheating? What do they cheat? They're doing a bad job of cheating.
Terrible job.
If they're cheating.
They're awful at cheating.
Yeah.
Do we look like the Patriots? No.
There you go.
Cheaters. You notice we didn't say Astros? They don't cheat. Used to cheat, used to win. You ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Okay? Let's go, Astros. Start cheating again. Hopefully they got some cheating going on. They might have some cheating going on since May 20th. They're 11 games over 500. That's what I'm saying. That's nice. 11 games under 500 on May 20th, and here we are, right here at the end of July, in one game out of first, and 500 baseball. Nice. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here and hang with us. So we got Jordan that's going to be coming. Jordan, congratulations.
Yeah. AJ's talking to him right now.
Okay, good. All right. Can't you guys just run this contest like a Channel 51 truck giveaway?
No, that's what I was alluding to. We just can't. People get investigated and go to jail for stuff like that.
They did. We had an employee who we gave away a truck on the show. His mother-in-law won it. What a dumbass. He had the keys. It was just terrible. That was the Channel 51 truck giveaway. Yep, that happened. That actually happened. Tony's been listening for a while now. He knows. He could win some trivia questions. Maybe next week we'll do a show trivia question to see who's going to be, because you got to be. Then we'll have a long-time listener there.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That'd be nice.
You got to ask a question that one of maybe not an OG, but someone who's been around a long time and listens frequently would know. There's some deep cuts that we can get to.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we'll do that. We will do that. Which is most likely to be in Lance's speech? Okay, Lance is speaking at a prospect symposium or
some scouting thing.
A scouting symposium for the Jags. I don't know. Which is most likely to be in Lance's speech? His trip to Japan, his friend McCool, hanging with Kaká in the suite during the World Cup, his brisket. No, none of those.
You don't.
I mean,
you don't
Marty, his kids. At any point, will his kids come up?
He will mention his kid being in the recruiting department at Alabama.
Well, he's there with him, so.
Yeah, he will. That'll definitely get a mention.
Yep. He's there with him, so. I'm pretty sure he's there. I think Alex is there. But, yeah, he'll get him. Well, but what about how the kid, their dribble package? Will that be mentioned?
I don't think he's going to mention, or the food fight that led to a car accident. I don't think he's going to get there.
You don't think?
No, it'll be something. Well, I say that, but we listen to him on this show, and he will diverge from topics that seem pertinent to the conversation and just randomly mention things. So you never know. I don't know if he'll be more focused because he's in a more professional environment as opposed to him sitting here eating oatmeal and spilling stuff all over himself.
Right.
But I'm going to bet that a kid gets mentioned, but not Marty.
Are you sure he's not going to be up on the podium eating?
No,
You're sure?
He respects his other forms of making income, although he's not making any money apparently from this. But
If they have food at this,
he's not going to eat up there. Will there be something in his teeth while he's talking? Probably. But I don't think he's going to be taking bites between people asking
we'll have
questions.
stories when he comes back. We're going to ask him these questions.
Will they be concise stories? No.
No.
Will they be directly to the point? No.
No. But we're going to ask him, did you have any food while you were sitting up at the podium?
Well, if the Jags aren't paying for his hotel.
Did you bring up your kids at any point during your speech?
You think you think they're going to give him food?
Yes, they're going to have food there.
That for free? He's not getting
anything.
Have to pay he's not getting anything else for free. You might as well pay for the food.
Well, they've got money, so they should be able to pay for a little food, some Danishes.
Well,
okay?
We'll see. I'm telling you, the Cons are too busy spending money on Real Madrid prospects to go to Fulham for them to be paying for Lance or anything else. It's football transfer season. The other football.
The other one.
Yeah, so maybe the Cons are tightening their belts on the Jags front.
Did they give them a plane flight and a hotel when they go?
I think the Cons will make sure the guys from Real Madrid are gonna get on flights they pay for.
Okay, not Lance.
Well,
not Lance.
he doesn't score goals.
Right. Well, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He could though if he trained for 2 months.
And I keep making that reference if you don't know that the Cons, Shad Khan owns the Jags and he owns a English soccer club as well.
Yep. And they don't love that. And by the way,
no.
They do not love an American owning their team.
It is kind of what it is. It's just, hey, you're ruining our game. Stay away from our game, and they're very provincial about their sport. And if an American is in there, they have to really be someone that impresses them before they get accepted. And that has not happened.
They have to be willing to lose billions of dollars because that's what Premier League teams
and
do.
Frankly, under Shad Khan's ownership, Fulham's become a more stable Premier League team than they had been in recent years. And yet, they've got problems with them. And his son is the one running it, Tony, who also is involved in wrestling, which is another thing they have a problem with.
Well.
They always say he's too busy running the wrestling thing to do proper things for Fulham. So
of course they are. Just like, what was CJ doing this?
He was focused. You told me he was focused.
That's right. But I saw him at one event, so he obviously wasn't focused enough.
Nah, don't worry about CJ, everybody. He's going to be great.
That's going to be the best. Nick Cayley's going to call the good plays this year.
That's where I have some questions.
Okay. Break in here. Congratulations to Jordan, and we'll do it again next week right here on ESPN 97.5. But it's going to be show trivia, a show trivia question. So we'll figure that out and get that to you. All right. Right now, we'll take a break. 713-780-3776.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Yeah, ask Google to list the 2025 Texans' top 5 PPR fantasy point scorer. They got Tank. I mean, AI is not smart. They got Tank Dell with 141 fantasy points last year. Pretty sure he didn't play.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I think that's provable. Yeah.
So you're smarter than AI, is what you're saying.
Pretty much. Yeah. With me on this one. Yep. I think I'm smarter than AI on that one. Yep.
I'm going to need more evidence.
If he doesn't play, it's going to be hard to score 141 fantasy points.
If you say so.
Yeah. I believe the Astros record with Jeremy Pena in the lineup is 32-26. Huh.
That's just upsetting that it's only 32-26 because he hadn't played that many games.
Yep. I mean, he's really, really been good. The last couple of games, he's gotten hits. He extended his hit streak, but he was player of the week before. He was on fire. I think he's 1 for 5 the last 1 for 5 and 1 for 5.
Yeah, it was a home run last night, but 1 for 5 overall, and 1 for 5 the night before.
Yep. So
and 1 for 5 the night before. It's 3 hits in the Angels series, 3 out of 15.
3 for 15. That's not great,
No.
but he still got, and he came up with big hits too. The homer yesterday was big. Yeah, Jeremy's really, really made a difference being back in the lineup, no question, defensively and offensively. It's going to be tough to watch him leave.
John, that's 2 years away.
I know, but it's still tough. It's a year and 2 months away.
You should have calluses with this stuff. You know the deal. It's going to happen. Yeah, we're used to it, right?
Yeah, but
have we gotten to the point where the replacement, this is the first time it'll be the replacement for the guy that had to go, is going, right?
Right.
Pena for Correa. Now Correa's back, injured, of course, but do we have another shortstop in the pipeline? Do we have another one?
No, so that's the thing. But we didn't know we had Jeremy Pena then either.
Until we did.
Yeah, until we did.
Yeah.
So maybe that guy is there. I don't know. Maybe that guy is there. I'm seeing a story, AJ, about Keyshawn Henderson staying in Houston. Have we heard anything from? I mean, it said now there's 2 quarterbacks that stayed home. Jared Curtis, he stayed and went to Vanderbilt. He's a Nashville kid that went to Vanderbilt. He was going to go to Georgia. He accepted a scholarship to Georgia and ended up because Diego Pavia went and saw him play, and then they became friends, and he stayed in Nashville, and he's probably going to start. But the story here is, well, I mean, what do we know about is Connor Wegman the guy for sure?
Yeah, this season for sure. But I mean, like Fritz has talked about like potentially having even packages for Henderson, but I think like in 2027 it's going to be Henderson's team for sure.
In 2027.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that you just aren't seeing nowadays is a guy who's going to be patient and wait. A top quarterback who could have gone anywhere he wanted, and yet he's going to sit behind the incumbent for a year.
Well, generally, a guy of Keyshawn Henderson's status, he's normally going to, if we talk about the schools that are recruiting him, the premier, Blue Buds, whatever you want to label them as, he's going to go play or go to a school where a guy's entrenched and a big timer. If he's going to like if he went to Georgia, he would be behind Gunnar Stockton for a year. He wasn't going to play. If you pick Georgia, the issue is he's picking the Cougs, so you just imagine he did it because he thought he was going to start year one. But Ohio State, he's not playing ahead of Julian Sayin. It's just that the Cougs have a transfer in Connor Wegman that didn't work out at A&M, not a great passer, so you just assume Henderson picked that spot because he had a pathway to start.
Well, like Jared Curtis had a pathway he could have gone to Georgia and sat behind Gunnar.
Yeah.
But he's starting at Vanderbilt.
But some of the 5 stars have to sit because if they're
Well,
going to
if
these
they're going to go right,
if they're going to these places where
or you pick a place that's got an opening.
Yeah, but a lot of the guys will just
Underwood started right away.
Yes, the bag that he got from Michigan played a huge part. But yeah, he picked a place where he could start. But there are plenty of 5-star quarterbacks who don't start year one. It is just the perception of the Cougs was, if they're getting Henderson, it's because they promised him a starting role, not knowing what the kid was actually looking for in his college experience. It appears playing here, staying home, and playing under Willie Fritz was far more appealing, even if Connor Wegman was going to start for you. And I'm sure, as AJ mentioned, he will get snaps. It's a long season, and whether it's Wegman not performing or simply they're in a game where they're blowing out a team, he's going to get snaps.
Well, so does he play in more than 4 games?
That's the question. Have they extended it to 9? The red shirt thing, or is it still at 4? I know that was up for debate where you could now play 9 games.
I haven't heard it's 9. Is it 9 now?
I think it's still at 4, but there were conversations about extending it to 9 games where you could play before your red shirt was up. Does he play in more than 4 games? Well, I guess, do they think Keyshawn Henderson would be here for 4 years anyway? So he might just play 3. If he's as good as people think he might just play 3 years anyway. So you might as well get get a full experience, full year out of him, even if it is just snaps, a couple snaps per game.
I wonder if they still don't go, wait, we want to, just in case you want to stick around for 5, we don't want to waste.
I can't imagine that's his plan. The number 1 overall prospect, I can't imagine the 5-year plan is what he's looking at.
No, but you never know. I mean,
if he's here for
right now, Underwood should be there for 5 years.
We'll see what year 2 looks like. But if Keyshawn Henderson is a quarterback in college for 5 years, I'm going to say he disappointed.
Yeah. Yes. Although, I mean,
the number 1 overall prospect.
Sometimes it's smarter to get as much college in as you can.
I'm not disagreeing, but if he is at a point where it's best for him to stay for 5 years, it didn't work out. Not to the level people thought it would.
Yep. Well, not the number 1 overall guy, right? Final hour coming up here, 713-780-3776. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. We got some callers in here. They want to get in, talk on the radio. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Let's go. AJ, we said you got a board, so let's get to it. It's the shortest wait times in the business. Always has been.
Even this thing you're doing is gimmick infringement. You're not only
Shortest
lying, this is gimmick infringement.
It's shortest wait times in the history
Now,
of radio.
the show you're taking it from has long since been deceased, but, I mean, just to correct the record, that is a Raheel Adele invention.
Well, guess what? It's no longer.
Theft.
It's dead and gone.
This is I'm aware.
Well,
Theft.
I dug up the grave, and
you're desecrating the grave of Raheel Adele.
And I dug up the bones, and I'm using them. Okay, for soup.
Oh,
yep.
At least it's soup and not other stuff you can do with the body.
What? Who's the caller, AJ? Who's first?
First is Miguel. He wants to talk about the Dynamo.
Okay, the Dynamo. Let's go. Are they in first right now?
Have you met the Dynamo?
No. What's going on?
Hey, John. Hey, Dale. How's it going, guys?
How you doing?
Good. Hey, John. Can you hit me with the "¿Qué pasó, mijo"?
Dude, what?
He wants you to hit him with "¿Qué pasó, mijo"?
Oh, ¿qué pasó, mijo? ¿Quién es?
Hey, my question is, do you guys think that the Houston Dynamo would ever sign a superstar like Benzema or Cristiano Ronaldo? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
I mean, I really don't know how this all works in MLS. Because Lewandowski is with Chicago. We know Messi with Miami.
You've had Pele go to New York.
The Los Angeles teams
David Beckham go to L.A.
Yeah, the Los Angeles teams have done this. They have signed international stars. The Dynamo
Dynamo ever?
Was it Hector Herrera after he was long past his prime, the former Mexico international? They have never really done the thing. I don't know if that's just because MLS has such a say in where some of these guys go. Would it be beneficial to the league for the Dynamo to have a former and still international star? How much does that play a part in where these guys land? I couldn't say, Miguel, whether it'll happen.
Cristiano Ronaldo coming here.
Do we see a Ronaldo being in Houston, or would he go to one of the premier franchises in the league?
Well, how much of the franchise would they give him?
Yeah, that too, with the Messi deal, that has been highlighted quite a bit. If Ronaldo wanted part ownership in the Dynamo, would that happen? Would the MLS allow it? Because Inter Miami seems to play fast and loose with the rules of MLS. They just seem to get away with whatever they want to. At least that's how some of the fans feel. I would say the history suggests no.
Who owns the team now? Tim Howard? James Harden?
They are part owners of the team, I believe.
Yeah.
At least James Harden is. I don't know that Tim Howard is, but we did have someone talk about that, right?
Right. I mean,
yeah, he is a minority investor.
Who
for the Dynamo on the dash?
Owner?
I don't know who the principal owner for the Dynamo is. It's not. We know, of course, Rockets, Texans, and Astros. I don't know. This is clearly a Glenn Davis question, Miguel.
Well, yeah, Glenn knows because Glenn knows who fired him basically, but Glenn was like, Glenn didn't care. He was going to tell the truth about the organization.
So Ted Siegel is considered
Siegel?
the majority owner and chairman of the Dynamo.
Glenn was way too honest about the ownership.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yep,
it's tough when you're honest.
It's tough when you speak truths.
Yeah,
difficult. Who's next, AJ?
Travis. He wants to talk about playoff convo.
Let's go, Travis. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys.
¿Qué pasó,
yeah,
mijo?
World Cup's over, man. Let's get off of soccer. Hey, last year, a lot of good teams missed the playoffs. Detroit, Baltimore, Kansas City, Cincinnati, if they were healthy. Who do you foresee going further or having a better record? I personally don't think I think Baltimore. I think Mahomes, put there as bad leg. And having to play Denver and Chargers, I think Baltimore's probably going to have the better record. What do y'all think?
Yeah, Cincinnati is projected to win more. Cincinnati, a lot of people. I don't know if I'm jumping on that Cincinnati bandwagon, tell you the truth. I can't trust Joe right now to be healthy. Just can't trust him. He just doesn't. If he is healthy, would you like Baltimore or Cincinnati more?
I don't know that the Bengals are going to get any stops. Now, they did trade for Dexter Lawrence, but even when Joe's healthy, they put him in spots, and we did the thing where we read some of the numbers where Joe Burrow, what is he like, was he the guy who was 1-30 something when his team is trailing with 8 minutes ago in the game? Their defense has not been good over the course of almost his entire tenure, except for some playoff runs. But is their defense going to get stops? Because Joe can go score 30, but their defense is going to put him in a spot where he has to go score 34. That's tough to do week after week. So I will take tried and true Baltimore. As it stands now, they're 8-9 last year, so they have less to do, I guess, because the Bengals, I think, only won 6 games. I'll take Baltimore to go get themselves back in the playoffs. I don't think much of the AFC North.
You like Baltimore
over the Bengals and the Steelers.
And the Steelers. What about, make the playoffs. Chiefs?
So we had Travis mention Mahomes. He was out there taking reps in 11-on-11, so he'll likely wear a brace throughout the year, but he's out there, so I'm going to assume he'll play.
I just don't think they're as good.
I think their wide receivers are as good as they've really ever been, which is not saying much. And we had this conversation, I think, yesterday about Rashee Rice and his availability. But they lost McDuffie. I don't think they're as good either. But the question is, do you have Denver as the clear one in the AFC West over the Chargers?
I do.
So can they beat the Chargers out for that second spot in the West?
Well, and you could have 3 teams from a division.
Oh, certainly, but
are they okay? Are the Colts a playoff team?
No.
Are the Jags a playoff team?
I think more so than the Colts. So I'll go Colts, Texans.
Are the Bengals a playoff team?
No. And there's 2. Do we think the Patriots are going to be a playoff team?
I don't.
Okay, then there's certainly spots for 2 AFC West teams.
Every
beyond
year,
the Broncos.
Every year it changes, and there will be changes.
Despite
and the Ravens, I like the Ravens being too.
I know it's off the field, but I think that Vrabel thing is going to be an issue.
Yep,
all year long, even though they've added to the wide receiver core.
You think this is the best wide receiver group the Chiefs have had?
I mean, there's been Tyreek and who else when he was there? So yeah, Tyreek at the top clearly, but if Rashee Rice is playing, it's very much like since Tyreek has been gone, and they've done a lot of winning since Tyreek has been gone. That's what I mean, I guess. Post Tyreek, I would say this receiver core stacks up against all the other ones they've had there, which, as I said, wasn't saying much. The Kelsey one is the bigger problem. That there's no way he's going to be as good as he was. And we talked about this. Can Kenneth Walker give them an element that they haven't had? If he does that, I think I'm taking them over the Chargers. If Kenneth Walker can be the guy he was in the postseason, then I like them over the Chargers. But if he isn't, if he's the guy he was in the regular season where he wasn't even the starter and Zach Charbonnet was a starter, then you have every right to believe that, and I know you think a lot of Marion Hampton this year, then you have every right to believe the Chargers are going to be better. Can the Chiefs find a running game that they haven't had? That's my bigger question for them beyond their wide receivers.
Yeah, I'm not big on the Chiefs right now, and I'm not crazy about their wide receiver room. I mean,
like Worthy and Rashee Rice, are they any worse than the guys that they've had post Tyreek? It's kind of the same deal. They've always had the questions about those guys, and they found a way, mostly because Kelsey was their answer, but he's not the answer anymore. So that's why I'm now looking at Kenneth Walker. Can he be a difference maker there? Because the offensive line should be okay, and Mahomes is ready to go. And their defense, they've gone younger at corner. They'll have Mansour Delane from LSU as their starter. They drafted him. They brought Kader Kohu in, and he was a good nickelback with the Dolphins. He got hurt last year, so he'll help in that regard. I think that their defense will be good enough, and their offense will at least have Patrick Mahomes to bail them out of situations if they can run the football. So we'll see.
I wonder how that fan base feels about them moving to Kansas.
Yeah, I don't know how that breaks down. How many people from Kansas travel to their games in Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri? So I don't know. I don't know how that breaks down.
Yeah, I wonder if they feel like abandoned, like Bears fans feel moving to another state. Are pissed about it. Because that's a great home field advantage. We'll see. I'm sure in Kansas it'll be great too. I'm sure maybe those Missouri people will go.
Yeah, how do we know a location where that
Kansas City, Kansas, right?
So what's the trip like then? How big of a trip is it really?
I think it's a trip. But it's not like, yeah. I'm pretty sure they're moving to Kansas City, Kansas, right?
So it's only 7 miles or 7 minutes from Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas. It's not much of a trip.
It's right on the border?
They're right on the border. I was like, yeah. I thought that as a kid growing up that's what I've been told, but I don't remember. Yeah, it's right on the border.
I thought it was a trip.
No,
Okay.
So it's not going to be. If that's where the stadium's going to be located, I don't think they'll much care.
Oh, no, then they don't care.
Yeah.
I thought it was a trip. Okay. I didn't know those two were – I didn't know that they were the same thing, quite frankly. 713-780-3776 is the number you want to get in here. You got one more call, AJ?
He hung up.
He hung up? Okay. Yeah. Well, then let's break. And if you want to get in, 713-780-3776.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. We got a caller right away, gets in immediately. So if you call in, shortest wait times in the business. Who is it? Chris, did you say, AJ?
Yes, sir.
Chris, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, John. Good morning, Dale. I just wanted to ask you guys about our offensive line, what your expectations are. First, are we expected to start some of the rookies that we drafted this year? Do you guys think this offensive line on paper is better than last year? The reason why I'm asking is, I think one reason why we don't really like some of what CJ does is it's the pouty face, and I feel like he has no accountability whatsoever for his play, and he wants to blame it on the offensive line or our offensive coordinator. I don't see him taking accountability. So I'm just wondering if our offensive line is better on paper and you guys expect them to be better, then I'm hoping we can take that away from his arsenal of blaming others rather than looking at himself in the mirror. I just don't hear a whole lot from CJ as far as I sucked in the playoffs, I need to be better. I see him walking into, the stadium this week with that look on his face like, here I go again, another year with the sorry offensive line. I can't do anything about it. It's not my fault. Anyway, what do you guys think about the offensive line? On paper, is it supposed to be better? Are we going to be starting rookies? Thank you.
Well, AJ, get the D'Amico talking about Rutledge. Get that ready for us. Yes, I think this offensive line is going to have an attitude. They're going to have. We've heard about Rutledge and his mean streak, right? I think Wyatt Teller has some of that. He's got a reputation for some of that. Braden Smith has a reputation for some of that. You got to want to, stick people's noses in the dirt. You got to have a badass attitude, and I think it's going to have more so. It will be more so this year. That's what Rutledge has a reputation for. I mean, just burying people, and I think it will be better. Yes, I don't agree with you about CJ not taking any accountability. I don't agree with you. I don't think that he's been. That wasn't my fault. He said his play was bad. His play in the postseason was bad. I mean, he's not going to come out every day and say, well, I suck. But I think he has taken some accountability for it. I don't see him. I've never heard him blaming the offensive line, ever. I mean, I don't know why he was walking in and you're like, oh, the offensive line sucks again this year. We've never heard him say that. Did you hear that? Have you heard that?
He wouldn't have the backing of his team if he was a guy who consistently was the guy that our caller suggested he is. There's no indication that he's that guy. Now, we know that he has had back and forth with OCs, and sometimes, at least behind the scenes, we have been told that CJ will let it be known he's not thrilled with some things, but not about the players. We have not heard that at all, so I don't want to put that on him. As tough as a certain video made him, as tough as that video is, if you have some doubts about him, you look at it and go, oh, okay, here we go again. CJ walking in all sad face, if that was your impression. He doesn't say things about his teammates. We don't hear that. That's not who he has been. As far as the O-line, my question would be, is an attitude enough? If being mean and tough and wanting to punish people, is that going to be enough for an offensive line for the most part? If you just go by what they've been graded as, pretty average. Like Ed Ingram somehow had a great season last year, and I say that because the expectations were he wasn't going to be a good player, and he was. Teller and Smith were at least graded as average offensive linemen over the last couple seasons. Is attitude going to be enough to get them to where they they give us a good running game, which is what D'Amico highlighted yesterday when he spoke. The running game hasn't been good enough. I appreciate people wanting a change in attitude, but what about execution? What about talent? Is Wyatt Teller how
Braden
far
Smith's
past
got talent.
how
Rutledge
far
has
past
talent.
how far past his prime is Wyatt Teller? He hasn't really been a good offensive lineman for a couple of years now. Now he attributed that to maybe becoming complacent in Cleveland because of that environment. Is that all it is, or is he not the guy he once was? I would like to see it. I appreciate what people are saying, because if you wanted to call parts of the Texans offensive line soft, maybe that was a problem. But I'd like to have good players. I don't know that they have a really good offensive lineman. And whatever that starting unit becomes, who's the good player right now?
Well, we'll see. I mean, did we see Ariante improve? Did we see him? He was a serviceable left tackle last year.
I could say I
expect
they'll all
him
be
to take a
serviceable.
step. I expect Braden Smith to be better than anything that than Titus. I expect that. I do. I expect Rutledge to be good. I from what we've seen of him in his college days, he does have that. I think you need this. They need some ship is what they need. And they got some ship. I think Wyatt Teller brings an attitude. I mean, yes, attitude does matter.
Braden Smith was an average tackle last year. Teller was an average guard last year. We've never seen Rutledge play center on at any level. So I understand.
was good.
Ingram was a good player last year. That was the biggest surprise from last season. Credit to him. And Ursary, as you said, was serviceable. I think they have a bunch of serviceable players right now. We will see if the unit being serviceable, at least the individuals being serviceable, become good
and
as
it's
a
more
unit.
important to be a unit than it is to be good individuals. It's more important that they play well as a unit than have a bunch of stars.
I think I don't even need stars. I think there's a ceiling to this line, and if it's an average offensive line, that's better than what we had. And I think at this point, people would take it.
You know what? A couple of years ago, the stupid mistakes that they made, anytime that there was a twist, an end tackle, a twist, they fell. I mean, it was just a stupid line. I think that if they are, if they just are able to protect CJ for a couple, 3 seconds of throw, then it is going to be, and they're able to run block, open some running lanes, and David Montgomery helps that. I think I think that this. I'm hoping, they haven't been good at. Casario's been terrible, actually, but I think these moves do show promise. If you want to know, I'm excited about Braden Smith. I'm excited. I'm more excited about Wyatt Teller than you are, obviously. I think it needed an attitude, and I think Rutledge brings that. I think Teller brings that. I think Braden Smith brings that. I mean, he's a good run blocker, and attitude is awfully important in all of that.
The only thing I will counter with, because I don't disagree, that sure, attitude's important. Good offensive linemen, good ones, don't normally come on the market. The Colts and the Browns decided to move on, and we saw what type of contracts Teller and Braden Smith got. They weren't out of this world. They're very reasonable contracts for what they have been over the last couple of years. I'm not saying they're not improvements. I just don't know how high the ceiling is if we're getting serviceable play from all of them. And maybe you're right. Maybe you get 5 serviceable guys, Kaylee dials it up, and you have an above-average unit, and maybe that's all they need.
Let's hear from D'Amico about Rutledge and the rookie coming in and possibly starting.
When you come out to camp, everybody's competing. So our rookies, if you just attack it the right way, I tell somebody has to be rookie of the year. All right, rookies play well every single year, and it's not where you're trying to go out and attain that. It's just, man, are you just locked in on the small details, what the coaches are asking you to do every day? You have a competitive spirit. You have a willingness and a want to succeed and do great, you're going to do that. So for all of our rookies, Keelan, Marlon, everybody, they just have to come out and just work hard at their craft, and they'll be exactly where we need them to be.
I don't think there's any way that Jake Andrews could beat him up. I just don't think there's any way.
Well, from the people who watch camp, they will make their, at least apparently from day one, Rutledge will have to earn it. He was not running with the ones exclusively. Andrews was getting, at least through the first team segment of the practice, Andrews was out there, and Rutledge was being worked in. So at least right now they're going to make the rookie take that job as opposed to handing it to him.
Right. It's the first day of camp.
Well, they've also had mini camps and other all off season. So I get it. He's the first rounder, big dude, attitude. He fills all the check. He check mark for all the boxes that people want from their old lineman. As it stands now, the Texans are saying, "All right, go out there and block our top unit and see if you can go take that job from Jake Andrews."
Yeah. I just feel like you just can't miss that first round.
They've missed the first round interior offensive lineman. They've done it already.
Well, yeah, but he started right away,
and
it wasn't right.
Is that a clue that maybe they're not going to just hand the job to him and you got to own it? They've already learned their lesson. They did it with Kenyon Green, gave him the job, and that was the disaster. I actually hope that the reason that Rutledge isn't just the number one center right now is because they've learned a lesson. We just can't give him the job despite his draft status. Go out there and take it. We don't think that much of Jake Andrews, at least outside. I don't know what they feel like internally. Obviously, they draft a guy to replace him. But go take it from the guy who has all those starts. And if you do it, that means you earned it, and then that means we're in a good spot.
Mm-hmm. I just feel like we've seen Jake Andrews. Jake Andrews couldn't make it in New England. That's another. I mean, you're going to play a guy, if you're going to talk about Wyatt Teller and guys on the open market that didn't make it with their teams, and good offensive linemen don't get released by teams. Well, Jake Andrews was one of those guys, too.
Well, the Texans have proven they will start a guy who wasn't good for his other team. So why rule it out again?
Well, because you got a first rounder.
No, I mean the Teller and Smith. I mean, the Texans have already proven they'll take a guy who can't play for someone else and start him.
Yeah. We'll see. Breaking here, 713-780-3776. What did we miss today? AJ, you better be ready for this segment. This is where you tell us what we missed today and how stupid we are, okay?
How stupid you are.
No, we are. You're part of the Dell.
Nope.
This is your favorite 2 days of the year when Lance is gone
because
and you get to work with
when
me
I
all
get
day.
asked what we miss, I don't think how stupid one of you is or both of you are. I think, well, one person decided this is the direction of the show, and I go, that one's the stupid one.
Right.
So
but in this case,
no, AJ,
you were deciding.
No, I was not.
Yeah.
AJ, you decide that John's been stupid by whatever you say he missed.
Well, actually, we have missed. Dream Shake sent us a really good quote, Mario Ellie quote, that we will play for you on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
We hit most everything. The Astros, with the sweep, now 500, and with a day off today, probably got in around 6 this morning or so, 5 or 6 this morning, and probably all asleep. So they are good on them. They got to feel good about themselves. That was a nice road trip where they took 5 out of 6 from the White Sox and the Angels, and now they're home with the division leaders, Texas, arch rivals, and you got a big weekend series. That'll be fun. This is going to be fun this weekend. Still a couple months left in the season, so not crucial, but it sure would be nice to, for the first time, take over this division and have everybody else looking up at them.
See, I like to think of some of the Astros as party guys. You think they went to sleep? Okay. I like to think of Lamont Wade as a guy who's going to, like, Prospect Park or something tonight. I don't want everybody on the Astros to be a lame. Like, well, can some of the guys?
Well, I mean, he's sleeping now.
Yeah, I know he got in late, but I don't. I like to think of some of these guys.
He went straight to the party after
when they
he got off the plane at 6?
When they got in, everybody's closed. But tonight.
Oh, yeah. Well, and then they can sleep in because they got a night game tomorrow. Yeah. No, I'm hoping. Oh, I hope they all are doing all kinds of drugs and
I don't know all about that. That's what I didn't say drugs.
Okay. Just, I mean, you want them to go up, be out there, doing blow all night.
Didn't say anything about coke. No one said anything about coke. That's what you're putting on them.
You're the one.
I said I like to think of maybe Lamont Wade at Prospect Park. That's all. Didn't say anything about coke. That's you adding hard drugs to the mix.
Well, I mean, if you're going to party, you might as well go for it. What the hell?
You have been able to party without doing coke, right?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Okay. Let's do a percentage.
Okay.
Out of the nights that you party, how many times is it elevated by coke, John?
I don't want to put numbers on things.
Okay. You don't want to limit yourself when it comes to the nights you do coke? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Understood.
So
I would have gone with I'm not incriminating myself.
You're going to put him on partying. Let's go.
No, I think a drink or two, hanging out, meeting people. He's in a new city.
You want Lamont Wade Jr. out at Prospect Park finding some stuff?
I didn't even say that. That's on you.
All right. Mario Ellie, good friend of the show, been with us for years. Used to be a regular. He was interviewed. Who's Willie D?
I don't know.
He was on a podcast with Willie D. Would that be
Willie D's a rapper? Is that the Willie D you're talking about?
At this point,
he's from Houston.
He is
Ghetto Boys.
Okay.
Yeah, Willie D's.
Does he have a podcast?
I didn't know that. Maybe he does.
Mario Ellie was on it. Asked about what about playing against Jordan, and here's what he had to say.
Well, Archie, none of us backed down from there. Nobody was scared of him. We love competing against him. That's why you're in the NBA for it. All these guys want to join each other well and play with each other. No, I want to beat you. LeBron, you say you the GOAT. Why you joining Bosh and, you know what I'm saying? We wasn't doing that in the 90s. Like Dream calling Jordan up. You want to link up? And calling Bird and Magic up. Y'all want to link up and play? You hear those old school dudes talk. They don't want to. I want to beat you. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to join you. These boys want it easy right now. It's the AAU era right now, Will. Everybody want it easy. LeBron want Anthony Davis. Who else you want, LeBron? You talking about you to go. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? So, great player, love him. But everybody want to play buddy ball, instead of just having elite competition.
That's hard to disagree with that.
I don't remember exactly because I was a young kid in the 90s, but was player movement even available like that, like it is, like when LeBron
Charles
did it?
Moved. Yeah, Charles moved.
But, Charles Barkley wound up with Hakeem. So did Scottie Pippen. It happened.
Yeah.
guys wound up playing with other stars.
But older for the most part.
But
yeah, Bob McAdoo moved late in his career. Bill Walton moved late in his career. Charles
don't know how open.
Charles moved because he was a wild man in Philadelphia.
I just don't remember how free agency went back then. Could you even make something like that happen? I don't remember. I just don't know.
Yeah, you could have. Yeah, but it didn't seem to happen. It didn't. Charles could have gone to the Bulls, but it didn't. It didn't happen. He went to the Suns, and he and Kevin Johnson had a nice run. They just couldn't get over the top.
Was he traded or was he a free agent?
I don't remember. I'm pretty sure he was a free. I don't remember. I don't remember how it worked out. But it was the first of it happening. Actually, was Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen.
Yeah, LeBron catches the brunt of that, but that was engineered for all three of those guys to be on the team. Now, it happened through trade, but Kevin Garnett had a say. He was the star of Minnesota. If he had said, no, I don't want to go to Boston, they wouldn't have traded him to Boston.
Right.
But I guess because, LeBron had the decision, all that stuff that highlighted it, but there were opportunities for guys to make moves like that, and Kevin Garnett took advantage of it. He was tired of not winning in Minnesota and saw an opportunity, and McHale, being the guy who was running that team, did his old team a favor.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, that was really the first of it, that of joining forces, and that's I don't know if it's the new game, but yeah, back in the day, you just tried. You stayed with your team, and if you were good enough, and you hoped the general manager would make the right moves. Yeah, I mean,
so he was traded to the Suns.
Yeah,
Charles Barkley was.
He was traded.
Yes,
but it was probably a forced trade, if I remember correctly.
That the Sixers were done with him because of his issues in Philly.
He had issues.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know that he wanted to be there. They weren't. He wanted to win, and they weren't winning. It was right after 83. They won it with Moses Malone and Doc, and they had a pretty Maurice Cheeks, and then he came along, and they weren't the same. It wasn't the same. Well, Art says we missed the Daniela Guzman story.
Yeah,
she was suspended by KPRC because she got free World Cup tickets and Bruno Mars tickets. World Cup was the Sports Authority. If you're an anchor, you cannot take free tickets, especially from an organization that you might have to cover.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't do that. We could do that. We're not journalists.
Not
we
a
could
chance.
Take tickets.
We're journalists.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out the conflict, so she had to report on the Houston Sports Authority. Would she give them favorable coverage because they gave her tickets? And
exactly.
So, as a journalist, as an anchor for a local news station, you're not allowed to take freebies from.
We can take. If anybody wants to give us tickets, I'll take them. Hey, Sports Authority, did I get World Cup tickets from you? No.
You talking about them doesn't have the same type of impact. But Art makes a good point. Based on Judge Granato's ruling,
she's free.
Is she guilty or not?
Not guilty.
Okay. Danielle Guzman, not suspended.
Not suspended.
If you were running KPRC.
Yeah. No. She's not guilty. It's okay, Danielle. It's all right. Can you give the tickets back?
No, the World Cup is over. The Bruno Mars concert is over. She cannot give the tickets back.
Can you forget you went?
What? You want her mind wiped so she doesn't have the memories anymore?
Yep. And so
do we have that technology?
You never saw.
You're asking for her to get a lobotomy is what you're saying.
Right.
I don't know. I think she would take the suspension. Over being lobotomized.
Then over the lobotomy?
Yeah, I think she'll take the suspension. She's not fired, right? It's a suspension, or is it still under review?
She's suspended.
Okay, so she will be able to return.
It's a fireable offense, though.
Yeah,
it is.
It is. It's not what you're supposed to do.
No, it's not what you're supposed to do.
But you know what? If it came down to it, and I was working for KPRC, I wouldn't have known not to do it. Someone would have to told me.
Well, but you're not a news anchor. You learned that
But
early
even
on.
they tell you in a meeting, hey, don't take free stuff.
Yeah.
We get in meetings and they hey, take free stuff. Hey, if you need something
I
free,
used to
take
take
it.
all kinds of free stuff when I was an anchor, a television anchor.
Don't incriminate yourself.
I
John.
don't. It's past. Okay.
I want retroactively for you to be punished now because you admitted to it. What did
I
you
admitted
take?
to it. Yes, I took all
list
kinds
something
of
you took.
Free tickets, free meals.
And did you go
out
soft?
to when I was.
Were you soft on the
I
people?
go to the racetrack and get they buy my dinner and everything. Yeah.
And when
right.
you needed to report on them, were you fair?
Oh, I was always positive.
Okay.
I was always positive.
So you can be bought pretty easily.
Easily.
All right.
What? Like this is news.
For the kids, maybe they had
you gotta
some
have
thoughts
more
about
scruples
you
than me,
and
kids.
They thought you had scruples.
No, I'm scrupulous, right?
Unscrupulous.
Like this is unscrupulous.
Yeah.
Is there a scrupulous? No, it's unscrupulous.
If it's unscrupulous, don't you have to be scrupulous as well?
I don't know.
Yeah, scrupulous is a word. You can be scrupulous, extremely honest, fair, careful to do what's right and moral. Yeah, that's not you.
Unscrupulous.
That's not you at all.
Right.
Not honest, not right or moral, and never precise with the small details.
Never.
In fact, you have a whole segment where you don't care exactly what's going on. You just pose ridiculous questions to the people. Me and Lance.
Right.
We'll get to that segment next. It's News of the Weird, and John will ask questions and not read the story that he's asking the questions about.
I got the headline.
Well,
That's enough.
They teach you not to just read the headline.
I know, but again,
not a journalist. Not
a journalist. Never have been, really. If you want to know the truth, yes, I broke all the rules. Okay, I did. What? Next. Okay, that's all. News of the Weird coming your way next. Don't go anywhere. All right, boys. Need your opinion on this one. A relationship drama has divided the internet after a woman was caught using a customized adult toy featuring Premier League star Erling Haaland, leading her partner to accuse her of cheating. If you put Erling Haaland's face on your toy, is that cheating?
AJ, you want to take this one?
I'm about to
AJ,
say you do this first.
What's that?
He didn't want to answer it either. Is
I
it,
was
is
gonna
it
say him do it
cheating
first.
if you put a picture of a famous person on your sex toy? No. What's the difference? Unless you are willing to allow her to accuse you of cheating by watching whatever you're watching, and if she calls it cheating, you agree with it. No, it's not cheating. You can't do that. What's fair is fair.
AJ, I see your face.
He doesn't want to get involved. You know he's a man of God. He just did the CJ
I
thing
know,
earlier.
we'll talk about it. I just prefer them not to do that. Like, yeah, if we're married, like, I mean, self-explanatory.
Understood. You don't want it to happen, but it just.
What if it's your girlfriend?
He doesn't want that either. You don't want
You don't
that.
need
No,
that in your life?
Your options open.
Who actually wants that? Who actually wants to know that your significant other is not, well, use a sex toy, whatever, do what you got to do, but it's putting the face of someone on it? No one wants that. Who's looking for that?
Yeah. I don't know. It just feels like, I kind of feel like you're cheating if you're thinking about Erling Haaland instead of me.
That's why I said, what is this relationship like? Is she accusing you of the same just because you might have a particular video up or whatever? If she is, then you can accuse her. But if she's not, we keep it moving. I mean, it's odd that you would put the Viking on the toy, but whatever.
Yeah, I guess people do weirder stuff than that.
Oh, you've told us about weirder stuff than that.
Yeah, there's a lot
as
of
far
weird,
as news of the weird is
there's
concerned.
a lot of weird stuff out there. A 32-year-old woman and a 75-year-old man busted for allegedly having loud sex in front of children in an apartment complex pool in Texas, Waco, Texas. Which is grosser? The 32-year-old woman and the 75-year-old man in the pool, or doing it in front of the kids?
I think the kids thing makes it kind of I don't know. Does it make it illegal? I don't know. I think it's the kids thing.
It's a lewd act.
Yeah,
so it
then
is illegal.
the kid.
It should be illegal anyway, though.
You have a problem with that big of an age gap?
I'm looking at the two people. I have a problem. Period.
Oh,
Guilty.
with just both of them. All
Guilty.
right. I don't look. Love is love, John. Love is love. The worst part is you committing the lewd act.
You sure there weren't drugs or alcohol involved in this? You sure it's love?
You read the story, John. You've got it in front of you. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's not love.
Well, lust is lust, then. I don't really care.
Well,
I
think there might have been some
drugs, lust. You're just suggesting Astros do coke, so you have no leg to stand on.
Yeah. No, I did not. You're the one that
Nope.
wanted them out partying at 6 in the morning when
I
they got
said
home.
Prospect Park. I didn't say anything about drugs. You brought the coke into the conversation.
Probably you don't know what's going on at Prospect Park.
So you don't have a problem with the drugs. So why are you saying it's a problem now?
I have a problem with the 32-year-old and a 75-year-old man in a public pool when they look like that.
Do whatever you want. Just make sure kids aren't around.
Yeah. Don't do it in the public pool, first of all. Other people have to swim in that.
Worse bodily things have come out in that
Well,
pool than whatever they were doing.
Again, I'm looking at the two of them. Guilty. Guilty.
Hey, you're very judgmental. That's all. Keep it
That's
moving. Let the less attractive people have sex too. It has to happen. You know it does.
No, it doesn't. We could start, a civilization of, those people don't have relations.
I mean, they can have sex. They don't
Make
have to
it a prettier world.
Look,
Del.
I don't
We can
mind.
Make it a prettier world.
I'm always against procreation, no matter what people look like. Honestly, stop having kids. They're annoying, just like you.
Well,
trust me. The number of times an annoying couple people are creating annoying kids, it's high.
Oh yeah. AJ's like, hey, enough of this silliness. All right, I want out of here.
Oh, AJ's got a big day. He's got a Spider-Man movie to get to.
AJ, you going to see Spider-Man?
So am I.
Today and tomorrow.
Everybody on this side.
Is this a new one?
Yeah, it's a brand new day coming out. Well, it's out now. Michael has seen it because he reviews movies. Sean is seeing it today. I'm seeing it today. AJ seeing it today. We're all seeing Spider-Man. John,
You all going to the same? You're going to sit next to each other and share popcorns?
No, AJ's gonna be popcorns. AJ's gone. Sean has to stay after me after I leave. We're all going to different theaters at different times.
Well, AJ's like, well, shut up because I got to get to the movies.
Well, the movie,
right?
he's going like after noon. Afternoon, he'll be fine.
Well,
He's got plenty of
eat
time.
First. Gonna eat. You gonna eat popcorn at the movie, AJ?
For sure. Favorite snack.
That's it. There it is. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. We will talk to you again tomorrow. Bye.
Welcome into the show. We continue on, at least I do. A little different than yesterday where Sean was here from 7 on. He's here now. AJ is gone for the day. Thanks to AJ for filling in. AJ, the first of us who will get to see Spider-Man. They were having a conversation in there as AJ has been warned, or at least instructed by Sean, not to spoil because, come on, don't be that person. And AJ's not that person.
He's definitely not. I mostly just wanted to say,
with great power comes great responsibility.
yeah, because he's the first to see it. He has a great power.
Well, Michael has been able to not tell us anything, too. But he's in a different class because he's a reviewer now.
I know, yeah.
He gets screeners, or he gets to go to screenings, excuse me.
Yeah. He's up here.
He's a critic.
He's
now.
up here. We're down here.
He's got the letterbox.
He lets us know.
Yeah, we will talk to Michael tomorrow. He'll give he came in adjusting a non-existent tie. We will talk to Michael tomorrow.
I love this off mic, off camera.
I appreciate it.
It breaks up. Show for us.
It breaks up the monotony. I've been here doing this since 7. I appreciate when he walks in to just to mime something. Michael will speak tomorrow. Not speaking today on the mic, but he'll join us at 11:30 to give a non-spoilery review of Spider-Man and likely tell you to go watch it because if he's like everyone else, they are giving this good reviews. Best Spider-Man movie since Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2 back in the Tobey Maguire era of Spider-Man. That's what I've seen, and the reviews reflect that. So AJ will see it, then I will see it, and then Sean will see it. He just how it goes with our schedules.
How the cookie crumbles.
We'll all get to see it today, and then we'll talk about it in the way that we can tomorrow because we're not about spoiling things for people. As far as what happened in sports last night, they did something that people said they couldn't do, and by people I mean me. I didn't think they'd get back to 500 this year, and they have. The Astros at 500 after beating the Angels once again. And this isn't something that is it is groundbreaking to say the Angels stink. Like, just forget about, okay, the schedule tells you they're a bad team. Of course, we know. But when you don't watch them every day, you don't really know how they get to be as bad as they are. You don't know how the record is what it is. You can
how the sausage gets
made.
Yeah,
you get to see the batting averages, the OPS, the ERA. You get to see that stuff and go, okay, that's a bad baseball team. But then you watch them play.
Yeah,
they are atrocious. How many extra outs did they given the Astros over the course of 3 games?
That's what it is. It's like they're not just bad. They are bad, but they're not just bad. They're also like
comically bad.
They make losing play. I was going to call them losers.
Yeah, they make losing plays.
They make losing plays consistently. Like Altuve scoring from first on a pop-up that gets dropped by the first baseman. Just like, what are we doing? I don't know how Kurt Suzuki doesn't go full Danny Glover in Angels in the Outfield and just like wrecks the clubhouse on a nightly basis. I guess because whatever, last night or 2 nights ago, he cost them the game.
He's part of the problem. So what's he gonna do?
He's
about
not exactly George Knox.
Knox was a legend.
He was.
Suzuki
former
not so
catcher.
much.
I guess they're both former catchers.
Yeah, Suzuki not so much. And his ball club, while they gifted the Astros game 1 of the series, nothing reached to that level. But over the course of 3 games, it's just like an extra out here, an extra out there. You can't dig out a throw to first that would have ended an inning.
Yeah.
It lets a run score. It's all the things that lead to losing baseball. And for any Angel fan that is watching this team on a night-to-night basis, first of all, go with God.
Tip of the cap.
Yeah, kudos. Also, are you tracking the number of losing plays this team makes? The number of extra outs they give teams in a series?
They should have won the series.
Yeah.
Game 1, they
definitely should have won.
Game 2, it's like 50-50. I mean, it's don't pitch Jordan Alvarez, but it's still tied at that point. Even if you don't, and the same things happen. And then last night, it's another one where it's like they made so many losing plays that it's like I kind of think that they shouldn't have won, even though the Astros won. I mean,
7-4 the final.
Relatively.
If the Angels are a normal bad baseball team, like the Astros had been
at points,
at points, they win the series. But instead, they are a level of bad that leads the 2 major beat writers in this town one quote tweets the other one, just saying, "Yeah, they're terrible.
This team stinks."
Yeah.
Yeah. That no matter how bad the Astros are, it's like, oh, okay, this is how the real basement lives.
Yeah, the Astros, when they're bad, they don't hit, they don't pitch. Okay.
Yeah.
But the things that the Angels do to lose baseball games, thank you. First of all, I like to thank them for it.
Yeah,
But
for
it's a mess. And we got a taste of it over 3 games. All games that are starting late for us, and because they're relatively close, we're watching them throughout. And you just get to see.
How's Mike Trout done 15 years of this?
And never requested a trade. Right?
At a certain point, it reflects poorly on him. I'll
It's
just say that.
like Dame, you think at some point.
like Dame, like
all the running from the grind
like
stuff.
Giannis. Like at a certain point, it's like, all right, dude, enough's enough. Devin Booker's getting to that point too, where I'm like, so you're just okay, never okay, all right, cool, whatever. Same thing, Mike Trout. Like, so you're just never gonna play in the playoffs again? All right, sure, if that's what you want. I won't tell you how to live, but it's not how I would do it.
But the check's still cash, and living in Southern California is pretty fun.
Yeah,
I've talked about it. Then he can fly into Philly.
He can
to
just
watch
walk
his
around
favorite teams play.
Walk around Los Angeles and like no one
Yeah, if he wants to live in anonymity, which some people certainly enjoy, it's a place to do it. First of all,
he's not a Dodger.
First of all, he's a big guy, but he's not that. If he's not wearing a uniform, how many people who are going to know who he is, particularly when he plays for an Angels team that no one cares about? I grew up in Southern California, and the Angels were my team. I didn't care for the Dodgers after a certain point, and I rooted for them. And I was there when they won, or maybe I was here. No, I was there when they won their one World Series.
Rally Monkey.
Yeah, I remember Garrett Anderson
K-Rod.
and others. Yeah, and Troy Percival, all of them.
Yeah, what a team.
Yeah, they were good. That was the time. That one time they were good.
What a team.
They took out Barry Bonds and the Giants in that World Series. I think it went to 7 in that World Series. So I was there for that. I was excited. But the team has had very little juice since. They made a couple playoff appearances, but the Mike Trout making three playoff appearances in his entire career.
3 playoff games.
Yeah, 3 playoff games, 3 in his entire career. And they've been a non-factor for almost 20 years. And while the Dodgers are going to get Scooble, the Dodgers will continue. They have Passon's reporting that unless something unforeseen happens, those aren't his exact words, but that's what he's intimating, that Scooble's likely to be a Dodger.
Yeah.
The most amazing thing is that they had Ohtani. That they actually had Ohtani at one point. The fact that Ohtani was an Angel at one point is actually underrated as far as how unlikely it should be considered.
Okay, this will sound, because it is, disrespectful to the LA Angels as a franchise. Would they be more successful if they were legitimately LA Dodgers too? If it was just the the junior squad,
like how MLS has they have teams just named after the top teams they play in the lower
If
division.
it was legitimately just the feeder team for the Dodgers.
And once their best players came of age or whatever, they got to a point where the Dodgers really wanted them.
Yes. So
if the Dodgers ran the Angels, is what you're saying.
Whatever prospects are going to be in the Scooble trade, instead of being in LA or in OKC, like their AAA team, they're actually just on the Angels. Like, are they worse?
So you're asking if the Real Madrid reserves
basically
could compete in La Liga.
Yes.
Which they could. So, yes, if the Dodgers reserves, the ones that either are young or even older, but the Dodgers just plant them.
Getting squeezed out of the rotation.
Because they just get better players. Like Scooble's coming, so someone's got to leave.
Snell.
Yeah.
Glass now. Ohtani when he pitches.
Yes. The Dodgers reserves would be better than the Angels.
Yeah.
No question about it.
Never mind, like you get a rehab start every once in a while.
Yeah. Ohtani's coming back. He's gonna just go pitch for LA Dodgers 2. Yeah. They'd be a better Major League team.
God.
Instead, and fortunately for us,
I know
it's just the Angels and the Astros sweep the series. They're at 500. The Rangers lost yesterday as well, so they're within a game. The Rangers have a game today, and the Astros have the day off. So we will either be within a half a game when that series begins, or a game and a half as the Rangers complete their series, I believe, against the Rays. So a good start to the week, and they did what they had to do, thanks in large part to the Angels. Wozniacki on the mound last night did not start great, but found his way.
Yeah.
It was tough early for him as he was making his return, but once he got settled in, he took advantage of a bad Angels lineup as he should, and was able to work through it and do what he needed to do. So that was a nice bounce back to see the resiliency, not just from coming back from his injury, but also from a rough start. We have seen pitchers in that Astros uniform kind of implode as things got tough. Wisniewski not among them, as it didn't take very long for those 3 runs to be given up, but after that, he was good, and he gets the win. So nice return for him. Walked a couple, struck out 4, and is the winner. And shout out to Brian Abreu, who has found his way after going away, whether you think it was an actual injury or just simply, hey, go get your head right, away from the team. He has certainly done that as he continues to bounce back. He looks like the Abreu people thought would be the 8th man and leading into Hader in the 9th, which was supposed to be one of the deadlier combos of baseball. He has returned to form. So you're getting plus pitching performances from your setup man, and certainly he can step in there and close now when Hader's not available. You've got Pena doing his thing again. He was only 3 for 15 in the series, but he did have a home run. He drove in a run, I think 2 nights ago, or was it Monday? I forgot. But he didn't have a great series overall, but he did have some moments, and it leads to the series sweep. So Astros day off today, and then big series, and it should not determine what they do as far as the trade deadline is concerned. Really, no matter what happens, you're going to be in the race and be in contention. So whatever is done should just be an add-on, and the series will just determine where you are, either in first or still in second, coming out of it over the weekend. So nice to see the team continue to win. I am only concerned that we're going to get more of Ben Verlander inevitable Astros talk. That's the only thing I wish did not come with this particular stretch of playing good baseball. I know he's already predicted they'll make the playoffs, so I assume he is laser focused on what the Astros do. I would just hope for a team who's 55-55, we don't get any inevitable talk from him.
He did it earlier this season, right?
He did do
and
that.
This is the first time they've been 500 since they were
so I can't rule it out.
5-5.
I can't rule it out.
So he has already jumped the gun at least once of the Astros are inevitable talk. I could do without until
how about they take the division lead, and then I won't like it.
Yeah,
but at least it's more acceptable.
That's I was gonna say until they've clinched a playoff spot, but I think that's more of a reasonable goal for
when it comes to Verlander.
Yeah,
and his farming for likes and interactions from the Astros fans.
Yes, if they are in playoff position at the end of any day, at the end of the day, not they play at 2 and have a share of the lead, and then the Mariners or Rangers play at 9 o'clock.
And they win, and they take it back.
They beat the Angels and whatever.
Wait for the final pitch to be thrown in the AL West, and if the Astros are leading the division as ESPN updates their standings, then he can tweet out whatever thing he wants to tweet out.
I went to his account. Coach Kurt 25 at Coach Kurt tweeted at Ben Verlander told y'all. Quote tweeting a Astros sweep the series to move back to 500, retweeted by Brandon Verlander. So he personally didn't do it, but he's doing.
He allowed someone else to do the work for him.
The victory lap.
Yeah, let's just say it's a little early for victory laps, but the team
are playing well.
And big series. It'll be fun.
Yeah, playing.
We'll see.
I mean,
do people show up?
I think so. I mean,
it's a weekend series.
Yeah, I think.
Let's see. I'll be interested to see if this recent run has gotten people to be more excited. Look, I get it when the Marlins are in town. You're not looking to see the Marlins play baseball.
Yeah, I think it being Texas.
Yeah, Texas, and I'm sure there'll be Texas people and the Rangers fans in the crowd too. So we'll have to deal with that. But all of a sudden, we are talking about a 500 baseball team who is well within their rights to believe they can go win the AL West, and we'll see what they do to supplement this roster.
Yeah.
And because
Rangers
despite,
already made a move.
Yeah, despite how well they're playing, they do need some help. The
They
Astros do.
Yeah. We'll see.
We'll see. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will get into some Texans because they're back, and there's a lot of comments. CJ sat down with CBS. He had his contract situation brought up by Adam Schefter on ESPN, so a lot to get to involving the Texans and CJ Stroud. And I'm going to ask, maybe, Sean, how to avoid a certain segment of Texans Twitter. I will ask you how when we come back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
Let's get to Eric here. He wants to talk about a couple of the big topics of the day. What's up, Eric?
You guys, I heard some rumblings that I know I mentioned it yesterday, that the Astros are closing the deal to trade JP3 to the Red Sox. I don't know if that's true or not, but they're pretty close to closing that deal. And why is C.J. Stroud looking like a seventh grader and like a bag of milk on a training camp? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, you did call in about this yesterday, and I believe I tried to refute what you're saying because the Astros have done that. Jeremy Pena not being traded, at least as of most recent reports.
We'll see Monday afternoon.
Yeah, Eric, maybe your rumblings will be confirmed by Monday afternoon, but as of now, there is no expectation that Jeremy Pena is going anywhere. Maybe the 3 for 15 series turn the Astros off, and they'll send him to Boston. Hey, we got the best out of him. Here, Red Sox are going to dupe you into taking him. But
there you go.
As it stands right now,
we promise he doesn't have broken wrist like the other guy that they traded for.
Yeah, we swear
they traded for someone.
We won't treat you like the Nationals treated you.
Yeah, and just immediately IL.
Yeah. But as it stands now, expect Jeremy Pena to help, or at least be around to try to help the Astros win the division.
Yes.
As far as what CJ looks like, look, we've all, well, at least a lot of us, 19 million of us or so, maybe not that much. People have watched it over and over again. So maybe not 19 million different people.
I've definitely contributed to like at least 100.
Yeah, so it probably isn't 19 million people. I don't even know what the number is now. That's where it was when we started the show this morning. But yes, that video is not complimentary to CJ, but he's walking around at Texans camp now in shirts, in a jersey with no pads and a helmet on and some shorts. He doesn't look like the guy you saw in
Team
that video.
gear.
It is a unfortunate way to start this cycle of Texans football for the internet. For the Texans themselves, it does not matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter to CJ. And he has been interviewed on video from the likes of Evan Washburn. He's been in front of the media, and he doesn't look like a bag of milk or whatever you just said.
Yes, it's at 20 million now.
Okay.
And I've only heard a bag of milk used to describe I'll say people closer to my complexion than CJ's.
I've heard people called milkmen.
Yes.
For different reasons.
Yes.
But bag of milk is unique as far as the description.
Yeah.
A descriptor of someone.
I feel like it is, I don't know. I feel like it's a Caucasian insult. It's an insult towards Caucasians.
Generally. But Eric cannot be put into any box. He'll say it and use it against anyone. And the video is not great. That's all I can say.
Okay. He has to walk, I assume he has to park his car and then walk into the thing every day. Walk into the facility every day. Let's get another video. Like
it doesn't matter.
Try to drown it out.
It's too late.
Or lean into it.
What are you going to do?
Or lean into it.
Well, how do you lean into the video? Like what do you do?
He keeps dressing progressively and progressively
bigger clothes.
Baggier clothes.
He looks like he's part of he's juvenile from the late 90s.
Exactly.
Yeah, you think
that's
that?
exactly
okay.
What
And Lil Wayne
just wearing like a fitted sheet.
Like the TJ Ford shorts.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah, like that. Okay.
Or he spends 2 hours in a movie level makeup chair, and he applies the prosthetics that Mike Myers had when he portrayed Fat Bastard in the movie Austin Powers.
I think they just like it to go away.
Okay.
I mean, they won't delete the video. They won't admit their mistake.
No, because you can't.
You can't do that at this point. Then people.
It's so much worse if you delete.
Yeah,
you gotta keep it up.
You gotta pretend like whatever people are saying or seeing isn't real.
But if he dressed up as Fat Bastard, and now he then would have to take off all the prosthetics and then practice football.
Yeah, it's a little
Maybe
much.
that won't work out, but
And for a guy who's supposed to be
all about business.
all about focus on football, family,
Yeah.
and his faith, which is, I believe, one of the quotes from yesterday. I don't think you can. I don't think you can add fat bastard, another F to the mix.
Faith, family,
and fat
football,
bastard,
football, and
yeah.
fat bastard.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that
in that order.
I think you just have to let it ride and go. You know what? I'll throw darts. I'll get Gruden to shred him shroud, and we'll be good. That's all. And we got a month plus before he can do any of that, as we don't expect to see him play at all during preseason. The most work he's going to get is likely the joint practices. But we're all going to wait to the season to see if we have a different C.J. Stroud, which has been suggested by all the comments with how focused he is, not just the words he has said, but the teammates and his coaches. Okay, we will get to some sound later. We've been distracted by Eric's call. That's no surprise. But the question I have for you, Sean, maybe you know better than I. Because it's Texans season, or at least we're approaching it, I'm looking up things, and I get a lot of Texans news, whether it be from reporters or from the team social media accounts.
Fans.
That's that's my problem. Is there any way to avoid the Texan aggregators who are simply typing things and using videos to get interactions? Because I'm just scrolling. Oh, look, there's Adam Schefter on Pat McAfee talking about a potential contract extension. CJ sat down with Evan Washburn. I see that, and then coming across my timeline is a video grabbed from the Texans side of CJ taking some snaps and the caption is future Super Bowl MVP, future world champion. I'm like, all right, cut it out. Is there any way to get away from the guys simply typing things so people will click on, get a reply as they try to make a couple pennies from Twitter?
Either I'll either get the likes and retweets from people who agree with me, or I'll get the quote tweets from people dunking on me.
Yeah.
That genre of
I'm looking,
fandom.
For example, I got Jonathan Alexander, who's out at camp. And he's got a video of some
respected journalist.
7-on-7 stuff. That's good. I know if I click on it, what I also gonna get is from Texans Domination 34, a potential. Hey, he'll probably have the video and he'll quote it up. That's my quarterback. Everyone hating on him should come correct and apologize. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is there any way to remove that? Give me a filter. What do I type in so I can just get straight
facts only?
Facts only. All killer, no filler, as they say. Is there any way? Am I just going to be inundated? Because
I think you're just going to be. Now you can do the on the right side, the little 3 dots, and then show less of this.
Yeah.
show less of, and then there's an option where it's show less of this account. And
I know I can mute an account.
Yeah, that might have.
Maybe that's the only way you go about it.
Yeah,
that's a lengthy.
But then
process.
you're not getting the what the streets are saying about the Texans.
I don't really care about the streets when it comes to the Texans. The streets don't say very much of any consequence, honestly.
It's also very reactive.
Yeah.
If I watch the games, I kind of know what the streets are saying.
What do I need from the streets when they've got 17 games a year I can look at and then make informed
opinion. That might be the way.
Yeah.
That might be what.
You know what? It's just part of the gig. I would just like to not be bothered by.
I kind of like seeing it.
I don't like those clips or those captions.
So I'm joking about not knowing what the streets are saying, but I do kind of like, because we do get into a little bit of a bubble.
Certainly.
Of journalists and also us that follow the team closely and in a somewhat professional way. In our case, somewhat professional.
Very somewhat.
Bordering on unprofessional.
Oh, there's half a step away from crossing that border.
and we get caught up in our own way that we discuss the team and the questions we have, and then every once in a while I'll talk to a person at a party.
Supremely positive about the team, right?
Yeah, I'll talk to a person at the party. I'm like, you know what? I've never thought of it that way, and because it's just not, they don't interact with it on the same level. So I do kind of like seeing a little bit of the.
Okay. Maybe
voice of the people.
Maybe you're talking me down from all the frustration.
It does get
that's
annoying
building
though.
up. Yeah,
it does get annoying. I think Rockets might be more. I don't know. Astros is also annoying. Astros Twitter is the most annoying.
Well,
I see the least of it.
They've been bolstered by the fact that their team wins a lot. So
Yeah.
I know where that potentially annoying conversation is coming from. Okay, when we get back, we'll hear from Adam Schefter because he is suggesting that a contract for CJ is a little closer than certainly what felt apparent coming into camp. And maybe that's from the Texans. We'll see if the Texans number is anywhere close to what CJ wants. And so we'll hear from Schefter. He was on Pat McAfee yesterday, so we'll get to some more Texans talk when we come back.
You're listening to the Dale Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Dale Olalea.
So we will hear from Adam Schefter here on the potential for a deal getting done for CJ this summer. A guy who's not getting a deal done is Baker Mayfield. He set a deadline for a deal to get done with the Bucs. That deadline has passed. He sat down in front of the media today, and some of the words he used were very disappointing, disrespected, and undervalued. So that name has been thrown out as, hey, if it doesn't work out with CJ, what about Baker Mayfield? And depending on how you feel about Baker, that might be appealing to you or not. That was more of a hypothetical because there was always a thought that the Bucs would come to an agreement with him. That was always possible. As it stands right now, Baker is saying no more negotiating. It's all about ball going forward. I'm not going to answer any more questions about it. So perhaps Baker Mayfield will be someone that either enters free agency next year or gets a giant deal from the Bucs because he has a big year. That's what he's saying. Look, he said something along the lines of, it's just gonna hurt more when I have a big year and you have to pay me. I will tell Baker Mayfield those are the words that Tyler Hero said.
Well, yeah.
when the Heat didn't give him an extension when they were able to, and of course now he's a Milwaukee Buck. What are you pointing to?
Baker needs that chip. That chip.
He
on
does
that
need
shoulder.
a chip on the shoulder.
He
Maybe
needs that chip on
the
the
Bucks know more than they're letting on. Baker needs to feel disrespected as opposed to compensated.
Yeah.
And they'll get the best Baker they can.
I mean, if I'm the GM of the Bucks, I might actually just be like, look around, just be like, actually, let's not pay him, so we get an awesome year from him, and then we'll just pay him after the season.
Yeah. Has he sat down
or franchise him? Yeah, he's of that level where you can mess around with this contract a little bit. He's not so good. He's not Lamar Jackson where it's like just get the deal done.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, let's play some mental games with him.
Yeah, he said that he's been told he's a franchise quarterback. He believes he's a franchise quarterback.
Not paid like
he said he's been told publicly and personally that he's a franchise quarterback by the Bucks, and they're not paying him in that way. So now it's just about ball for him and the Bucks. We'll see what Baker has. If it's a revenge tour against his own front office, we'll see. All right, let's get to Adam Schefter, known newsbreaker, the big newsbreaker in the NFL. He is under a bit of fire for his level of reporting on the Kyle Shanahan situation, but the checks will still clear for Adam Schefter. He'll be fine. Here's Schefter on Pat McAfee on a potential Stroud contract extension.
The organization is absolutely behind him, and the organization would like to get him re-signed to a contract. And even though he did not walk in with the swagger and the aura that people are looking for, the Texans are behind the guy. Like, he's their quarterback moving forward, and I think they're going to try to move ahead with a contract extension this summer. And again, Nick Caserio, the Texans general manager, came out this morning and said that they've had conversations. They want to get that deal done. It doesn't sound like they've made a whole lot of progress yet, but I think it's something the Texans are going to keep trying to work at. And boy, I had no idea that walking into a training facility would cause all kinds of reactions like that. Pat.
Well, I think people are fresh.
So you heard Schefter initially talk about the way he walked in, because that was the preamble as McAfee and his crew were talking about how CJ looked. It's a thing where they go, hey, it's really unfair that they're talking about him this way while they continue to play the video.
Yeah, and knowing there's like 3 minutes of them talking.
Yeah,
about.
And the video just keeps playing and playing and playing. So Schefter, he's one of the few people in NFL circles who had not seen the video.
Challenge flag.
You don't believe him, huh?
How plugged in of an insider are you?
If you don't know that video's out there.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Hey, he protected Kyle Shanahan, allegedly.
And now he's protecting CJ Stroud.
Apparently.
And his connection to David Mulligetta. That's what he's doing right there. No,
yeah.
I just like the idea that he lives in a world where he can reference Nick Caserio's comments from earlier that morning,
but had not seen the most viral NFL video
he
going.
Needed all 17 people on the McAfee show to comment and describe the CJ Stroud video.
Yeah. I mean, good points. Good points. How he saw one but missed the other.
I just don't know. Your algorithm it's a fire hose of Texans content.
Yeah.
He apparently has figured out how to only
hear from Nick Caserio in terms of contract stuff. No other Texan stuff he gets. You know what? You're making a point.
Plugged in.
Some insider. I bet Ian Rappaport saw that video.
Oh, yeah. Rap probably quote tweeted it on a burner.
Oh, man.
This guy looks like a bag of milk.
Baby Huey.
looks like the kid whose hands are sticky.
Oh, yeah. I had not seen that one. Just go out there and ball CJ. It'll be fine.
Yeah, just
Contract
ball out.
wise, oral wise, as you heard Adam Shep, he should probably never say that. But
He has like a 16-year-old daughter. I'm sure that's how he
and
learned.
you know what? If she saw that clip, she's like, "Please, Dad, don't." Yeah, that's how it goes. But so the Texans would like to, but you heard Schefter say, as far as the contract is concerned, that he's unsure about the progress. That means there hasn't been much progress. He's one of those guys who's going to drop breadcrumbs if a deal is getting closer.
Yeah.
This is a guy who likely knows that there hasn't been much agreement on the value of the quarterback.
Yeah, because we've talked about it at different points this offseason. I think we talked about it at some point yesterday, between 7 and noon. Yesterday we talked about
Who knows what we talked about
that
those 5 hours.
the Texans right now actually are the team or are the party that's more likely to want to get a deal done in this negotiation because they, with how he ended the season, how he ended the postseason last year, that the market for him is probably a little bit lower than it has been in the past. And I remember after his rookie year, we did segments about like, is CJ Stroud going to make $60 million? Is he going to be the first guy to make $60 million when he comes up? And now that seems pretty silly to bring it up. In fact, John Granado brought it up yesterday as a joke, essentially, that he's going to get $60 million. So I think if you're CJ Stroud at this point, you don't want to lock yourself into whatever deal the Texans are offering, because if you do go out there and ball out, and honestly, if you just have like a season like you did last season, a regular season like last season, and then a normal playoff, like two more games of that level of play in the postseason, or 3 or 4 if they make the Super Bowl, then you are gonna get top 5 kind of quarterback money. So right now, if I'm Nick Caserio, I want to sign him to a deal because I can probably get a discount on it.
Yeah, get yourself in the range of we talked about yesterday.
Baker Mayfield
Daniel
money.
Jones. Well, I don't know that CJ agrees to Baker Mayfield money, but Daniel Jones money, which is like $44 million a year.
And he's like, what, 13th in the league? Something like that?
Yeah, something like that. We talked about that yesterday. So we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. This is what it is, everybody. Football's here. So there'll be a lot of Texan stuff. The news that came out of camp yesterday, beyond the CJ pick, was Keelan Rutledge isn't being gifted the center job. He is working in with the ones in certain team portions, but Jake Andrews is still in the mix for that. The expectation is your first rounder is going to take that job. The Texans, at least at this moment, aren't in line with just handing it to their rookie guard turned center. When we get back, we'll talk about some corruption and how there's been some pushback pretty quickly in the world of soccer. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
So we are almost done with the first hour of the show, so we'll do this and go to break here to wrap up hour one. I mentioned corruption in soccer, which is not surprising. It is soccer, particularly when FIFA, the governing body, is involved. And FIFA was trying to sell off portions of the World Cup. There's some tie-ins to the president's family. One of the Kushner children is involved, and FIFA, particularly backed by, or at least this is Gianni Infantino's plan, or Johnny Soccer, as I believe the president calls him, wanted to sell off a 21% stake in the World Cup to private investors. As I mentioned, there are some connections to the president's family. And Europe has said, nah, we're good. And what I mean by that is the UEFA, which is Europe's governing body for soccer, got every member, which means every country in UEFA, to say, we're not going to participate in any FIFA-backed event if you do this. All 55 UEFA members, have agreed to boycott the men's and women's World Cup as a protest against Gianni Infantino's plan to sell off that stake. So there were conversations about how commercialized the World Cup was, the one that just passed, because of the hydration breaks and everything else, the Balogun red card. People were claiming corruption. This was a step too far, and particularly because no one was consulted. This plan was dropped on everyone's head. And the biggest and likely most powerful of all the governing bodies, at least federations of world football, said, nah, not for us. You can do what you want, but you're not having a World Cup with us if you try to get this off.
And I'll tell you something else. They're not having a World Cup without UEFA either. So
not a chance.
This is like the Big Ten and SEC being
saying,
like, nuh-uh,
yeah,
to something.
To have a World Cup without the big European countries is not a World Cup.
Yeah.
And the World Cup is going to be in Europe coming up.
That feels like it would complicate
That's a big
things as well.
problem.
Yes.
That's a big problem. So as it stands, we will see what happens. Is this just a ploy to get themselves their own cut or a bigger cut? Because I heard someone talk about this, and UEFA has challenged FIFA on things like this in the past, and it has wound up getting UEFA a bigger cut of money. So this could be it, or someone finally taking a stand and going, you know what, guys? Yeah, this is a money-making venture, but you're taking it to a level where you're certainly taking the game away from us and giving it over 21% stake to a private investment. To private investment, we're not going to have it. So right now, as it stands, the World Cup that may be expanding to 64, but at least would be 48, would not have the participation of the 55 UEFA members. So there would be no qualifying. There would be none of it. It would just, as it stands, be a South American, CONCACAF, African, and Asian World Cup, which I doubt they go on with. I don't think that's a thing. You're not, because
Pochettino, if you don't make it out of the round of 16
now
without the Europeans,
if that the U.S. were like, you know what, we'd love less obstacles.
Yeah, wait, this is just whatever.
Yeah,
Gold Cup plus.
But it does hurt the TV rights.
Yes.
If countries like England and Germany,
England, France.
I was going to say Italy, but they don't make World Cups anymore. And Spain and Portugal aren't in it. It's true.
No, it's been a while.
Yeah.
I think. I think there's a chance that UEFA wants a little
extra.
Yeah. I mean, we don't agree with the deal as presently constituted.
Now, if you come off a couple bucks and hand them to us.
This is still the sport and the region of the world in the sport where they tried to get the Super League off like 5 years ago, and
the
fans
people
said
rose
no.
Up.
So
said not a chance.
That's where it's different than college football, where like the people aren't exactly taken to the streets to be against playoff expansion. Like that's not a thing we do here. That is very much a thing that they do over there. So, we'll see how it goes. FIFA historically has touted itself as a nonprofit.
Yeah.
So I
sure.
don't know why there's an investment opportunity in a nonprofit. You're
Couldn't
not going
say,
to make
Sean.
any profit.
Couldn't say, Sean. Couldn't say.
That seems weird to me. But yeah, corruption, soccer,
Hand in hand.
business as usual.
Yeah, and we'll see if this stance by UEFA goes worldwide. But the most powerful of all the federations has said not for us. We will see if other ones now jump on like, hey, if they're doing it, you know what? We should do it too. It'll look good if we jump in too.
Yeah, let's win some points.
Yeah. So.
Meanwhile, if I'm CONCACAF, I'm like, I am against corruption everywhere, as long as I am not getting a piece of it. that video.
That video, yeah. I think we played it in
yeah.
terms of the Balogun situation.
Yeah.
So that's where it stands. We'll wrap up hour one with that. There is corruption, there is pushback, and we will see if the pushback wins the day, or is there some type of mediation where money exchanges hands and all of a sudden all 55 countries are back in when it comes to the World Cup. But taking a stand as it stands now. All right, we'll go to break, and we will get into another conversation about money in sports. This one has to do with golf. And it's really a question of, I guess, where your morality is. Maybe that's the way to position it. But we've got something positioned as a prank. But if it happened to me, it's up for life. That's all I'm saying. We'll play the audio from the person snitching on themselves when we come back. we'll get to the sound from one golfer who thought she was just, pulling a little prank on her caddy. We'll get to that, but some more information regarding Baker Mayfield. All right, I saw your video you sent me. But Baker also talked to Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, and he only got a 2-year deal as far as an offer from the Bucs. They didn't give him a long-term commitment, and Baker, it appears, wasn't even going to be in the $50 million club. Maybe he was more in the Daniel Jones club, and it's not a club Baker wants to be in.
No, it's a little disrespectful. I'll be honest.
Daniel Jones got 8 games, and he only played 8 games really, and got $44 million from the Colts. Baker has been pretty good for the Bucs, and they were like, nah.
Daniel Jones has played I don't know, 20 good NFL games in his life, right? The first 8 games of last season, and then that one Brian Dable playoff season that they had in New York.
Yeah.
Even then, it was a lot of training wheels kind of stuff on that offense. But I don't know, I'm Baker effing Mayfield. Give me my bread. What would the Bucs be doing if it wasn't for Kyle Trask? You want to live the Kyle Trask life? I don't know why I'm acting like Baker Mayfield's agent here, but
I think you feel
crazy.
I think you're a man of the people, and you feel like your guy is getting disrespected.
My guy, famously my guy.
You sound like he's your guy. You sound like you're Mayfield muse right now. That's what you sound like. So Baker Mayfield being disrespected by the Bucs, and right now far away from a deal. So it looks like the Bucs and Baker may be coming to some type of separation. Unless Baker Mayfield wows them this year and they feel forced to pay him, I don't think that Baker's going to work with him very much. He would want to stay, but he's going to take all he can as it stands right now if it comes to it.
Yeah, he's not taking a team-friendly deal this offseason.
He's not working with them so they can fit other guys under the cap if he has the power to make that determination.
If he has the season he thinks he can have, and there's offers out there to be a starter that are more he's not. Ty is not going to.
Not the Bucs. They're going to have to come over the top.
We bought a house in Tampa. Me and my wife want to raise.
That extra couple mil per year I'm getting from whoever, the moving fees.
Yeah,
also, be fine.
Middle finger. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I'm out of here. F you guys. You can start Kyle Trask now if you want to. All right, let's hear from a prankster, and we can determine whether we think this is just a good old prank or something that should be putting you in a spot where you have ruined a relationship with your caddy. Let's play the clip. I'll tell you who it is afterwards. So I don't want it to cloud your opinion. Here is a golfer talking about a prank she pulled.
And it's good because I love playing for money, I'm not going to lie. That's why I think I play so well in the majors, because even if I'm quite a lot behind, I'm come on, ads this and make loads of birdies today, extra dollars for me and him to get. Actually, talking of money today, I was went to a prank shop in Blackpool last night, and I got some scratch cards. So we go into the players' lounge this morning, and I was like, Rads, I got some scratch cards from the shop. He was like, yeah. And this one was $100,000. And we've got it all on record. He's scratching it. He's like, oh my gosh, I've won. He's taken his hat off. He's taken his glasses off. He's literally running around the players' lounge saying, I've won $100,000. I'm taking today off. His face looks so happy. He was sweating. He was trembling. He couldn't believe his luck. And then we had to tell him it was fake, and he nearly quit the job. I got it all on camera, to be fair. I try and find it and I'll send it to somebody, but it is just absolutely hilarious. I don't know if you guys can see, this was his reaction when he thought he won £100,000, and it was just hilarious. I think he's high-fiving everybody.
If you notice, no one laughed
so
when
funny.
she told the story.
Swear to God, I can't believe I won $100,000.
She was
But
laughing
I felt
by
bad,
herself.
But now I've got to have my back up because I don't know what he's going to score.
And then she's showing people the video, and then she got some sympathy, laughs. No one, Sean, funny or not funny?
Not funny.
It's not funny.
Also,
by the way, this is not one of your buddies. You can pull this prank on your buddy. He works for you.
Yeah.
He works for you. That's not the prank you pull on someone who works for you.
No.
And you heard her talk about how much money means to her. She said that, hey,
Yeah.
I play better when there's more money on the line.
I value money.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's Charlie Hull, if you can't tell, an English golfer. If you couldn't tell by the accent, but that's Charlie Hull,
Yeah.
English golfer, and that's a prank she pulled on her caddy. You don't do that to an employee.
No. I what's with England and these prank shops, by the way?
I didn't know that exclusively pranks.
Blackpool has a prank shop?
Apparently
Just
they do.
Blackpool.
Apparently they do, Sean.
All right. Okay. I thought that was just a thing that the Weasley twins opened up in Harry Potter. I didn't know that was an actual sustainable.
Where do you think they
business
got
model.
the idea from?
I
Sean?
guess.
Which came first, the Weasley twins in their prank shop, or just English prank
There
shops?
must be an English prank
Well, I would
shop
guess
culture that
it
I
had,
don't understand.
It had to be written in the books because it was a thing in England.
Yeah, it's
Prank
realism.
shops.
Yeah, no. I mean, this is. I don't know. It's great. Also, $100,000 is like a lot of money.
It's a nice chunk, yeah.
But it's also they are professional golfers, or she's a professional golfer. He's a caddy. For
I don't even
professional
know what a
golfer.
caddy makes. What does a caddy make per year?
I think normally, I wish Granado was here. There is like some standard tip that you're supposed to give, or when you're a professional golfer and you win a major or whatever you place. It's like I think it's like 15% is like because I only know this because certain golfers get in trouble for only tipping like
not doing that.
4%.
Yeah.
But I think it is like 10% of the winnings on a.
So if I go by what Always Reliable AI Overview says, professional golf caddies on elite tours make a base salary of $1,500 to $4,000 per week, plus a percentage, as you mentioned, of tournament winnings, bringing total annual earnings to anywhere from $100,000 for average tour loopers to over $1 million for caddies working with top players. I don't know where Charlie Hull ranks on the women's tour, so her caddy could be making quite a bit of money, or he could be on the lower end.
Yeah.
Either way, $100,000 is $100,000. That certainly is something you're gonna love to have until she tells you, sorry, tricked you. I don't even know. I know why $100,000 is a prank, because you want to be, I guess, a little cruel, and you want to film it. First, you trick me into thinking I win $100,000. Then you film me.
Yeah, not cool. Not cool.
Not cool, Charlie.
7th in the world.
Okay, so she's a really good golfer, and she's likely making plenty of money. And that caddy, if he has been her caddy for years, is bringing down a good chunk. But as you could tell, the $100,000 was something he was really looking forward to until she took it away from him.
Yeah,
I don't know how close they are. That could certainly play a part. But if it's me,
nah,
it's up for life.
Yeah.
Even if I got to work with you because I got to make a living and feed myself and my family, I never forget. It's never a thing I forget.
Yeah, maybe on 14 it should be a 3-wood.
See, that's the thing.
I'm going with the
you
7
can't
iron.
hurt her because you take a portion of her winnings. So you can't really do it in that way. But in the back of my mind, I'm always going to know you're the person who did it to me.
Yeah.
And if I have a chance to leave, I'm leaving.
Oh, if Nelly Corda.
If Nelly Corda comes calling.
If a spot on Nelly Corda's
I'm definitely leaving because she's a better golfer.
Yeah,
and
she's
she didn't pull that stupid prank on me.
Yeah. No, this is. I also don't. It makes it a little worse that like there's no question teeing this up. There's like we cut it out, but I assume the question was just like.
No, she was. Yeah, I think she was just talking about
like. Yeah, I play well when there's money on the line.
Yeah,
like,
and then she goes, "Speaking of money, I did this."
How much I love money.
I'm gonna.
I gave someone the hope of making $100,000, ripped it away.
Look, I just explained to you how much I value money. It affects my performances. Now let me show you how little I think of how much he might think about money.
Yeah.
Or I know he likes money a lot, and I'm gonna trick him into thinking he's just got $100,000. I don't know.
Not great.
I don't know Charlie Hull, but she's on my bleep list. I'm rooting against her in all tournaments.
Oh,
I'd have
I like
to.
that.
Well, I mean, I gotta pay attention. That's in question.
Yeah.
But if like we were at a women's event maybe a year or so ago now? Chevron. We were there. I didn't know that Charlie Hull had this in her bag. I definitely would have rooted against her then.
So now you have a rooting interest when John brings up LPGA.
If he brings up LGPA golf, I'm like, did
Charlie Hull shoot?
Did
7 over?
Did
Good.
Hull bogey on hole 9 to ruin her chances to miss the cut?
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
She's got an enemy for life. Maybe not that caddy, but definitely me.
Like those guys that were chirping Rory at the Masters. That's you at
Yeah.
the Chevron Classic.
Charlie, will I do that chant? Yeah, I will. I mean, it's not golf etiquette. I'm sure I'll get thrown off the course, but from
You
home.
definitely would, yeah.
But from home.
Oh, yeah.
Rooting against her.
Yeah.
It won't be a subject matter on the show because, come on. But still.
Yeah, no.
There-
She'll have to tell another story.
She's got an enemy for life. Me.
Mhm.
And we'll see how she does the rest of the way. I'm sure it'll affect her greatly. 100K. Come on. Don't play that game with me.
Do you think she's getting like hate for this? Has she?
The reason I saw it is because someone who got 22,000 likes said, that bleep ain't funny. That's bullcrap. But he used BS. That's the only reason I saw it. So clearly it is hitting people in a way that says no one thinks that's funny. I'm telling you, the clip, the people who she was talking to did not think it was funny. She was the only one laughing, and then I think she showed the video, and some people chuckled. Because even, we know, in this town, guys will make jokes, and they'll get the courtesy media laugh.
Mhm.
She didn't even get that. So I don't think many people thought it was funny.
No.
Good luck to everyone but Charlie Hull on the tour.
Yep. I'm looking at the pretty awful person behavior here.
I know. Yeah. Why would that bring people on her side?
I just wanted to know.
I think for the most part, no one likes a rich person lording money over someone else. That's just how it goes. Good luck, Charlie. Or not. All right, we'll go to break. We got
This lady is evil.
See?
That has only 300 likes. Yeah, you know what? 319 now.
Yeah. I don't know. She probably won't have to apologize. I'm sure that's not going to be a thing. But perhaps filter your stories. What do you see?
I hope he sticks a banned substance in one of her water bottles, then films her opening the drugs cheat letter.
Suspended. Charlie Hull's been suspended for a year from the LGPA or the LPG
okay.
or the LPGA.
I've not seen one that's like LOL.
No one's defending this.
You never know. You never
No,
know.
I just don't. It's not funny. I think that's her bigger problem. Beyond the joke, it's just not. It's just not funny.
This is the most level-headed one I can find. This is pretty messed up. Period. That's about as
No one's
neutral.
Yeah,
as
he
it
didn't.
gets.
He didn't
Pretty
call her
messed
evil.
up.
He didn't suggest spiking her drink
Yeah.
to get her suspended from the tour.
Yeah.
So if you happen
This
to
is evil. What the hell?
Yeah, if you happen to tune into the LPGA, no, there's someone that a lot of the golf world now thinks is evil. Charlie Hull. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join the show, the number is 713-780-3776. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we get back.
It's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
So John and I were talking this morning about the offensive line. It is, if not the biggest question, besides C.J. Stroud, one of the biggest questions in how this team will be better than last year. And Kalen Rutledge is the hope for most people to start at center. You're looking for an improvement over Jake Andrews through at least the first day. I don't know how the media is reporting the second day. Through the first day, that is still going to be a battle, whether that's just a little hat tip to Jake Andrews that we're just not going to give this job to Rutledge and you're going to get a chance to fight, or is it actually a competition? We'll see as training camp goes.
Is he the Kirk Cousins of centers?
Well, Kirk Cousins is supposed to play, and they're just going to hold off for weeks.
Yeah.
Not a long time, but the thought, at least coming out of the Raiders, is that Cousins will play, Mendoza will sit, and then at some point, now I'm extrapolating, at some point, Mendoza will take that job.
Okay.
I don't feel it's the same. I don't think they're just going to let Jake Andrews play against the Bills and then take the job away from him. Right now, from the media, although they have to be very careful, they can't report exactly what's going on, you can tell by what they're dancing around that Jake Andrews is still very much in the mix for that job, at least to us in the first couple of days of training camp. So here's C.J. Stroud. He did a sit down with Evan Washburn of CBS Sports. Talked about a lot of things: his contract, his focus going forward for the 2026 season, but also got to the offensive line. So he talked about all the guys really, but here are his specific thoughts on Rutledge.
I think first he has to be himself. I know it's different, it's new for him, but he has to find things that he's comfortable with doing, and I think but also pushing himself to try new things. But I think most of all he has to be himself. Like, he got drafted in the first round for a reason, and everything I've seen, he's a first round talent. He's tough. He reminds me of my guys that I had in college. Is like doesn't stop playing until he hears a whistle. Yeah, but just more than just talent, just like effort. And trying to play to the whistles. Even if he's wrong, he's going 1,000%. So, he's a great guy, somebody who faith-based guy who relies on God. So I think that definitely help him in his rookie season, and I'm here for him.
So if he wins that job, whether right or wrong, I think people just feel much better about how this offensive line is shaking out. Even if it is a thing where Jake Andrews is clearly better. First, then you point to Nick Caserio saying he made a mistake, whether this was an immediate starter in their eyes or someone they saw in season 2 would take that job. So it's not fair to really either party. I mean, not that we need to be fair to Caserio, but I'm not gonna call it the wrong pick if Rutledge doesn't win that job. But I feel like everyone is saying that has to happen, mostly because Jake Andrews has been underwhelming.
That's what it is. It's like not a great sign if he can't, again, not be a good, the bar isn't be a good starting NFL center.
It's better than Jake Andrews.
The bar is better than Jake Andrews. And you would hope that even just with the obvious talent advantage he should have over Andrews, that's like, even if the fine points of NFL centering aren't.
Why, when you say that, are we taking it for granted how difficult it is to make the transition? Because the assumption is a guy who's never played it at a competitive level, certainly not in college, maybe he did in high school, I don't know, is just going to take the job from, while Andrews ain't great, he was the set starter for at least a season. I don't remember how did he play much in 2024 or at all? I don't remember how that worked out. Yeah. But he was the starter in 2025. So a center thing we just assume you can take on and play it at a, let's say, average level without ever doing it before. I know guards make that transition. I know it happens. I know it happens.
Yeah.
But normally the guard in question has at least a little experience, I think. Maybe the transition from guard to center from college to pro happens all the time for guys who don't take snaps there, at least not in games. But it's an interesting assumption we're all making. And the Texans in some way are making that assumption too.
I mean, it's also just like a offensive line thing of like
we don't know how hard it is. We just assume.
or how easy. Like
or easy.
It could
I
just
guess.
be something where it's like, if all you need to do is know the protections.
And
you should know it as a guard
and be able to snap a football.
Yeah, you should know it's a little bit of like the receivers. There's some receivers that know the whole play. There's some receivers that only are like, well, I know this part of the play call is my route, so I only know that part. Where it's like, if you're a guard, like you probably should know what's happening, 2 feet to your left. If you're a right guard, like you should just be aware of what the center is having to do. So there's probably some of that. But again, even if like just snap the ball and then post snap, it's like, you should be better than Jake Andrews post-snap. The pre-snap, we'll see. But post-snap, then you are just blocking guys.
So just to clean it up, Andrews was claimed off of waivers by the Texans in April of 2025, so he wasn't on the team at 24. Then he came in to start for them all of last year in 25. I bring it up because I hear about guards to guard and left and right is difficult. Some guys feel like they're playing backwards if they have to switch over to the other guard spot. So maybe center is the easier transition as opposed to playing left to right guard. The hope is the Texans are right and they got an improvement and Jake Andrews can be pushed back to a depth piece at the center spot that you'll have on the roster just in case Rutledge gets hurt. But as of now, that's still an open job.
I have a little bit of the reservation, or at least I had more even than you have. But I think it was during the World Cup. We're doing shows all over the place, and I was doing a show with DJ Bieneme, and DJ was just like, yeah, whatever.
He was just waving it off.
He was very much like he should still win the job.
Okay,
like he was very like it's not going to be some insurmountable thing for him to win the job. And normally I kind of think that he's DJ is more like, hey, everyone calm down. This is hard. This is much harder than it looks. Like he's the one being like, he has to be better than Jake Andrews.
So it was basically Jake Andrews isn't very good. That job you should just be able to take.
Yeah, and just like the complexities, again, like kind of what I was saying, like the complexities, they're the same if you are the right guard. Like there's not that big of a gap of
so
responsibility.
now I know if he doesn't beat out Jake Andrews,
then
that's
Caserio,
a miss by
watch
Caserio.
out.
Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
yeah.
Not the complexity of the position is keeping him from doing it. Got it.
Yeah, or I mean, I'm sure there's some, but it's also like, I don't know. It is just the protections that you have to deal with. And is it is CJ gonna do that? Is Rutledge gonna do that? Is Andrews really good at doing that? Do we know if he's good at doing that? Like I don't know.
Well, the reputation for him coming in was New England cut him. The Texans signed him because of their connection there. He can possibly be a guy who would play, right? And it turns out he played. So the pedigree isn't really there for Jake Andrews. He's a body they grabbed, and he was the best of some bad options, and he wound up winning the job. Now they have invested quite a bit in the spot, and it's expected, understood, for the guy who is physically more gifted and is your first-round pick to take that job, even if he was a college guard.
Although, being a first-round Texans pick.
Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green, I mean, we talked about him yesterday. Blake Fisher was a second-round pick, where it's just like...
Yeah, they have missed.
Just because you're drafted high.
There's no guarantee.
Yeah.
And I think that plays a part in my thinking.
Juice Scruggs, wasn't he a second-round pick?
I don't. Maybe.
Yeah, Patterson was the sixth-round pick. I think Scruggs.
I will admit, Casario's whiffs do play a part in my reservations about just handing the job to a top pick at offensive line.
Yeah. That it's certainly fair to just kind of be eyebrow raised at anyone that they pick at offensive line.
Yeah, until proven otherwise. All right. DJ says it's easy or easy enough. I'll take him at his word.
It was more like he's not worried about it.
Okay. Good enough for me.
Yeah.
Good enough for me.
That was my exact reaction, too, where I was like, I kept asking follow-ups, and he was like, nah. I was like, okay, sure.
All right. we'll keep it moving then. We'll go to break. We'll do some college football when we come back. As while Texans camp is certainly underway, we're getting ever closer to college camps as well, because the first game is late August. Depending on who your team is, maybe they're playing in week 0, maybe they're playing in week 1. My team's going to Palo Alto for a game. We'll see what the PD have to say about the Miami Hurricanes there when they get there. Hey, just be as lenient as you are with Kyle Shanahan. If anything goes down, I just like the same type of leniency you show to Kyle Shanahan. You know what?
Malachi Tony, step outside the car, please.
Don't make those jokes, Sean. Maybe a clerical error about a Jordan Scott. Perhaps. Hey, it was the other driver who created the problem, not my starting defensive tackle. All right, well, we will go to break and come back with some college football.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
So we have some news out of Texans camp. An injury. Jake Hansen went down, had to be carted off the field. According to everyone there, players taking knees, very somber, couldn't put weight on his knees. So that's another backup linebacker. We remember EJ Speed. His happened in the offseason. And it went from something where he might be able to come back to him being out for the year, I think, with EJ Speed. So another depth piece with their linebackers. so that depth takes a blow. Another depth piece gets hurt. As I've said a couple times, just part of camp, and you just hope the injuries are limited, and if they do happen, and this is just a business, you hope it happens to someone you weren't expecting to contribute in a major way. Now, Jake Hansen gets on the field. He'll play special team snaps as well. We don't know the extent of the injury, but being carted off the field, not being able to put weight on it, all the earmarks of something that could be long lasting. So we hope for the best with Jake Hansen. All right, moving over to college football. The story surrounding Michael Lombardi at UNC, their general manager. He's taken a leave of absence, and they asked Bill Belichick about it. And as you might expect, Bill Belichick had an avoidance scenario take place where he wasn't going to comment on what's going on with Michael Lombardi.
Okay. He didn't talk at length about the details.
No, we're working through some things, is what he said. And during his presser today. But that was about football. When the reporters were told beforehand he wasn't going to talk about Lombardi, so they knew going in. Okay. We're not gonna test the coach with any tough questions about his GM.
Normally, when he was the coach of the Patriots, like, you still get asked the question. Then he goes,
we're on to whatever.
Yeah, go bleep yourself.
Yeah.
In college football, you can just have the SID be like, don't ask the hard question. They're like, got it.
So now they were more efficient than that. They put it in a statement for everyone to read. So
Okay.
the SID didn't have to talk directly. So as a result of concerns behind allegations that led to the personnel action regarding Michael Lombardi announced on July 27th, UNC, through its Office of University Counsel, is in the process of investigating the matter, which was to let everyone know Bill ain't talking about this.
I mean, there is like some level of like.
Yeah. I don't even know how much he could say or would be able to say, honestly.
Yeah.
And certainly he doesn't want to be involved. So we didn't get any news as Bill Belichick was available to the media today about his trusted right-hand man who was not only poor as far as evaluating talent, may have done something to bring shame upon the program. I just know, coming from the reports and the comments from people, there wasn't high praise for Mike Lombardi as a man or as a evaluator.
Yeah, people weren't thrilled with his work last season.
No, and I think Bruce Feldman, chief among them, I think the words arrogance and incompetence were used as a way to describe Mike Lombardi. So that's tough. That's tough. Good luck, Tar Heels. I think that's over after this season. I think they're ripping off the Band-Aid. Bill Belichick will walk away from UNC and will have to be comforted with the fact that he is a great NFL coach. He'll have that, but we're leaning or running straight into failure as a college football coach.
Yeah,
which it's not something he could have even imagined. We knew, at least for some of us who were paying attention, they thought they were going to walk into college football and kind of take it over.
Yeah.
The 33rd NFL team, I believe, was mentioned at some point.
That was a Lombardi thing. Yeah, that's partially why. Is like coming in, they were just like, "Yep, we'll take over this little thing and then be right back in the NFL." Basically, is what they're.
A couple years here, use it as a platform to tell everyone.
Bill Signetti can do it.
Bill still has it, and then they're going to be back in the pros. And Lombardi, I'm sure, would have traveled on the coattails back to an NFL job, but instead he gets what he's gotten, and he may not be a member of that UNC staff for much longer. If you had to take your bets, it's probably over.
I think it's over for him.
Yeah, as far as he's concerned, yeah.
Over for Belichick in 6 months.
Do you think they fire him in season, or they let that play out? If it goes the way you think it's going to go,
I think it's one of those like last 2 games of the season. It's like pretty obvious that it's ending, but he still coaches them and then resigns like whatever. That's Sunday after their last game. I think he gets to resign though. I don't think he gets fired.
That would be a great indignation if if UNC football fires Bill Belichick before season 2 is over.
Yes, after they whatever. I mean, they play Miami on Halloween, and then at UConn, Louisville, at Virginia, NC State. Like, if you get fired because of your performance over that stretch.
Yeah, they'll have Billy Edwards at quarterback, the often transferred Billy Edwards, Wisconsin, Maryland, Wake Forest, and now UNC. He keeps dropping down. Like the conferences, Big Ten to ACC, but also the teams in the conferences, he continues to drop down a level. And now he's at UNC playing quarterback.
Yeah.
A guy who didn't play very much in 2025. So he didn't play much for Wake Forest.
I thought you were going to say off injured because I think that was his problem.
Yes, that's been his major problem. That's why he has to keep transferring.
But also off transfer.
Yeah, so now he will take his talents, or he already has, to Chapel Hill, and they start with TCU again. But this time, not at home, on a neutral site, or at a neutral site.
Yeah, in Ireland.
Yeah, I think we talked about that earlier. It's going to go poorly.
FPI has it as 51%.
UNC?
No, TCU.
Okay. What am I thinking? Like, they're favored in something?
Yeah, it's close.
It's closer than I would have imagined.
Yeah.
But maybe the Ireland bump for the Tar Heels is a thing.
Yeah, it's a slightly shorter flight for them.
I'm sure they'll have a great time.
Yeah, it's like a 3-hour shorter flight. Come on.
Good luck to anyone rooting for UNC. You're gonna need it. It's not exactly
going well.
Not exactly going well. Exactly. A couple other things in college football. So ESPN put out teams poised to break through or bounce back. The Cougs are mentioned as a team because this was in reference to how good their season was last year and where their projection is this year. So, the Cougs winning 10 games, a surprise for that Willie Fritz-led program. Connor Wegman's back. They get Hughes, who Willie Fritz had at Tulane as their running back. He's got plenty of speed. Where would you project, or at least guess what the projection is? Big 12 schedule, not a lot out of conference. They do open up, I think, Big 12 play with Texas Tech in Lubbock on a Friday night.
It's tough draw.
So they went 10-3, which was much higher than their projection by SP. This year,
they're 4-8 last year.
Yeah,
or the year before.
The year before, 4-8. So certainly a large jump, certainly in terms of expectations and exceeding them. Most of the projections for the Cougs is about 7.5 wins, which I think would be disappointing to most Cougs fans. If they fall in line with what ESPN's or at least Bill Connolly's SP rankings have them at as about a 7.5 win team, 7 to 8 wins. That would be a clear, hey, shouldn't Keyshawn Henderson have been playing earlier?
Yeah, I think, or it's a Keyshawn Henderson is starting
and things aren't going as well as you'd hope.
Yeah, or they lose a game they shouldn't early, and then Keyshawn takes it over, kind of deal. But I mean, I'm looking at their schedule right now. I mean, I think 8-4 is doable, like very doable. And if they show if they have that bounce back and remain there, then I mean, 10 wins on the table as well. Like Texas Tech's the only game where I'm just like,
no chance.
Not no chance, but like very little chance. At Utah is another tough one. That's why I can only go to 10-2. All the other ones, like, I'm not terrified of
going
these games.
through it. I mean, it's the Big
At
12,
Kansas
so the
State.
schedule's not tough. Just schedule-wise, the conference isn't going to be a killer. And then you start to look at how it sets up. They don't really have. I would say that the deciding factor maybe between a 9 to 10 win season, even taking into account how good or bad you think Colorado and West Virginia are, those back-to-back road games.
Yeah.
Now you get the extra day because the Colorado game's on a Friday.
Yeah.
And then you get an extra day to go to West Virginia. But that scenario is one that could be a little rough on them because they have Cincinnati at home, short week going to Colorado, and then they have to go to West Virginia. Just going to Morgantown late in the year.
They can get you.
Yeah, what? Rich Rod is back, right?
Yep.
So that could get you. But other than that, You just look at how the schedule sets up. It's just even the scenarios about where games are, road to home, not to worry. Will be interesting. They do randomly have to go to Georgia Southern after playing Tech at home. That's one of those where you just want to get out of there alive.
Is that like a Willie Fritz thing or something?
Did
No,
he-
because they hired him from Tulane.
Yeah.
Why
How
are
does that
why
come
are they
about?
playing at Georgia? I guess is that from when they were in the American and they
And-
just still had it on the books now that they're the
Hey,
I don't know.
Cougs, schedule. Hey, pay them to not play.
Or at least come here and play.
Yeah, I don't know
why,
if it's
why
a
are you going to Georgia?
Yeah, I don't know why you're going to Georgia Southern. Why are you going to what is it, Statesboro? Why are you going to Statesboro to play a football game after opening up your Big 12 schedule? That one, you hope Willie Fritz gets a handle on and go, no more of this. No matter how it goes. We're in the Big 12. We don't go to Statesboro to play a football game. They can come to us and we'll pay for them to show up, but I don't know what the connection is and why they're heading to Georgia Southern to play a football game.
83% chance to win.
I would hope so.
The FPI.
That's right in line with how I think about how that game should go. So the Cougs in the national conversation, they should be at least a contender for the Big 12 title game. As far as winning it, who knows who they'll face and how healthy they are. But Willie Fritz has done a really good job there, and the schedule's manageable. Don't lose to Georgia Southern is all we're saying.
No, cannot lose to Georgia Southern.
No, don't
Your
do that.
schedule's not manageable if you lose to
Yeah,
Georgia
then
Southern.
it turns into something else. If you're capable of losing to Georgia Southern,
Then Kansas State looks
then
scary.
I can't rule anything out at that point.
Oklahoma State looks scary.
Yeah, well, Oklahoma State is the team Keith says he thinks is going to have a big bounce back.
Yeah.
And
If they can split the at K-State home against OK State, I think that's the goal for that stretch is a split. I think that doesn't kill you.
Yeah, and as we get closer to the season, we mentioned Willie Fritz. I would expect him to join John and Lance throughout the year.
Okay. Tell him not to lose to Georgia Southern.
I don't think I have to. I think he knows.
Okay.
I think his team knows, and I think he knows now. It is coming out of the Texas Tech game, so if they're banged up, if they're distracted, who knows? But be ready for anything.
Or, trap game after beating Texas Tech.
That too. However it goes in that game,
Poison.
It could be one where they're feeling really good about themselves and they have to go travel to Statesboro, which I'm going to assume a lot of the players didn't know existed. I've been through Statesboro on the way to Augusta from Florida.
Yeah. They're probably thinking they're going to Atlanta. I will say that.
Yeah.
And
Is the game
could not be
scheduled?
farther.
Did they get the game moved to Atlanta?
No, I looked. It is in Statesboro.
Tough. Texas would have never.
No, back in the day they did. They played at Wyoming.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Mac Brown basically treated it as like a tour. Like
Hey, you guys want to see something cool?
Yeah, like they went and opened up UCF's
I
stadium.
remember that too.
Yeah, they would go.
Like Texas was like the road show.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to see the Rolling Stones?
Yeah.
Texas will travel the country.
Want to see Colt McCoy
Yeah.
come to your city?
I remember that era of Texas football where they could do that and not be worried. Oh, just go to we'll open up your stadium. We'll beat your ass in your new stadium. We'll do that. You want to see us in Wyoming? We'll do that too.
Yeah.
No worries. Up until recently, that had changed.
Yeah.
You're not just rolling out to the outskirts of outposts in college football and taking Texas to it. But now they
fun guy, Mac Brown.
Yeah,
was.
he was a steward of the sport.
He really was.
When would Wyoming ever see Texas? Unless Mac Brown allowed
It's
it.
absurd.
It is absurd. UCF has certainly grown in its acclaim since that point, but even that,
I think they're Conference USA when that happened.
yeah, but even that, what is Texas doing in Orlando playing a football game?
At least that one kind of makes sense of
Making a trip,
recruiting
in Florida. There's
Yeah.
nothing, I don't know what you're doing in Wyoming.
Wyoming.
Because even Josh Allen played in California in high school.
You must have been doing someone a favor.
Yeah, I don't know who in that athletic department in Wyoming knew Mac Brown and got that done. But Texas went there. Never again, I imagine, is that going to happen. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment to go. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
So Art sent me something I saw circulating. I'll throw it on the rundown, Sean. We can get to it. It's Bryce Harper and Don Mattingly having a back and forth about what should be done for the Phillies as they try to improve as a team. If we remember, the Phillies were terrible. They fired their manager. They brought on Don Mattingly, and they've been a really good baseball team. I know the Astros have been the best baseball team in the AL since May 20. I don't know how that stacks up with what the Phillies have done, but they stunk. They fired their guy, brought Mattingly in, and they're a contender now. And Bryce Harper hopes they add to their roster. I throw it on there, Sean. Don Mattingly pretty much says Bryce Harper don't know ball. He doesn't understand how all this works. So just let me know when you have it. It's interesting to see your star player ask for help and the manager go, former accomplished player himself, go, knock it off. You don't know how this works. We remember back the Astros when they won their first World Series, it was Dallas Keuchel saying we need to do something. I don't remember anyone coming out and going, "Shut up, Dallas! You don't know what you're talking about."
No, they went out and
got a guy. They went out and got Verlander and changed the entire fortunes of the franchise. As the team and the clubhouse was kind of waning, if we remember back then, not getting someone at what now is the only trade deadline, but at the time we did have the waiver deadline. Not getting anyone put the team in a bit of a tailspin, and then they go get Verlander, and the rest is history. Bryce Harper. You'll hear Bryce Harper first, courtesy of NBC Philly. It's still loading.
Yeah,
but
it's just been loading forever.
This is the product of you having an old school baseball manager. Like, this guy played.
Someone named Donnie Baseball?
Yeah, this is the product of him kind of pushing back on, I guess you want to say, the new age player. It's right in line with Mario Ellie earlier that John found the sound and played it, where Mario Ellie was talking about how back in his day, guys didn't team up with each other to go win a title. He was discussing LeBron James and his movement around the league, and he just mentioned his time with Dream and Jordan. Those guys never decided they ever wanted to play together. It's in that same way of thinking, because I imagine Don Mattingly would say, players shouldn't be talking about this. This isn't really their business. He probably didn't do it when he was a player. He's been a manager for a bit now in a couple of different spots. He might have been a Marlins manager at some point, and now he's I don't know if they've made him the permanent manager, but he is the guy leading the Phillies right now as their interim. Yeah, he was the Dodgers manager, the Marlins manager. Now he's a Phillies manager, and of course, was a great Yankee for a long, long time. So here is Don Mattingly. But first, you'll hear Bryce Harper.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need some help, but I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
Bryce said last night after the game he thinks that the team needs a little bit of help at the deadline. Do you sense maybe guys thinking about that, or might that be on guys' minds, like as the deadline gets closer?
I sense Bryce thinking about it. I don't really sense anybody else thinking about it, honestly. And you've been through this. Guys want to be GMs, what you need, without a real understanding of where the organization is, exactly where this thing goes, not only this year but moving forward. So, again, players like being GMs and making calls and spending other people's money. So I just let it go at that. I mean, Dave's been doing this a while. He's never really backed away from trying to get guys. We're trying to get better. We're going to try to get better at the deadline. So leave it at that.
The Dave he mentioned was Dave Dombrowski, longtime baseball exec. General manager for the Expos, the Marlins, the Tigers, Red Sox, and now the Phillies. Hey, Bryce, stop trying to spend other people's money.
Yeah, shut up and know your role.
Yeah, shut up and swing the bat.
Yeah, that's what George Steinbrenner would have said if Don Mattingly tried to get that off.
That's probably where some of this energy is coming from. But he did it in a less rude way. He just would like Bryce Harper to get out there and swing the bat. Stop telling us what we should do. We're trying to get better.
He dropped a spending other people's money.
Yeah, All these players love to spend other people's money. We don't have that type of action here. Can you imagine Joe Espada sitting casually in the dugout before a game going, yeah, Jeremy's Pena.
Yeah.
I mean, no one else is feeling the way Jeremy's feeling.
If Hinch did that to Keuchel, they actually would not have won the World Series.
No.
They would not have won the World
Keuchel did it. No one really reacted in a way that certainly not like Mattingly.
They're very diplomatic.
And in fact, Jim Craig was like, you know what? We need some help.
Good note.
And they
get on it.
And they got it done. We'll see if the Phillies listen to Bryce Harper or they just tell him to shut up and swing the bat like Mattingly did before the game yesterday. All right. We're done for the day, Sean. So what's it going to be?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Nope.
It's been a minute.
Nope.
It's been a minute since I asked.
Thank you for checking in. I will check in with you guys on Spider-Man tomorrow because I'm going to go see it. AJ might already be in a theater. We'll talk about that and more with Michael Carroll at 11:30 as he always joins us on Friday. All right. Rich Eisen up next. And then, is it Jeremy and Joe? They follow Rich Eisen. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, I continue to train my focus on South Korea's Kospi Index, which fell another percent last night. It is down about 44% in 41 days. That is a crash, even though the market was up more than 100% at the 6-month mark this year and up 76% last year. There is so much leverage in that system with individual investors getting margin calls, having experimented with levered ETFs, borrowed money, and the like, and their losses now being amplified, so much so that the federal government in South Korea has opened up a credit counseling hotline that is also part of a suicide prevention hotline. People losing their life savings in South Korea for the amount of borrowed money they use to speculate in stocks. The South Korean Kospi is dominated by only 2 companies, SK Hynix, the big chip company, and Samsung, which account for more than 50% of the index alone. It's been a brutal period for the Kospi, and we'll see if it has global reverberations. We've seen this before in 97 and 98. Could be a bit of a replay here.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Man, oh man, oh man, you guys are bigger and better than ever. You guys are doing something with AI now.
Oh my goodness. Love it or hate it, AI is here, and we are fully embracing it. So we have all of these massive data centers coming into Texas, and Houston Powder Coaters is doing all of the framework. So you come out, you will see these massive frames, and they're all for these AI centers, these data centers.
They have to be perfect, and they picked you guys.
They picked us, so the welding has to be right, the prep work has to be right, the coating has to be right, and they know we're number one.
And if you buy new stuff, get it powder coated before you put it out, because you can't say it'll last forever, but it'll last almost forever.
It's going to give it a good 1 or 2 decades to go.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin.
I got you.
John Granado here. Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned and operated business and has been the most trusted name in Houston for 50 years for roof repairs, roof maintenance, and roof replacements on both homes and businesses. They're experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF, or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Got a project? We've got the solution. Visit Stokes Hardware, your trusted hometown hardware store since 1954. This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware. Whether you're fixing a leak, painting a room, tackling yard work, or starting your next DIY project, we've got everything you need. Plumbing, paint, tools, electrical supplies, lawn care, and so much more. Stop by today and let our friendly team help you get the job done right. Stokes Hardware, your hometown hardware store since 1954. Se habla español.
John Granato here. Walking into Republic Boot Company at 11th and Studewood in the Heights is like walking into a time machine to the Republic of Texas. Seriously, go check it out. Whether it's their exclusive 1836 collection of all leather boots or a customized pair with whatever material and design you want, these are going to be the most comfortable boots you've ever worn. Hats, suits, and all kinds of handmade leather products in a Texas-inspired haven. Book their space for your next event. Republic Boot Company, where tradition meets style. RepublicBootCompany.com.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Jeremy and Joe, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
State your correct name for the record.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers, KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
The best player has to play.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
You're not going to just say, we're rushing Mendoza no matter what. Cousins was a perfect solve.
Today's guests, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian, Bay Area 49ers reporter Matt Mayoko, ESPN Monday Night Football announcer and Jeopardy host Joe Buck. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Back here with you in Los Angeles, California. It's another fun day in our neighborhood here on this final Thursday of July, 2026 on ESPN's app, along with Disney Plus, the ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. Steve Sarkisian will join us in less than 20 minutes' time, and I will do my best to not mention the name Arch Manning in the first 10 seconds of our conversation.
Wow.
You know, I mean, and I know that this affects, TJ, your trading card of Arch Manning that you're hoping will just gain in prominence.
Cards, Rich, multiple cards.
Plural. Okay. But Steve's got a big game coming up in his second game of the season. He's hosting The Ohio State University. And listen, The Ohio State was front and center at yesterday's Big Ten Media Week. Along with Oregon later on today, I do believe the national champion head coach in college football that beat the Ohio State last year in the Big Ten championship game to launch itself to greatness in Indiana. I do believe Coach Signetti's talking later on today.
Oh, sure.
So there's lots going on in the college football neighborhood. Steve Sarkisian will join us. Matt Mayoko, who knows all the answers about what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers, and there's lots going on with them in hour number 2. And then Joe Buck will join us in support of ESPN Jeopardy that he is hosting, and it's on Hulu. Starting tomorrow. So Joe will join us. He also calls Monday Night Football games.
Oh, I've heard of that, yeah. That guy. Super Bowl.
Yeah. Joe's a longtime friend. Go way back, like the car seat with Joe Buck.
Set him up with his wife.
I did.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I didn't do that. He set himself up with his own wife, but he asked for her number through me.
Right.
And why do we? That's brought up every time.
Well, I think it's a great story.
It's a great story.
It hasn't been brought up since we've been on Disney.
Bill Eisner Buck, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I saw Joe and Michelle on a certain wedding weekend.
Oh, Brockman's?
Yes, Brock.
You mean Buck got to go?
Yeah, I invited Joe Buck.
Wow.
I know.
Man, what are we doing?
Pretty cool.
He actually narrated the whole thing.
At any rate, I don't want to get any more trouble than I already am. Susie's going to join us later as well.
Oh, well, speaking of getting in trouble.
She's driving herself down.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, fully caffeinated.
We think.
I'm pretty sure, based upon what you said yesterday, you probably slept on the
Does
couch.
her car have the coffee alerts?
Yeah, there's a drowsiness detector in my car.
There you go.
Just, I haven't seen it in a while.
Did you sleep on the couch last night?
I did not. Thanks for asking.
He was outside.
Thanks for asking. 844-204-RICH number. I don't have to go around the room. These jamokes have already introduced.
Just saving you some time, baby.
Come on. You know what? You know who saved us some time today?
Who's that?
Baker Mayfield.
Oh.
He held his training camp opening press conference.
I love this dude.
I do too, man, because normally people who are out of F's to give are much older than Baker Mayfield.
Right.
You know what I mean?
My age.
You're right. There's usually
33,
people of a
32?
certain age
Yes.
have certain fewer F's to give.
Yes.
But Baker, I don't know. Did he come out of the womb that way? I don't know. But let's just put it this way: the guy who said, "If I don't have a new contract, if the Bucs are going to make me play out my current contract 1 year and done, and basically have a franchise tag ability in their back pocket on me, if that's the way they choose to go, and then I'm not talking about a contract as soon as I show up for work." That's what he said.
Understandable.
Don't have a contract. When I show up for training camp, then we're done talking. And he meant it. And we had Rick Stroud, who covers the team for the Tampa Bay Times there, said, yeah, he's going to hold to it. And it did not take long for Baker Mayfield to confirm that strategy is, in fact, in stone. Mm-hmm. And then in terms of how he views not having a new contract, the way that he views what this means for him, his family, his playing season, his future, he planted that flag right in the middle of the press conference room from the podium.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa, it being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that, and I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing. But I said the deadline was the deadline, and I addressed the team to let them know I meant that. It's all ball. I'm with these guys. I think all the guys that have been here know exactly who I am. The guys that are new here, I wanted to address that because they might have had a notion prior to coming here about who I am as a person. But it's all team. It's all about winning here now and what we're going to do. And, hopefully Vita gets his back fixed and gets his deal done. I mean, he's the second longest tenured Buck behind CG, and Vita deserves that. He's the anchor of our defense, and so I hope they take care of him. It's disappointing to say the least, but it's all ball here, and I know I'm going to have a good year. I know this team, the things that we went through last year, put us in a good spot for this year. Depth-wise, a lot of guys being thrown to the fire to be able to grow and learn fast. And it didn't go the way we wanted, but it's a new season, and it's going to help us in the long run this year. Added some new pieces, and so I'm excited about it. It's all ball from here. After today, I'll answer a few more questions about the contract, but after today, I'm not answering anymore because I'm not negotiating anymore.
Oh, baby. Wow.
Listen, not to tell you how the sausage gets made, but we don't usually play a soundbite 2.5 minutes long. No. But we couldn't find the edit point there.
Yeah.
And there's more.
It didn't even sound that long.
As they say on game shows, but wait.
But wait.
There's more. Baker was asked, what does it, like, if in success for him this season, what does that look like? Obviously, you know, when you play in spite of, it's not a fun feeling, right? But if you're betting on yourself, you kind of forget the spite a little bit. And then at some point, it's just like, okay, this is the way you wanted it. If you remember, Joe Flacco was once upon a time told by Steve Bisciotti, we're going to make you play things out, win the Super Bowl, and show up on my desk with a big bag. I'll fill it. Remember that?
And what happened with that, Rich?
Joe Flacco won the Super Bowl and asked to have his bag filled up, and
Got
it was.
a bag.
Right.
Here's Baker about what it looks like to succeed this year.
You know, I'm not the first one to go through it like this. This is kind of historically how they've done negotiations, which is disappointing when you think you're a cornerstone of the franchise to be treated like that. But disappointing. I know I'm no dummy. I know the contract and salary cap, what's going on. Franchise tag isn't exactly in play for them. There'd be a lot of dead money. So it is what it is. And like I said, unfortunate, but I'm excited. I'm in the best shape I've ever been in a really good place. And I'm feeling really confident with the staff that Todd's put together that we're going to have a really, really good team.
Okay.
All right.
I got one more here. What's the setup here again, Mike Hoskins? Oh, why do you set the deadline here? Okay. Why is this so set in stone? He's made his feelings known here. Maybe if the Bucs are like, wait, we see the feelings are hard. This is not the way we really wanted it to go. It was just a negotiation, and what's going on here?
Like I told you guys, it's all ball, and I don't want to talk about it. And if you've waited this long to take care of your franchise quarterback, that's too bad because it's only going to get worse from here. Yeah, I'm going to have a really good year.
It's only going to get worse.
Whoa. Oh, save the best for last day.
That's the flag plan. Hey, it's only going to get worse for you from here.
Yep.
Now, obviously, that's just financially because they're all in the same boat, if you will, to try and get one of those parades where they flip trophies from boat to boat. Like, that's the idea.
They know.
And listen, I appreciate that Baker threw in there. Like, I understand. Like, this is a champagne problem to most Americans. Yeah. And if I'm putting out most humans, I'm putting out here I'm disrespected because they're making me play for $40 million. He understands what that means in the outside of the world in which he resides. But he resides in the world in which he resides, which is the National Football League. And price tags for players are, in fact, a measure of respect. It's always been that way. It will always be that way. It's the way of the world. Certainly when there are others who have not won divisions, there are others who have not won a playoff game, there are others who have not followed the greatest of all time in their spots and have been given contracts much larger than the one that he's even probably asking for. And that pisses him off, and it should. It absolutely should. And, for us, correct, like in the media, we're talking about it because if he was given the contract, then on occasion when he's playing the game, we'd be like, is he living up to the contract or not?
Yep.
It's a lot much more of a Heat type story that Baker Mayfield is showing up dangerous every day because a fire has been lit under him, which is the way I think he likes to play.
Seems like it.
But he doesn't like to play when he feels disrespected by the people who are employing him and who he has taken advantage of the opportunity that they gave him and improved it. And proved it to a point where in the marketplace, he deserves a contract that others who have not accomplished as much as he has have been given by other franchises. But as you know, other franchises in the National Football League sometimes don't matter to the one franchise that's employing you. And that's the way of the world. That also sucks. And it just is now going to be Baker pissed off, betting on himself, helping the Bucs in the process, but it also helps his teammates, who he already talked about with Vita Vea. I love the part of that soundbite where he said, I hope Vita's back gets better.
Gets his back better.
Because, listen, we all know
he tweaked something.
Vita's back. If his back doesn't, does respond to treatment, right, then suddenly, now it's a foot. Now it's something else. Now it's just,
my arm.
But when you do a back, though, a back, doesn't show up on an MRI, really. Sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, listen. Here's the deal. We're going to be talking about it all season long. And if Baker does, in fact, do what he's saying, that it's only going to get worse for the team from there, meaning better for him financially because he's setting himself up and putting the Bucs in a position, then he's going to have to go prove it. And that means winning this division.
Well, no doubt.
Okay, I mean, you have to look at what success means. That means winning this division.
But not like 9-8 winning the division.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's 9-8 winning the division if he's balled out, and the reason why they are 9-8 is other things that beyond his control.
Sure, but it looks better if you're 11-6.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying.
But that doesn't matter too if you get a ticket in the tournament and you go on a fat run.
True.
Which he's done before.
In fact.
Okay, he's made it to divisional playoff games where he's come so damn close to a championship.
Yeah, they were a drive away from the Final Four
in Detroit. When he was with the Bucs.
Has anyone played their win-loss
Kansas City when he was with Cleveland? Okay, I mean, he's done things that others who have gotten bigger, fatter contracts have not done.
Yeah.
But in his own world there, he also says, I know the cap. Hey, if they're planning on franchise and tagging me next year, that doesn't work out either.
Yeah, that's almost $50 million.
So, but listen, I also know from my own world of negotiating contracts where I feel I'm not appropriately viewed or valued, that you get pissed off, and then once something happens and it comes together, you're a professional and you go back to work for the same people that try to give you a massive haircut. I mean, they're not giving him a pay cut from what he's already been contractually given. He is just being told, this is all you're going to get right now. And in the NFL, that's offensive. Yep. When others are paid more with less on their resume than you have. And if that's the way the Bucs are going into the season, Baker's going to have to win the division and then go on a nice run and be able to look at the Glazers and just say, fill it up, man. With leaded.
93 octane.
Ooh, racing.
That's what's up with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker planting a flag, everybody.
Love it.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That is correct. You can pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Steve Sarkisian is about to join us. Texas Longhorns football and more when we come back. Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. At Twin Peaks, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days, UFC and wall-to-wall TVs. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes through in the clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the Lightning Adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Houston's biggest dining event is back. Houston Restaurant Weeks runs August 1st through September 7th this year, bringing hundreds of restaurants across the city together into one massive lineup, offering a wide selection of brunch, lunch, and dinner specials for a good cause. Every meal you get at a participating restaurant helps support the Houston Food Bank. So you're not just eating good, you're doing good. Check the full restaurant lineup, see the menus, and make your reservations now at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. That's HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com.
Don't ignore that leak. That water hitting your ceiling right now, it's destroying your home and setting you up for thousands in damages. And here's the truth. Roofs don't fix themselves. They get worse fast. Whether it's a small repair or you need a full roof replacement, handle it now, before the damage spreads. Call immediately for a free roof inspection. You'll know right away. Can this be repaired? Or do you need a brand new roof before it collapses into a major expense? Delaying this call could cost you 10 times more in structural damage, mold, and interior repairs. Don't take that risk. Call the roof hotline right now. The storm isn't your problem. Ignoring it is. Call now.
800-577-4742. 800-577-4742. 800-577-4742. That's 800-577-4742.
Channel 80 is back. Steve Sarkisian, the Texas Longhorns head football coach, is here on the program. So what's the first order of business for you right now? August hits, then what? What do we have here?
Well, what we did, so we finished up with the players today, and then they're going to get 4 days off. So they'll be off, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. They'll report back Tuesday, and Tuesday I always say is like the longest day of the year. That's check into the dorms. That's all the meetings that they don't want to sit in. All the protocol meetings, and then we'll hit the grass on Wednesday for practice 1. And I think inevitably at this stage, I think we've learned so much. I think back to 20, 25 years ago, the whole double days and just grinding the guys out. But I think science has helped us in so much. And now the kind of ramp up stage of training camp, I think, is very important. And the NFL's taught us a lot of that. And it's this team growing together, and it's developing the depth that's needed. It's one thing to have high level quality players on the surface. But I think what we've learned in college football now, because of the length of the playoffs, because of us now expanding to 9 games in the SEC, you got to have the depth, available to you at every position. Because one injury can't knock you off. You got to be able to find a way to navigate your way through a season and navigate your way through the playoffs. And so developing that depth, I think, is going to be huge for us, that continuity. And then having a balanced football team, a versatile football team, to where you're not one-sided. You got to play great offense, and that means you got to run it, you got to throw it, you got to do all the things. You got to play great defense, and because a game's going to require that, and games will require that, and you got to be good on special teams. And so I think it's all those things adding up throughout training camp to put ourselves in the best position to be successful, not only at the start of the season in September, but thinking throughout the season of October, November, December, and like for all of us, hopefully January.
Yeah, and talking about college football playoffs and schedules, and now, regular season in conference for you is longer, and these are all changes that constantly happen in college football. Yeah. And before we get into that part of our conversation, I just want to know if 5 minutes in, I believe, to our chat right now, not that I'm looking for a compliment or anything, how long does it normally take for you to be interviewed in the words Arch Manning don't actually show up until now?
I try to beat you to the punch. That's why I threw him in there, I think, in like the first or second sentence. Just throw a name, throw the name in there, and then because I know we're going to circle back to it at some point.
Yeah, no, we're going to hover. You know what I mean? Circle back is one way, but how's the kid?
He's doing great, man. Like I'm so proud of him.
Why?
Because, anytime you have that name on the back of your jersey, that carries so much weight. They're the first family of football. When you think about Archie and the career he had, you think about Peyton and Eli and the gold jacket and the Super Bowl wins, and you think about just who they are as a family now with Cooper and what they've all done. And now here's this kid, and now he's got this name on the front of his jersey too. And so he's carrying the weight of that. And I think going into last season, he worked extremely hard to get himself prepared for the season, and he tried to get himself in the right mental space. But the expectations were just outlandish. And so many people built him up to be, the greatest of all time, the first pick of the draft, the Heisman Trophy winner, that when we weren't very good at the start of the year as a team, and he wasn't at his best at the start of the year, it was almost like those same people that built him up wanted to tear him down because he let them down, because they all went on air and said all these things about him. It was almost like, well, he didn't live up to what they said he was supposed to be. But in reality, I think for himself, he learned a lot about himself. It was probably the first real adversity that he had faced in his life. And he found out about himself, and he got on the other side of it. He continued to work hard. He continued to be a great teammate. I thought he played really good football the second half of the season, most notably, at the end. He had some great wins. And he came into this offseason looking to improve, to improve fundamentally, to become a better leader, to really take the reins of this team as the quarterback, as the leader of the team. And the response from his teammates has been incredible. In the midst of all that last year, I thought probably the brightest spot of it all was his teammates supporting him and his teammates finding out how tough Arch Manning really is, not only physically but mentally. And that served as a great motivator for them to know that the guy they have in that huddle week in and week out has that mental and physical toughness, that ability to persevere, that grit that great teams have to have. And I think that really springboarded us into this season. And Arch has been a great leader. It shows this team has a different feel, and that's a credit to a lot of people. But I would be remiss if I didn't say that part of that why this team feels different is because of Arch Manning.
Well, I mean, the name on his back and on the front hasn't changed from last year. So I'm just trying to see, like, are you suggesting that perhaps the fact that everybody's talking about this is a big quarterback class coming in next year's draft, that the expectations for him are have a less of a spotlight on it because we're talking about so many others? Is that where you're going with that?
No, I really don't think. I think what he learned, and it takes a minute, no offense to you or anybody else that has an opinion of him, I don't think he cares. I really don't think he cares about what somebody says about him, some being good, some being bad. There's people out there who still think he's going to be the first pick of the draft. There's still people out there who still think he's going to win the Heisman Trophy. But there's plenty of other people who think he may not be. And that's okay too. I just don't think it moves the needle for him. And I think it takes that experience of wearing the weight of the name on his back and wearing the weight of the name on the front of his jersey to understand that he still has to put that jersey on every Saturday. And the opinions of others are really irrelevant to his preparation, to his work ethic, to his drive, to the type of leader he is in that locker room, ultimately to the way he plays.
So did that change from last year to this year? Is that what
I don't know necessarily if it changed. I just think that it was, we're all human. And as much as, he can say I'm off social media and I don't listen to that stuff, I think you have to go through it to really understand what that feels like. Because I'll be frank, 99% of the people in his shoes at his age going through what he went through last year, I think could have destroyed him, could have melted him. And he didn't. I think he got stronger. I think he got better for it. But how do you know? You don't know until you go through it. And I think him going through it all and getting on the other side of it and becoming, like I said, the player that he became and the way he ended the season, and you look at his numbers were tremendous, to the type of leader he is, to the way that he represents our university, the way he represents his family. I think that you have to go through it. You don't know because there's no manual for going through stuff like that. I mean, he was the most decorated college football player that had never played a game of all time. I mean, it was LeBron-ish, to some degree. Yeah. But the beauty for Arch is his book's not completely written. There's a lot more chapters to go. But I think he'll always be able to remember that chapter that may have changed kind of his approach, his focus, his attention to detail, his work ethic, his willingness to support others when they're going through some tough times. I think that's where this is going to be helpful for him.
Steve Sarkisian, Texas football head coach here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's get to the state of the union, if you will, of the college football world. I just came back from my alma mater, talked to Kyle Whittingham, and he said it's inevitable that this world of college football is just going to get towards what he thinks to get everybody on the same page with rules and things of that nature that everybody plays by. It's going to require sort of creating a mini NFL, 40 to 60 teams on one side of the line, and others maybe trying to get into that. Others get relegated to that, maybe sort of like a Super League NFL model. Would you agree with that, Coach?
I would definitely not disagree. I don't know that surely the trajectory is telling us that that's kind of where we're headed. I do think that there are plenty of folks involved that are trying to maintain what is the current model of college athletics, and there are plenty of smart people trying to figure this out. There's plenty of folks on the other side of this saying that's the direction we need to go into. I will tell you, I got this job in January of 2021, and you think about the amount of change we've had in 5 years, from the transfer portal, which has really changed every single year, to NIL, to now what is revenue sharing and publicity rights, to conference realignment. Look at the SEC now, look at the Big Ten, to where they were 5 years ago to where we are today, to college football playoff expansion from 4 teams to 12, and now talks of 16, potentially 24, to a potential super league, all these things. And so, I think we've endured a lot of change in a short amount of time. I think we've got some really smart people that are trying to figure it out. And I think, one of the challenges for us as coaches and really as players, is to not get consumed with the what ifs and where we might go, and kind of be present, be where our feet are. This is where we are today. And how do we capitalize on where we are today to be the best team that we can be, to represent our university, and to try to be champions. And again, I don't think the change is over, clearly. What is the next piece of change? What does that look like? I don't know, and we, like I said, we've got some great leadership at the University of Texas. We've got great leadership in the Southeastern Conference. There's great leaders in the Big Ten, so on and so forth. And what does this all look like, and federal intervention and all the things? We could sit here on this show and talk all day. For me, I can't consume myself with that. I've got 111 guys downstairs below me in that locker room that I owe my undivided attention to, and I try to keep my focus on them, to try to put them in the best position to be successful within the parameters of the rules today. Now, where we are tomorrow, I don't know.
No, and I totally get that. Obviously, I'm asking you, Coach Sarkisian, the day where you basically break your team for a 4-day respite before it gets on and cracking for your season. I totally understand that, and that you're being where your feet are. The reason why I ask is because your ability to keep your feet where they are in success for future seasons could shift between now or another time. Again, where I just was at Michigan, with its champion circle, putting together, money so players can get paid, basically, to be, I'm oversimplifying what they do just for the sake of this conversation. But sure. we were hearing that future teams, maybe next year, there could be 24 rosters in college football that cost $50 million to hold together. And Ohio State, who you're seeing in week 2, the Ohio State, by the way, best of luck against them.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We need it.
They're slapping a Chase logo on their jerseys. Some other schools don't have that opportunity, or won't do it, or can't do it. You see where I'm going with that? Like that. So your ability to be able to keep your roster together. You already talked about how you spend a lot of your time fundraising, like you're a politician. You know what I mean? That's what's going down.
No, I think this, and I was fortunate. I got a chance to work for Coach Saban for 3 years, and he used to use a line that stuck with me. He used to always say, "Adapt or die." And there's a reason dinosaurs aren't on the earth anymore, and in very simplistic form, right? In Coach Saban's words.
Yes.
But I think that's very true. And I think about that, like I said, even the past 5 years, the evolution of college football. And I really believe that we've done a really good job of adapting to that. And I don't think our ability to adapt is going to come to a stop again, but I can't try to adapt to something that I don't know where it's headed next. I can have some foresight, and I can say, hey, this is where we might go, so let's think about it. But the reality is this is where we are, and how are we going to take advantage of these opportunities at a place like Texas to, again, be as successful as we can be. And I think that we've done that. I think that we've evolved. But again, like I caught a little bit of I guess, grief over something I said at SEC Media Days. And we talked about, player retention on our roster, which is part of what you're saying. We've got to try to retain our players year in and year out. We're still recruiting high school football. We're still trying to recruit really good high school players to develop in our program. But inevitably, the transfer portal to some degree has become free agency. And we went 10-3 last year. We played your alma mater in the Citrus Bowl, and it was a heck of a win for us. But we weren't a playoff team. And that's after back-to-back seasons of being in the semifinals with the ball inside the 10-yard line with an opportunity to go play for a national championship. 10-3 doesn't feel good enough. And so you have to evaluate your roster. And then you've got players on your current roster that other schools are recruiting, and they're offering, high amounts of money to. And then you have to make really difficult decisions because, like coming off of last year's team, I had to let probably, 5 or 6 really good players leave because of the amount of money that other schools were offering them to ultimately clear cap space so that I could then go sign other transfers to where I felt like we could upgrade our roster. And, people are like, how could he say that out loud? Well, I'm saying it out loud because that's the reality of where we're at in college football. I could sit here and make up some story, but that's where we're at. And to think that we're the only school doing that, I think people have their head in the sand. And so, but that's where we're at, and that's the evolution, and that's the ability to adapt to the times of where we're at in college football today.
And then last question for you before I let you go then. What's the right number of playoff teams, do you think? Because you just, because you just said, again, we just had a whole mouthful over the last few minutes here, Coach Sark, because you're also talking about how you've got to get your roster deep enough to be able to get through the crucible of a playing season. And, at some point, maybe you might rest starters in SEC regular season games knowing, okay, if there's 24 getting in the tournament, I'm one of them. I need to make sure this kid's ready for December and January, right? So what's the right number, do you think?
Well, I think that's the tricky thing. Like right now at 12, I don't think that that's a reality because you still want to play for a conference championship and you're still trying to get that first round bye, right?
Right.
Which different in the NFL. You think about the NFL, you've got 32 teams, 14 teams make the playoffs, and you see teams in the NFL, think about week 16, 17, or 18 there now in the NFL, especially week 17, week 18, where teams that clinch their division do rest players because they do know that they have that bye or they can't move their slot in the playoffs. And so, let's rest a Josh Allen or a Pat Mahomes or whomever, Jamar Chases, all the great ones. I don't think we're there yet in college football because the way the 12-team playoff is structured. If that time comes when we get to 24 or 16 or 24, whatever that looks like, I do think that may become a reality because, again, we've got a responsibility to our universities to try to compete for championships, and is that what we want in college athletics? Is that what we're looking for? And I think that's where I credit Greg Sankey with the SEC, that he somewhat pushed pause on expansion to say, hey, let's make sure we're looking at all of the unintended consequences of expansion of the playoffs. And what does that look like? And what does that look for our fan bases for a home game that they may come to against a potential rival and teams are sitting starters? What does that look like? What does it look like not having conference championship games anymore for college football? That's different than the NFL. We're not the NFL, at least not yet. That's right. Our structure is different than theirs. And so, but to think that that's not a potential reality down the road, I think, again, we would have our head in the sand. And so I think that's, again, I think we're Commissioner Sankey's foresight and leadership. I appreciate not just being quick to jump to change and having a little bit of caution, having a little bit of pause, looking at all of the different factors involved, the media rights of the playoffs, conference championship games, potential resting of really good players at home games and potential rivalry games. What does that look like? What does that feel like? Because that hasn't been what college football has been for decades upon decades. And now we've had so much change in a short amount of time that it's okay to slow down. It's okay to pump our brakes a little bit and step back and look at this thing maybe from a 10,000-foot view of where do we really want it to go? What do we want it to look like? And what are some of the inevitables? Because there's been some inevitables here, too, that we've had to adjust to and adapt to.
Coach, thanks for the time, man. This is a great chat. Despite, normally Somebody in the middle of an interview tells me their star player doesn't care what I have to say about him. Normally throws me off my game, but I was able to focus on, again, not seeking too many compliments, but I was able to overcome that.
Well, I think he respects you. I would say this, Rich. So you're definitely a level of respect, not care. I just think that I don't know if you're moving the needle, in the weight room about, so he can do one more rep or not.
Well, listen, Arch may not know that his grandfather once upon a time made me an unofficial Manning. It might have been somewhat alcohol infused for me at that Super Bowl night, but that happened, Coach. So let him know that. Okay, take care of yourself, man. Thanks for your time.
Appreciate you guys. Hook 'em. See y'all.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Sarkisian. That's a delight. But it all started with McConaughey. Him saying McConaughey's in touch with Bijan, who, by the way, is in a launch position in Atlanta this year.
Fact.
That kid's amazing. But that's real talk right there, folks. Yep. How about that? They have to make cap decisions.
That's insane, man.
It's not amateur athletics.
But that's why, again, you're but it isn't anymore, Chris.
No, I know.
It is in terms of their age. You know what I mean? But it isn't. Yeah. It is not anymore.
No, it's professional.
Some players are not going into the NFL draft because they're like, if I'm a third rounder, I'm making less money.
Right.
I'm a second rounder, I'm making less money. It's the truth. And that's why it's just like, let's figure, I don't know who I think it's Sankey. We got to get him on. One more time where I'm like, you run it, man.
It was funny when
run it.
When Coach was like, there are people out there that think Arch is going to win a Heisman and be number one pick, and you didn't look. But every time he said that, I was like, that's me. And
I know that. Well, and it's not like there's fewer people like that this year. But I am wondering if the fact that there's less heat on that subject matter, because there's C.J. Carr, there's other ones, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to last year. This year's the quarterback draft of the century.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that will be helpful to the cause. Certainly, I hope it is for week 2 against Ohio State. I will be a burnt orange that day, sir. Or that night.
Welcome.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Pay testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value. But you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is your deep inner voice. Exit 18th. Take the 18th Street exit. Exit 18th.
Yanni Damaris here. If you're sitting anywhere on the 610 loop, stuck in traffic, exit 18th Street and grab a cold drink at Damaris Barbecue. We'd love to have you, and you'd love being here. We've got a full bar, beer, wine, liquor, and frozen drinks. And you can even be a family hero by taking home some delicious dinner.
You heard me. 18th Street. Exit 18th. And get to Damaris Barbecue.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-810-8599. That's 800-810-8599. 800-810-8599.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's Leasing Company of the Year by Cars.com. Ranked number 1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience. D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's Leasing Company of the Year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Hey, it's Lance Erline here with Jessie Coker, the daughter of Jeremy Coker, who owns M&J Electrical Supply. Jessie, if you were a boss for a day at M&J Electrical Supply, what would you do differently than your dad?
Probably get donuts about every day.
I will come work for you. I promise you, I will come work for you.
He just is a healthy dude, and he likes to eat healthy, and I'm just like, I want to eat something different than just fruits and meat every day.
Yeah,
so
you don't have to be healthy. Let's get some donuts in here, Dad. For all your electrical needs, call M&J Electrical Supply at 713-699-5055.
Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire, that costs time and money, but the right one, well, that helps your business grow. The challenge is finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in, people. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply. Everybody around these parts knows I'm a Big Ten man. Most of the time, I can stray. For instance, Steve Sarkisian, week 2 against the Ohio State. Best of luck, sir.
Big fan.
Big fan. Big fan of your work.
Big fan.
I want that Arch Manning card to buy you all the yachts you want. A mansion and a yacht, like your Elmer J. Fudd millionaire.
Can't wait to have you over for a barbecue.
And even though Tony Petitti, the Big Ten commissioner, gave me my first on-air gig after ESPN handed me a cardboard box in 2003, he called me up and he's like, "We'd love you to do the late night show for the U.S. Open on CBS." I'm like, in. So I'm forever indebted to him.
Sure.
But his idea of 24 playoff teams, I don't like it at all.
Too many?
Now, here's the thing. Of course it's too many. 24? 24? Come on, man. The last thing I want is the playoffs to be so wide-ass open that regular season games suddenly don't matter as much. Now, I know Commissioner Petitti saying, well, that will matter to teams, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's going to be massive. It also does allow the revenue to come in because it's got to be a trade-off. I want these conference championship games gone. I think they're wasteful. I think they do not matter in the long scheme of things already. With 12 playoff teams, they don't matter. I understand. And it's like, well, they don't matter in terms of making the playoffs, but it can knock you down from a bye week or not. and teams that don't make the conference championships then get in anyway. And the teams that battle for it, the loser gets penalized in a way. And somebody can get hurt. But the revenue's got to come in to the point where you can get rid of those. I get it. It's a trade-off. I just don't want a situation where Michigan and Ohio State play each other in the last regular season game for both, and both of them are resting starters like it's a Week 17 game in the NFL, a Week 18 game in the NFL, because both teams are already in the playoffs. And what are you doing? We could face each other in 2 weeks. I'm not going to show you the best of my game plan. Suddenly, the game just doesn't mean that much. Don't you think that would happen one day?
Yes, this is why in the future, you're going to have to play that game first.
Ooh. Oh.
You want it to matter?
Brockman.
Play it week 1. Play it week 2.
There you go. I like that idea.
It's reality.
Why wait? No reason.
I don't like it at all.
If you don't, exactly what you said is going to happen.
I know. And I don't like it. So Sark is right. Just hit pause. Let's see how 12 works for a little while longer before we go in this other direction. Hour 2 on the other side.
Here's the other thing.
Progressive knows there's no one more important to your team than your pet. They're like your top draft pick.
And it looks like Chuck has selected Pepper the Corgi. Bold pick there, Deborah.
Yeah, Rich, Pepper has a high ceiling for sure, but he does have a tendency to bark at every tree.
Yeah, he brings a lot to the table, but also takes a lot off of it, especially when it's been left near the edge.
Nothing left to do now but suit him up for the dog park.
Protect your top draft pick from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates of third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. You guys have been so busy. You guys are just swamped, huh?
Houston came through. They listened to get everything done prior to the soccer parties, but now we're still doing stuff for the pool season.
Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We still have 4th of July coming up. We have Labor Day and all those 100-degree days. We need to get your patio furniture in, get those slings, get those straps, make it look new again.
What about those grills and smokers?
Before you know it, it's going to be football season. Let's go ahead and get ahead of the game. Let's get those barbecue smokers. Let's go ahead and get those trailers in. Be ready for all those big football games in the fall.
And how cool is it when you got your tailgate chairs looking like your football team?
You're going to be the envy of everyone's hearts.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers. We got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're calling. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin, even though she might be busy.
I got you.
Danny, why are there several dozen swords in our living room?
Those are samurai swords.
They look really old.
The oldest was forged in the 1200s, but most of them were forged between 1400 and 1700.
But I thought that collectors' firearms sold firearms.
Samurai swords were sort of the firearms of Japan during the centuries when Japan was ruled by the samurai.
When was that?
From 1185 to 1868.
So the samurai ruled Japan from about the time of the Magna Carta up until the end of the American Civil War?
Yes, almost exactly.
Are you going to sell them all?
I sure hope so.
Can I keep this one?
Of course you can.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector Firearms. Right on the corner at Whip Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collector Firearms.
How long is this list?
Don't let that honey-do list overwhelm you. Stokes Hardware to the rescue. This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your DIY projects, like your patio, painting, or garden project you've been putting off. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Texting enrolls
enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text SPARK to 215-215 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text SPARK to 215-215. That's SPARK to 215-215.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If you're looking for a reason to get out and grab a meal, then Houston Restaurant Weeks is the perfect reason. From August 1st through September 7th, when you visit a participating Houston area restaurant, not only do you enjoy a great meal, but a portion of the proceeds go to support the Houston Food Bank. So whether it's date night, catching up with friends, or you just want to hit your favorite go-to spot, you'll be eating good while doing some good at the same time. Check out all the restaurants and menus now at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. That's HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
The best player has to play.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
You're not going to just say we're rushing Mendoza no matter what. Cousins was the perfect solve.
Earlier on the show, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian. Coming up, Bay Area 49ers reporter Matt Mayoko. ESPN Monday Night Football announcer and Jeopardy host Joe Buck. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chat with Steve Sarkisian in hour number 1. If this was another radio show, I would call it epic and ask you to call into the show and tell me how epic I am. But that's not this show. 844-204-RICH is still the number for you to dial. Phone lines are lit. It was a terrific conversation. Lots of good stuff with Sark. I don't know why I felt the need to do that.
Well, I mean,
but I did feel good for some reason. It's kind of weird. At any rate.
Hilarious.
Broccoli. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. We're always got the San Francisco 49ers on our minds here because they're always relevant and fan base is nuts. Are the Niners the most underrated, crazy fan base?
Wow. Great question. I think a lot of people wouldn't think of them as being.
They don't, because we're all in California laid back.
Rabid. Yeah.
Like there's other things for us to do. We can go hiking instead of watching football.
But
you know what I mean?
They seek out content, comment, react, engage more than a lot of fan bases than I've seen.
We can go chew on bark.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Right? That's as opposed to being passionate about football.
Sure.
No, the Niners, that bang bang Niner game, they show up.
Chew on bark.
That's right. You
missed that drop.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, returning to the program, Matt Mayoko, the NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. How are you, Matt? Good to see you, man.
I'm doing well, and it's interesting to get that national perspective on the 49ers fan base. I think it's a unique group, and they're very passionate, and you're right. California fans kind of get that laid-back reputation, but 49er fans are anything but laid-back.
No, I know. Everyone's talking about Arrowhead's loud. Seattle, Seattle has the 12s. Niner fans just show up everywhere, except maybe on the sun side of Levi Stadium. Never know. But let's jump into it right here. How's the coach right now, Matt? How is he?
He's getting better. Yeah, I had an opportunity to sit in his office on Tuesday, and he's still feeling the effects, and his emotions are kind of all over the place. But, physically, as he said, his plastic surgeon did one heck of a job stitching him back together.
Wow.
But the brain injury is a real thing. And he's been out there. They've had 3 practices. The first day he was out there for probably about 30, 35 minutes, just kind of standing way, way back in the defensive secondary. And then day 2, little bit more time out there than yesterday. They're off today, but yesterday he was out there for the entire 11-on-11 period. So he was just getting back into watching film. It says the music that's cranked up in practice is probably the biggest thing that he's dealing with now. But, it's not just this steady progression from here to up there. It's kind of, going about it like concussions tend to do, and everybody's different. But he feels, he's getting better, and he says he'll be okay. But right now, he's still dealing with some stuff.
I mean, man, obviously we're towards the end of July here, and it's several weeks till it's go time. But go time is a flight, a Trans-Pacific international Dateline flight. How is this possible?
Yeah, they'll be leaving the Bay Area on September 2nd, so it's still more than a month away.
Right.
John Lynch at the press conference on Saturday, when they kind of revealed what the plan of attack was, and that was just a couple hours after the 49ers put out the statement about the accident. John Lynch said that at that point that they felt like Kyle Shanahan was going to be cleared far in advance of that game to resume full coaching responsibilities. But I mean, it's a reasonable and rational question. What is his level of involvement going to be? Can he take on all those duties? And then, as you noted, mix in that 16 to 18 hour flight to Melbourne. I don't know, man. I think that there is a possibility that he won't be all the way back, but there's no timetable right now. I think they're still expecting him to be back, but I'm sure they have to make some contingencies, whether it's him. I think he'll travel, but you don't know. And then once he's there, is he best served on the sideline or in the booth, or, I think all that stuff, those are unanswered questions right now.
Matt Mayoko here on the Rich Eisen Show. So, I guess who would it be? I mean, who's taken over at this point in time? Like, what's the process here, Matt?
Yeah, so Chris Furster, who's the assistant head coach, longtime assistant to the Shanahans, including Kyle and Mike, he takes over as kind of overseeing. He's the front man, so he's the guy that kind of falls on him to keep everything together. But Kyle told him early on. He said, "Hey, do what you want to do and delegate what you don't want to do." So what Furster has done is he's basically delegated, the overall team meetings to, here's the offensive staff, Clay Kubiak, you go deal with the offensive players. Raheem Morris, you go deal with the defensive players. So I would expect, if this goes on, and probably, they play their first preseason game on the 13th. So my guess would be that, Kubiak will be calling the plays on offense. Raheem Morris will be calling the plays on defense. And then Chris Furster will kind of be overseeing it and making the decisions. So that'll be how they proceed in the preseason. And I think from that standpoint, just the communication and the lines of communication with everything and the chain of command, I think that those 3 preseason games conceivably are very, very important for the 49ers, just to kind of figure out how they want to proceed if the darn near unthinkable occurs and Kyle Shanahan isn't able to resume his duties week 1 when the 49ers play the Rams.
Last one for you on this part of our conversation here, Matt. How did he look? I mean, what can you share with us here? Because again, I know it's sensitive with the Niners and him, and it's his health. But how do you look to you? Sound?
I thought he looked good. He was still shaken up. This was on Tuesday. The thing that really bothered him, and tell me if you've ever heard of this in the NFL, there were 7 beat reporters that he wanted to meet with, and the impetus for that was the reports on the public database on Monday night that revealed that it was the other driver who was to blame. So Kyle wanted to clear that up. I mean, who in the NFL says that there were errors made in reporting and I want to clear it up? I was the one at fault. And that's exactly what he did. Mm-hmm. He felt really badly that the other driver, publicly it's known, a 21-year-old female, he felt really badly that she was to blame. And what happened was on the official police report from Palo Alto, Kyle Shanahan was at fault. But when the data was transferred over to the public database, apparently the drop-down box, they put the fault in the wrong column. And so he wanted to clear that up above everything else, that she was not the fault. He says he was not on his cell phone, but his cell phone was on his lap and it fell between the seats. And when he reached down to pick it up, he said he was distracted for 2 seconds, and that was enough for him to veer over the double yellow line and run into that car. So he says he has no qualms whatsoever about taking responsibility. He has nothing to hide. And he just wanted to clear the air that he was the one at fault, not the other driver.
Matt Mayoko here on the Rich Eisen Show. Let's get into Pearsall. I mean, are we having another Ricky Pearsall incomplete training camp on our hands here?
Yes, absolutely. And it might be worse than that, Rich. So Ricky Pearsall had it's the posterior cruciate ligament that he banged up last year, played half of the season. That thing just couldn't get right. And when he would get back, he would bang it again and he would miss more time. Well, the expectation was that, as it often does with the PCL, that it would heal on its own. And that's why the 49ers proceeded the way they did, rest, go through a regular offseason program, which it seemed to be okay. But then 2 practices in, that same knee started swelling. And now the team is clearly concerned. They're going to pursue and look at all their options. But certainly one of the options that, when you're talking about pursuing all options, you're talking about surgery, and it would be a reconstruction of that knee, the PCL, which would put him out for the season. And I think one of the major questions is, why are they dealing with this now and not just early in the offseason? The answer is that they expected that it would heal on its own and no surgery would be required. And if they had the surgery earlier in the offseason, say February, March, whenever, probably would have missed this season anyway. So, hey, now all of a sudden that pick, the first selection in the second round, Dejon Stribling, which was, I think at some point kind of seen as, wow, that's kind of a luxury pick. Now it's a necessity. They have Mike Evans, Dejon Stribling right there, number 15. He's had a really good camp, and now they need him. They need him in a big way. And so we'll see what they do at the wide receiver position, but they have DeMarcus Robinson, Christian Kirk, who's banged up as well, the calf strain, Jacob Cowing, Jordan Watkins. So be interesting to see. We're hearing the name, just, the fan base, the 49er faithful are, talking about bringing Deebo Samuel back. I don't know that 49ers are going to do that immediately, but I'm sure they'll bring in somebody. They need to kind of fill out that wide receiver room just to take the wear and tear off the guys who are healthy. But I'm sure there are conversations behind the scenes of if they need to do anything. But right now, I think it looks like, they're going to roll with some of the younger guys and get them up to speed and go from there. But right now, man, it's not looking good for Ricky Pearsall's season.
I ain't going to be Ayuk. That's who they're not bringing back.
Darn, no. That's one that I think we all can agree on.
So I mean, might as well bring back Deebo. I mean, there have been worse ideas. If this is in fact the case, how's Kittle? Are we going to see him week 1? What do you think?
He's making a good run at it. I think there's a decent chance now. He's on the PUP list, but he's out there at practice. He's conditioning. He's going through PT behind the scenes and everything else. So, they have specific markers that they want their players who are recovering to hit. getting back the speed and the cutting ability and everything else. So I'm not ruling it out. I still think, man, it seems like you're really pushing it. But if he can hit those objective markers, then he does have a really good chance. And just as we were talking about Kyle Shanahan and that long flight to and from Australia, that's got to be another huge consideration too, right? When you're bringing somebody back off of an Achilles injury or any kind of injury, to have that kind of flight there, they'll be there about a week practicing and then the game, and then they fly home the day, after the game. I mean, I still think the odds are against him suiting up and playing week one, but with George Kittle, just about anything's possible with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, the stars here, there's still stars all over this roster, man. I mean, if Bosa comes back healthy, right, we're expecting to see him week one, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. So he's been cleared off of PUP. He hasn't practiced yet, but he's on clear path toward resuming and being Nick Bosa week one.
Then Fred Warner, Raheem Morris is back as a defensive coordinator. Yep. He and Shanahan go back like a car seat. What's the expectation level here, man? What do we got, Matt?
Oh, I think the expectations within the building are the sky's the limit. It's certainly from the outside looking in, it does not help the 49ers that, probably the two best teams in the NFC are in their division, and the Rams have done everything that they've done, but they have the talent to go get it done. I mean, they have, you mentioned Fred Warner's back, so's Dre Greenlaw. That you can tell, like, just the intensity in practice is just ramped up to another level. So, when you have a team with Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and Trent Williams and Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw,
Mike Evans, I know Mike Evans. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer right there, and so you got that all together. And McCaffrey's 30. I know he wants to put that chip on his shoulder and say, that's just a number. Watch me do what I've always done. But who might also be back? Is there any? Do the Niners players, front office, think Aaron Donald's coming back, Matt?
Yeah, I think so. I think everybody kind of feels that,
right?
I mean, I think that they feel like just, bring it on. The Rams go out and get.
Bring it on. I love it. Is that that's what they're thinking, huh?
Oh, I'm sure. Okay. Yeah, right. I think that's what John Lynch tried to condition Kyle Shanahan. I don't know if you heard this story, but John Lynch, every offseason he reads John Wooden's book. And one of the things that John Wooden wrote in one of his books was, don't spend any time losing sleep over the opposition. Make the opposition lose sleep thinking about you. Well, John Lynch shared those words of John Wooden, the Wizard of Westwood, with Kyle Shanahan. And as he was doing it on the TV, it popped on that the Rams had just pulled off that trade for Myles Garrett. And, and Kyle Shanahan's response was, F John Wooden.
Wow.
Yeah, right? I mean,
that's awesome.
That is funny.
Yes.
That's funny that Lynch provides that quote of inspiration just at the moment that Myles Garrett is announced as a Ram, and that's going to be what potentially brings Donald out of retirement.
Yeah.
In a division that was won by the defending Super Bowl champs, not named the Rams. That's why I'm asking about the level of expectation as we're sitting here right now.
Yeah, I mean, the 49ers, I mentioned all those names, and you threw in Mike Evans. I mean, they have, the young guys that, they're hoping can be the next stars. I mean, I don't think you can go into a season with all those players I mentioned and not have the highest possible expectations. I mean, you don't have all those guys I mentioned, including Mike Evans, thinking, let's just have a good year. No, you're going to win it all.
I love that photograph behind you, by the way. I've been looking at it this entire interview.
So
for our radio audience, that's Dwight Clark holding up a photograph of the catch next to Willie Mays holding up the photograph of his famous catch over the shoulder. Wow.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Both signed. The great Michael Zagaris, the photographer for the 49ers, got these guys together, and they both signed it. So, it's a tremendous Bay Area keepsake.
I've heard that name many times from Mooch. Mooch talks about him. He once grabbed Zagaris during a game to try and recreate the famous photograph of Montana and Walsh drawing up a play in the dirt. He fired off a timeout in the middle of a game to grab Steve Young over to recreate that photograph, unbeknownst to Young. Steve did not know that Steve Mariucci was doing this on purpose.
Oh, that's great.
And Young was pissed that Mooch called a timeout, didn't understand why. Mooch calls him over. He doesn't understand why Mooch is calling him over. Doesn't understand why Mooch tells him to take a knee. Didn't understand. He's like, what the hell's going on? And sure enough, just as Zagaris was in the perfect position to snap the photograph, somebody came by with a Gatorade bottle and blocked the famed photographer of the Niners to give a much-needed, thirst quenching to Young. That's one of my favorite stories Mooch has ever told me.
Oh, man. I mean, he had the game plan. He had the right play call, but sometimes just stuff happens.
Stuff happens. Thanks for the time, Matt. We'll chat again soon.
All right, Rich.
That's
Thank
Matt
you.
Miyoko, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Okay. Lots to talk about the Niners, as always. Oof. All right, let's take a break. Before we do, the Hyundai Getaway sales event is going on right now. Go into your local Hyundai dealer right now and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. The great deals that's available on the most popular models that's right now waiting for you. Adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid, the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid, the bold and stylish Elantra sitting there too, loaded with the latest tech. Go all electric as well with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. Speaking of trying for a getaway that's been stopped, Infantino and FIFA. We'll hit on that. More of your phone calls coming up. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're craving scratch-made food, 29-degree draft beer, and the best seat in the house for every game, there's only one place to go, Twin Peaks. From juicy burgers and smokehouse wings to ice-cold brews served by the friendliest team around, Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs means you never miss a moment. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where the views are great, the food hits hard, and the beer is always colder than your ex's heart. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes!
Download the Albert app and use promo code READY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code READY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code READY.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
The average car payment in America is now nearly $800 a month, and many auto loans stretch longer than 6 years. That means millions of drivers are paying for vehicles long after they're ready for something new. Most people don't actually have a car problem. They have a loan problem, and that's why more drivers are calling D&M Leasing, the nation's leader in automotive leasing. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Don't ignore that leak. That water hitting your ceiling right now, it's destroying your home and setting you up for thousands in damages. And here's the truth. Roofs don't fix themselves. They get worse fast. Whether it's a small repair or you need a full roof replacement, handle it now, before the damage spreads. Call immediately for a free roof inspection. You'll know right away. Can this be repaired? Or do you need a brand new roof before it collapses into a major expense? Delaying this call could cost you 10 times more in structural damage, mold, and interior repairs. Don't take that risk. Call the roof hotline right now. The storm isn't your problem. Ignoring it is. Call now.
800-577-4742. 800-577-4742. 800-577-4742. That's 800-577-4742.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
We're back here on the Rich Eisen Show. Hire right the first time, people, with LinkedIn Hiring Pro. Get started by posting a free job at linkedin.com/Eisen. LinkedIn Hiring Pro. All right. Last we saw Gianni Infantino. He was chasing down the FIFA Peace Prize winner to make sure he wasn't standing there when Spain was celebrating. He almost pulled it off.
Okay, close.
Same thing with what I guess he's trying to do by selling portions of the World Cup to private equity individuals. I mean,
you know how that would work.
FIFA president Gianni Infantino has come up with something called to try and raise funds to for selling a stake in FIFA Forward Enterprises. According to this report, that would raise huge funds in exchange for influence over future World Cups, including broadcasting and commercial deals linked to the tournament. The proposal, backed by American investor Josh Kushner, who is the brother of the FIFA Peace Prize winner's son-in-law, and the bank J.P. Morgan, would trigger over $80 million in payouts to each of FIFA's 211 member associations between now and 2037. So everyone's going to wet their beak.
Oh, my gosh.
Except there are many folks involved in soccer, football, who believe that the World Cup is not Infantino's to slice up and sell to well-moneyed people, even if it means a lot of money for each member nation. I don't know. How much is $80 million? What would that buy in Cape Verde?
Oh, the whole island.
You know?
Question.
Just throwing that one out there. So apparently this needs to be agreed to by September 19th. For whatever reason, that's the date. Got to get an answer. And this is going over in the church of football like a very liquid.
Oh, gosh.
What should I say? A very liquid emission.
Okay.
The Union of European Football Associations has told Infantino to go UEFA yourself. They are not in. Quote, according to UEFA, this is quite the statement. There's 55 member associations associated with UEFA. No UEFA national teams will participate in any FIFA competition for so long as these proposals remain alive, unless this proposal has been abandoned in its entirety and binding assurances have been given that FIFA will never again open its governance or competitions to private ownership. Nobody should be in any doubt, says the statement. UEFA and its national associations will oppose these plans with absolute determination. There are moments when institutions are judged not by what they are prepared to accept, but what they refuse to compromise. This is one of those moments. Some things are simply too important to sell. The FIFA World Cup belongs to football. It always will. And so long as Europe has a voice, it will never be for sale. In case you're wondering, who's part of UEFA? Some of us here in America might need a little help. Germany, France, England, and Spain. Are they any good?
Oh, interesting, yeah.
And by the way, this is for the Women's World Cup, too. Anything, name all of it. Anything FIFA's doing.
All of it.
And I don't know if Infantino was able to see it from his seat in many of these stadiums that rename themselves.
Yes.
And the popularity that we saw in this country, that we, as Americans, were getting caught up in. Hey, Johnny, the World Cup doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the people. And more than any sport in the world, right? It belongs to the people.
It's literally called the world's game.
The Super League got busted up in 48 hours because the people got pissed off. Now, you might be wondering, where's the United States stance on this? CONCACAF, which is the federation the United States is part of for this sort of stuff, they put out a statement right now, as of right now. They're, quote unquote, deeply concerned.
Yeah, they're having
Susan Collins is now in charge of CONCACAF. Listen, deeply concerned. UEFA just blew it up. Maybe they were just waiting for UEFA to go first.
Yeah, CONCACAF did say there's 41 member nations there. They're having an emergency meeting today.
I mean,
well,
yeah, I'm sure they'll have a similar.
They should go next. Like it's
UEFA.
Okay. So they're meeting today, and if it's not anybody else's to sell to somebody who's got a ton of money saying, I want to buy in. Who wants to buy in? You want to buy in on the World Cup, Mikey? You got a ton of money. Yeah, you do. Of course you do.
Of course you do. I do.
Don't you want to buy in on the World Cup, Mike?
What do I
How about
make?
this?
What do I make?
What you should do is sell your Green Bay Packers
Oh, my
stock.
God. It's worth nothing.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
Well, then sell your boat.
Just trade it one for one.
I mean, which one? Boats, plural.
Actually, we're selling pieces of the World Cup?
I mean, that's
what does this mean? What are we doing?
After
the World Cup needs private equity because they have trouble making ends meet? Like, what the hell is this about?
Live golf? Like, I mean, what do we, it's like, that's what you're,
I read this. I'm like, really?
It's like,
this is brazen, man.
A little bit.
Even Sepp Blatter's like, oh, I'm embarrassed by this.
Oh. Sepp Blatter.
Yeah, remember him?
Yeah.
Sepp Blatter.
Even he's like, that's a bridge too far.
Great movie.
Okay, I said my
That's
piece.
nuts.
But UEFA.
Now, I can tell you right now,
Way to go.
if they're not there, it's over.
Yeah. Could you imagine?
It's over. Us, between the CONCACAF and UEFA, it's done.
But CONCACAF hasn't gone yet.
They will. If they don't, I would be really surprised, Rich.
Would you be so upset you wouldn't work faders for the 2030 World Cup, Mike?
I'm actually not.
What do you mean you're not?
Fox doesn't have the women's. Oh, if the men's. Yeah, we don't know what's happening with the men's, but.
Okay.
I want to,
Make your stance, Mike.
You're really waffling here, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I'm going to be honest.
You're deeply concerned.
I'm deeply concerned.
Deeply concerned.
Let's hit them all now while we got the
It's not yours to sell, pal. Look at me. I've just started paying extreme attention for one of the first times in my life, and I'm taking a stand here.
Well, it was awesome.
A man's got to stand for something, Rich.
Yeah. The World Cup was
amazing.
awesome this year, man.
It was amazing.
Hey.
What are we doing?
Let's go to Kim in Torrance, California. Just down as the crow flies. Ooh. What is that? Like,
just 15 minutes to Redondo.
Yeah. Okay. What's up, Kim?
12 minutes.
A mile from Redondo.
That's
right.
it.
Yeah, he's right down the street from
Is that right?
Oh. Yeah.
Well, stop by and say hi to Mike and go feed the squirrels with him.
Hey, I'm so excited to be on the air with you.
Attaboy.
And, man, you guys make sports a lot of fun, which
Thank
it
you.
should be, and
Thanks, dude.
including your wife. You guys are great.
Thank you.
I wanted to say that I heard some guys saying that the guy from Sporting News didn't know what he was talking about because he said that LeBron wasn't famous or, popular out here. But you see Aaron Donald, you see Kobe and his jersey everywhere. But the main point is they gave up a second-round pick for his son where they could have got him in the 5th, 6th, 7th, and they did pretty good last year. I think they could have done better if they could have got a big guy on the second pick.
Listen, Kim. The getting Bronny didn't really. I mean, second-round picks don't really matter that much anymore, unless you're Jokic or something like that, right? I guess Brunson was one. It's so rare to
Draymond.
Right now. How many teams traded away their second-round picks this year so they could avoid the April? I don't know how the hell this works.
Second rounders get thrown into so many
All I'm saying
deals.
is that I think that he was very popular because no one even mentioned that because it was a beautiful thing, him playing with his son.
I appreciate that. You're right, Kim. Thank you. That's Kim in Torrance, California, right down the road from us, including the Los Angeles Lakers, too. You know what? I saw a tweet today. It was 4 years and 1 month ago today that Woj tweeted out that Jalen Brunson had signed a $104 million deal with the New York Knicks.
All the comments under that must be amazing.
And so it's 4 years and 1 month to the day. And if you had told me, 4 years and 1 month ago that Jalen Brunson would do what he has done, not just to the point of winning it all, but if it is true, and it seems like it is, both LeBron and Giannis knocked on the Knicks' door, which 4 years and 1 month ago today would have required an immediate opening of said door. Let's not forget, 4 years and 1 month ago today ended a long string of attempts by the Knicks to get a star player to come in, including at one point in time putting in under contract elsewhere Kevin Durant on their season ticket holder preview for the upcoming offseason and upcoming season. That Brunson has created a situation not only where it's orange and blue skies everywhere and Knicks in 5, but they told LeBron and Giannis, we don't need you.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good.
That might have been an error in judgment, though.
What's the error in judgment?
You had to give up a lot of the pieces.
What's the error in judgment? Please elucidate.
No, I mean you got the win, so
but
it's not.
Were you joking, or you think it was an error in judgment that the Knicks allowed you in Philadelphia to get LeBron because we didn't decide to blow anything up?
No, I guess not.
Or run it back? At least when I said don't trade for Giannis years ago, it was a team that had just lost in the finals. Correct? I mean, all that's done is to tell LeBron, sorry, for you to live in New York, you need to commute via helicopter as opposed to courtesy car.
I wouldn't let that happen either.
What?
I'm not a fan of
premier hoopers and helicopters for obvious reasons.
That, sir.
So
it also wouldn't have been a good move for LeBron to now join the Knicks.
Yeah, like
that would have been.
What did Rich Paul
You
say?
thought he would have got roasted before. I mean,
Rich Paul said if the Knicks hadn't won the title last year, then he would have gone to the Knicks. So
if the Knicks lost to the Spurs,
he probably goes to the Knicks.
Wouldn't you? Would the Knicks have been open?
That's what Rich said.
Yeah,
to do that, right?
Plus now, and then they win the title with him. He's the savior. He brought the championship back to New York.
Yeah,
but you didn't need it. You know, you got your guy, JB.
I can't believe
I know, it's wild
that the Knicks told LeBron and Giannis, "Thanks for the interest."
Well,
Giannis, 4 years ago,
it'd
have been like, "What else do you want? What can we give you?
Right?
What rose petals can we throw at your feet?"
Getting honest, you would have had to break up the team that just won the title that everyone loves. Really, no reason to do that.
Right.
You know, you're still a contender without him.
You got Jersey's own Karl Anthony Towns.
And then,
what do we
LeBron, it's like, we don't need you, man. We just won it with this group.
You didn't play for Villanova. We don't need you. That's a starter. I mean, for starters, did you play for Villanova?
Yes. It's like those maps.
He even go to college. Yes. So,
you know what I mean?
You know, that might eliminate him altogether.
I'm still trying this on for size. You know what I mean? It's only been 6 weeks.
This is gross
since it happened.
I'm just
trying it on. I'm just trying it on for size.
This is gross because not only does the man have championship basketball in his family.
Yes, thank you.
But his college.
Correct.
And then his pro team.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh, yeah. I'm at the youth college, professional level of basketball. Honestly, if there was a banner for this sort of thing, I'd raise it and then quit.
We should get one.
We should.
We're going to get one.
Make a banner.
Everybody thinks you're a football guy.
Oh, I am a football guy, but I'm
also a basketball guy.
I should get a banner.
You know what I mean?
Brockman, you'd have a lot of banners.
I think I just threw it.
All I'm saying is,
anybody's wondering if I'm a basketball fan, Google me. I win. Just Google me. I win.
Man. That's all I do.
See what I mean? I'm trying this on for size, Matt.
Yeah, go with it.
Yeah, sorry. We're good. We got Brunson. We got a championship. We got a trophy. We got the Larry O.B. I know you're a GOAT, if not the GOAT. Enjoy Philadelphia.
Oh, he will. And more importantly, I will. I think.
Well, when he's
I don't.
Seems like he's going to only be there to work.
I don't live there, so I don't really care about that.
He's not going to be.
What should he go? Go see the Declaration of Independence?
I don't know. Walk the steps, run the Rocky Route.
Oh,
I don't do that.
LeBron will do the steps. I'll bet.
I would love it if LeBron recreated Rocky's run, full gray sweatsuit with the guy throwing him an orange randomly.
He's got to chase a chicken.
Yep.
Okay. He's got to drink an egg yolk, right?
Start. Yep.
And then he's got to eat thunder and crap lightning.
Make him a very dangerous man.
Even to the music and all. They don't do that.
Got a box to eat.
I keep forget what you're eating and crapping. Is it eat thunder?
Eat thunder and crap lightning.
Eat lightning and crap thunder.
I don't either.
Lightning, crap, thunder.
I don't know what it is.
Right? Am I right?
Who would be the Burgess Meredith in this thing?
What's it?
John Kruk?
Oh,
Dolan.
John Kruk is good.
Why would Dolan be?
Eat lightning.
I'm using him as a joke.
Listen, just leave the casting to us, Mike.
I'm sorry. Just leave Dolan.
Oh, man. This is going to be great.
Knicks in 5 last year. It's now Knicks and Sixers this year.
Well, you know that's not going to happen.
I could see from my seat blue skies. I imagine that's an orange sun in the sky.
It tends to be. But look, we know in the NBA, Chris,
what's going to be like
repeat.
6 months in? 6 months. Oh, the banner raise is going to be a nice night. You know, cast the Law and Order will all be there. I don't know. Probably it's LeBron. Now that he's made his decision, we'll find out.
Oh. Well, then LeBron will have a chip on his shoulder because the Knicks didn't want him.
You must put the Sixers in Madison Square Garden on opening night as they raise the banner. LeBron's in there. Let's go.
Oh, that
we just came up with this.
Right.
Why can't you have to do that?
Well, they don't have to.
Yes, you do. Right away. Right away.
Well, you want your team to start 0-1?
You also don't want...
Why would you want that?
You also don't want your new star player to have to commute to work via helicopter.
Yeah, I don't want that.
You know what I mean?
He's going to live in Philly.
It's a home game on the road, sort of just like when the Knicks play in Philadelphia. This is so much fun.
There's a difference, though. We didn't have LeBron James on the team.
I cannot wait for this season for you guys.
This is so much fun.
All three of you are going to be fun.
This is going to be the greatest basketball season ever.
Day.
I'm going to pay attention.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
No, you won't. All right, let's take a break.
Sixers in 5.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Shohei Ohtani's interpreter was fired today. Ippei Mitsuhara ran up gambling debts to a Southern California bookmaking operation.
The inside story of the biggest scandal in modern baseball.
He was absolutely bananas, the amount of bets he was making. I've never seen anything like it.
From 30 for 30 podcasts, this is The Betrayal of Shohei Ohtani.
Presented by Gusto. Episodes 1 and 2 available now. Listen wherever you get podcasts.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Do you have diabetes and Medicare or other types of insurance? We have great news for you. Medicare and many other insurance companies are making it possible to help you control your diabetes better. For many of you listening out there with diabetes and using insulin, they've increased their benefits to now include continuous glucose monitors at little or no cost to you. Call our special diabetes hotline today. Let our experts check your insurance and see if you qualify to get a brand new continuous glucose monitor shipped directly to your door at little or no cost to you. And the shipping may even be free. If you're still pricking your fingers, those days are gone. The new way to stay on top of your diabetes is with a continuous glucose monitor. Call right now. Let us check your insurance for you.
800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. That's 800-451-4785.
Looking for a
a reason to get out and enjoy a great meal? Look no further, because Houston Restaurant Weeks is back, happening August 1st through September 7th. Dine at participating restaurants across Houston, and a portion of your meal benefits the Houston Food Bank. So whether it's date night, dinner with friends, or your favorite neighborhood spot, every reservation helps make a difference. Check out the full list of participating restaurants and their menus now at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Houston Restaurant Weeks. Dine out and do good.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the Rich Eisen Show. A SoFi personal loan is right there to help you achieve something maybe you think is impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. You can walk the tightrope of your finances right now with one low, fixed-rate, monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan by visiting SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Speaking of SoFi, is Aaron Donald going to play in there again? Last time we saw him nationally in a big game playing SoFi, he was pointing his ring finger.
He was.
Remember that one? I know that wasn't a walk-off retirement moment for him, but, it
was cool.
Pretty big. Pretty big. So this is our almost daily check on is he back yet? Is that the name of this segment?
Is he back?
Is he back yet?
Yes.
I like that.
Okay. That's the name of our new segment. Is he back yet?
Is he back yet?
We heard from over the weekend Sean McVay saying he's going through a process, right? We heard Les Snead say from training camp on Monday. First time ever, I think he's got that itch.
I'll be back.
Now. Oh, it's on Arnold's 79th birthday, too.
Yes.
Is he back yet?
Come on.
Myles Garrett, the guy who's now with the Rams, and his mere presence and acquisition is what is bringing this all on for Aaron Donald to go, maybe I should do it again. So Myles was asked, have you personally spoken to and lobbied Aaron Donald to come back?
No. I've told him, I'd love to learn from him. I've watched, his tape. Obviously, I think everyone who's been a rusher from anywhere across the line that they have a lot of respect for him. And I don't want to push him in one way or another. If he's here, I'm gonna be excited to be his teammate, his partner in crime, and I think we can do great things. But it's a difficult thing coming back, and I know he has a family. He has a lot of decisions to make. Last thing he needs is me to push him in one direction or another. So, I'm going to support him either way, and I look forward to seeing whatever happens.
Good answer. Good answer.
He's not telling the truth, right?
Why?
No,
you don't think he was like, "Hey, come on, bro"?
No, he's probably just like, back? What's up? I would slow play it myself.
Interesting.
Oh, he's been dealt pocket rockets. He's going to slow play this down to the river, man. Try and felt everyone. You know what? He called it a partner in crime. He's right. Because, again, it would be criminal if the two of them are allowed to play together. You'd have to look it up. Is there a rule in the rule book? Is there some bylaw that would prevent it? And I know all 31 other teams are just like, whatever, bring it on. But that Matt Mayoko story that started this hour, that John Lynch was telling Kyle Shanahan about a John Wooden quote about make you scare your opponent. Don't let your opponent scare you. Make what you do scare your opponent. Okay? Forget about the other opponents. It's about what you do. So don't be scared by what other teams are doing. What you do should scare other teams. I am paraphrasing the great wizard of Westwood. And as John Lynch was telling Kyle Shanahan that quote, news crossed that Myles Garrett was going to be a Ram. And he turns to John Lynch. Kyle Shanahan says, F John Wooden. That's what wild. Myles Garrett's acquisition makes people do. Tell John Wooden to go F himself.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Who's ever told John Wooden to do that?
No.
Live or dead.
No.
To Bill Walton, maybe.
And then Myles Garrett's presence is going to bring Aaron Donald out of retirement? That is criminal. Think about it.
That trade was 2 months ago.
Look at him.
In 2 months,
That's a photograph of him as a Ram in a practice.
I know.
That doesn't even look.
In 2 months, he hasn't texted Aaron Donald once. Like, come on, bro.
Why would he? But why would he do that? If you're Myles Garrett, it's already spoken. It's already spoken. Dude, this is happening. Mayoka also said he believes the Niners believe it's going to happen. Everybody's push him one way or another. What's the other way you're pushing him? Oh, my God. New segment. Is he back yet?
Is he back yet?
We don't even have to ask who the he is.
Yeah, we know. Everyone knows.
Everyone knows. Is he back yet? Albert Breer is coming on tomorrow's program to kick off the program before he goes to the Rams. And I'll just say, is he back yet? He won't even say who. Joe Buck's coming up hour 3. Rich Eisen here. We talk a lot about battles in sports. Teams battling through adversity. Athletes fighting for every yard. The toughest warriors I've ever seen, though, aren't on the field. They're kids fighting cancer. Their families standing beside them. Doctors, nurses, caregivers. That's why I'm proud to support Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 28 years, they've helped fund pediatric cancer research, raising more than $303 million and supporting over 40,000 children. Learn more and donate at HyundaiUSA.com/Hope on Wheels.
Here it comes. Surprise! There's an avocado shortage! Now half your food truck menu is costing more than it's making you! Also, you're out of napkins!
Those aren't cheap! Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, an ice cream truck stole your parking spot! Looks like you're in a turf war!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything. And we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. At Twin Peaks, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days, UFC and wall-to-wall TVs. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes through in the clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
To see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code READY to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code READY to get up to $10,000. That's promo code READY.
Want to know what's really happening in professional golf? Then you need the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Will covers the latest and biggest stories happening on the professional golf scene, breaking down the tour, the majors, and the betting board. Plus, Will gets the inside scoop directly from players, coaches, caddies, and the people who actually know what's going on. Listen to sharp analysis and real opinions each week on the Golf Hour with Will Doctor. Saturday mornings at 8 on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Don't ignore that leak. That water hitting your ceiling right now, it's destroying your home and setting you up for thousands in damages. And here's the truth. Roofs don't fix themselves. They get worse fast. Whether it's a small repair or you need a full roof replacement, handle it now, before the damage spreads. Call immediately for a free roof inspection. You'll know right away. Can this be repaired? Or do you need a brand new roof before it collapses into a major expense? Delaying this call could cost you 10 times more in structural damage, mold, and interior repairs. Don't take that risk. Call the roof hotline right now. The storm isn't your problem. Ignoring it is. Call now.
800-577-4742. 800-577-4742. 800-577-4742. That's 800-577-4742.
I didn't need a plumber for years and years and years, but when I did, I called Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years. I can recommend them with confidence for emergency service calls and all jobs like a repipe, a water heater, tankless water heater, you name it, and without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. You need a plumber? Call Billy Brown and his guys. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
It's pretty dope.
The absolute best choice. KFNC, Mont Belvieu, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
The best player has to play.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
You're not going to just say, we're rushing Mendoza no matter what. Cousins was a perfect solve.
Earlier on the show, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian, Bay Area 49ers reporter Matt Mayoko. Coming up, ESPN Monday Night Football announcer and Jeopardy host Joe Buck. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. We had a great chat with Steve Sarkisian in hour number 1 of this program. We also chopped it up with Matt Mayoko about what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers. If you missed the first 2 hours of this program, where have you been? I don't mean to be aggressive. But there's also a backup plan for you. There's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. 1.1 million followers there and growing.
Don't got to block it.
Yeah, that's right. Disney Plus, as soon as we're over, all 3 hours can be viewed there. There's our podcast if you want to listen to it. There's just lots of, you're out of excuses, is basically what I'm saying. I don't know, again, why I'm being so aggressive.
Well, we're in aggressive time.
No, I got my workout in today. Maybe the endorphins are flying.
Great. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. I adore this man. I don't care who knows it. But I've known him for a very long time. I'm very excited for everything about his world and success. The voice of Monday Night Football. Now the host of ESPN Jeopardy. And he's a complete and total frick.
Whoa.
Award winner. Award winner.
My bad.
Joe Buck, everybody.
Hey. What up, Joe?
What's up?
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Joe.
How many people just went zoinks? What did he call it? He's a Ford Frick winner. You already got the Roselle in his back pocket. 2 halls of fame, Joe. Congratulations, brother, on that.
Well, that's what it's all about. Personal accolades.
There is no I in Joe or Buck.
No, that's true. Or Jack or Buck or nepotism. Oh, wait, there is. But
Come on, man.
No, it's been a nice run. I'm no longer the 27-year-old doing the World Series. I'm the old man now. I've got a gray beard. I've got dyed hair. I've got hair transplanted to the top of my head.
Yes, sir.
But I'm in 2 halls of fame. So hey, yay me.
Dude, what were you thinking here? I mean, by the way, listen, the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you're already in there. This one, I mean, you're in a meadow right there in Cooperstown. What's going through your head, dude? Like as you're looking out here on this happened this past weekend, if I'm not mistaken.
That is the look of a man who just said, "Oh my God, I can't believe they didn't boo me." Yeah, it's funny. It was a really heartwarming weekend, and to stand up on that stage and to look out at those people that are there because they love baseball. Everybody's got their group. So you had the Beltron group and you had the, I'd thrown my tie. Somebody in the parade route said, "Where's the candy? You're supposed to be throwing candy." So I threw him my tie.
Are you serious? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Look at
the good thing is I bought the tie off Instagram, and within like an hour, the thing was filtered back at me. So I bought it back. So the fun thing was, being there in 1987 with my mom and my sister sitting in the crowd when my dad got this award. And then to flash forward 39 years, and my mom and my sister are in the crowd with my kids, both my older daughters and my little boys and Michelle. And it was so fun. And Cooperstown is just an amazing place that it feels stuck in time in the best possible way. And for us to all be there together, my son-in-law, my sister's family, it was just great. So it was a lot of fun.
It's so deserved, brother. I'm so happy for you. That's it.
That's when you and I first met.
That's right.
Back during the World Series in 96, was it not?
Yep, 96. That's when it was. You were doing your first World Series. I was doing Sports Center, and it's so cool. And I'm just happy for you. You deserve it. You deserve it. Even though, didn't you once upon a time take a steroid to get through a broadcast though, like with your voice?
I did, but I think
you still got in. You still got in.
I did.
Okay.
I am on the list. I was on the list.
Yeah.
I took.
Right.
Yeah, I did. I got a shot. I got up off the deck. It was in Philly for an NFC Championship game. I think it was an Eagles-Panthers game.
Man.
And I woke up. I could not talk. I couldn't make a sound. I went to an ENT genius in Philly. The guy gave me a steroid injection. I don't know what kind of steroid that is. Whatever it was, I'm a big fan. I could talk by 7 p.m. that night.
But it's on your plaque, so at least everyone knows about it now, right?
There's an asterisk on it. Yeah, exactly.
Took steroid once.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. ESPN Jeopardy, baby. Here we go. Real quick. The exclamation point in Jeopardy is silent. Correct, Joe? Right? Or do you
Not to me. Not to me. I shout it from the mountaintops. I've been doing it all week. It's a fun show. The cool thing is,
yes,
and I kind of stumped for this, was to get, like guys like John Hamm on it, Keegan-Michael Key, Adam Pally, mixing in with Sports Center people and NFL Network people and Where Were You, Rich, when I needed you most. But it's a fun, the good thing, I got to do a week when Alex Trebek passed away, and it is the same process. It's the same writers who turn their brilliant minds to sports. The clues are written the same way, kind of convoluted, trying to trip you up a little bit. But it is all sports, and some fared really well, some surprised, some fared not so well, but laughed their way through it. And it's 10 episodes of a really fun Jeopardy show all about sports.
Look at that shot right there, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I like that shot. Send me that.
Yeah. Well, I got you. I'll be able to.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Just text it to me.
We got
assets.
assets.
My new screensaver.
We got the assets for you. Don't worry. We'll send it to you.
All right. Thank you.
How is Ham? Any good?
I don't know what I'm allowed to say.
Okay.
But I will
That's
say.
True. All right.
I will say that John Hamm represented himself extremely well.
Okay.
Like extremely well.
I would imagine Ham would take this very seriously. Like he would want to come and dominate like that. I would see that.
Well, you know John, and I've known John since we were in middle school, and
that's true, right? Middle school.
Yeah, well,
really?
Yeah, like late middle school into high school. So crazy story.
Yeah.
My best friend in high school, Preston Clark, his little sister Sarah, who is an actor in her own right. She was on 24. She was in the Twilight movies. I just saw her on a CBS show this week. So she's still working and doing great and makes us all proud. But in middle school, high school, she dated John Hamm. And in college, she had dated Paul Rudd. So that's how I know Rudd. And there's a young John Hamm. There's my guy.
That's right.
But John back then was the guy that everybody wanted on their Trivial Pursuit team.
Oh.
He is his recollection, his retention. He is a genius. He's extremely smart. He knows sports. He was the perfect contestant for that show. And I will say again, and I will underline it and highlight it, he does extremely well.
Wow. Okay, Ken Jennings meets Don Draper. Basically, is what you're saying right there.
That's what it is.
Okay, that's what
exactly
I'm trying to pick up what you're putting down right here. That's cool. That's very good, and that's on Disney Plus and Hulu.
On Disney Plus, Hulu, ESPN app,
of course.
And hopefully, if it does well, we do more, and we continue. But we'll see.
I don't know why
that's
it
up
wouldn't.
to you, the viewing public.
Why wouldn't it do well?
Same people that missed the first hour, 2 hours of your show that you berated when we came on here at the top of the hour.
Tell them, Joe.
It's up to them to watch this thing so that we get to do more. And then I would imagine it would evolve into just, very smart people about sports, not Sports Center anchors or John Hamm to be contestants going forward, I would think.
I would think too. By the way, perfect way to put it. Disney Plus, Hulu's, ESPN, Jeopardy. When do you go back to work for a living?
I don't know. I get to come out of my semi-retirement, my coma that I've been in for the last number of months.
This is it, man, because it ends in the booth for the Super Bowl right here just up the road, Joe.
I read this morning, ESPN ABC has the Super Bowl this year.
Yes. I made a note of it. I wrote it down.
I thought you would lead off with that because that's breaking news. But which is a great place to have it. As you know, that stadium's amazing. The booth is great. The booth has a bathroom within it, which is always paramount and something I worry about anytime I'm doing a big event. It checks all the boxes, and I think it's going to be a great year. It's going to be a lot of fun. The answer is August 20th. Mm-hmm. We have a preseason game. It's in Houston, and I'm not 100% sure who they play.
No. Joe, not to correct you, but the answer is when is August?
When is August 20th in Houston? Who do they play?
I mean, if the answer it's got to be in the form of a question, Joe. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to accept the answer.
Well, only in double jeopardy, and in regular jeopardy we accept that. I admonish them. In double jeopardy, that's a no-go. And this show is an hour long, so there's triple jeopardy. Also, you have to do it in the form of a question, or I just sit there, and if your time runs out, your time runs out.
What I guess the answer is what is
Raiders against Texas?
There it is. That's your answer.
There it is.
Raiders.
My man, Fernando.
Yeah.
All of us IU guys. I hope he plays the whole damn game.
God, how much do you love Curt Cignetti, Joe? I mean, what a blessing.
He is.
Good Lord.
He is a beauty in every possible way.
Have you met him? Have you chatted with him?
I met him. Yeah, I don't want to rub this one in, but it was not this past season, but the one before. Sure. I went to the Michigan game at IU.
It's all right.
Which, I mean, it doesn't matter. Michigan, whoever. To see that stadium jammed and to meet him on the field beforehand, and he walked me through kind of exactly what was going to happen in the game, and it happened. I'm blown away, and I feel like he's just a really unique guy. I feel like he's got a little bit of a wry smile on his face with everything he does. Yeah. And I've never seen a man stand on a sideline the way he does with his hands on his hips and his hands out. It's just the most unique look by it. There, that's kind of it.
There it is.
By any head coach in any sport. But I love him, and thank God he's at IU.
No doubt, right? I mean, just what a dream come true. You couldn't have imagined, right? Couldn't have imagined.
I mean, it's like, okay, we got another guy, and we're going to do it again. And then he went on to an IU basketball game, and he, said Purdue sucks and everybody else sucks. And I was like, okay, it's all bluster. And then he backed it up. I mean, the team was really good 2 seasons ago, and then obviously did what they did last year. So, yeah, am I a bandwagon guy? Kind of. But when I was there, and I was there for almost 4 full years, I left when I got the Cardinal gig. I was a season ticket holder. We were good. We had Trent Green. We had Anthony Thompson. Right. Bill Mallory was our head coach. It was a good program then, and then kind of hit the skids. And I would pay attention a little bit. But, now that Cignetti's there, I'm like all in.
And your Jeopardy paycheck paid for which wide receiver this fall, Joe?
Yes.
Which one is
I
that,
funneled everything I got from ESPN Jeopardy.
Yeah.
I funneled right into player procurement at Indiana University.
Yes, roster retention. That's what Joe Buck's all about, guys. You knew that.
Yes.
Again, we already established he's a team player.
Yep.
We already established to start this whole
exactly. Yeah.
What in the first Monday night game? Oh, Mahomes.
It's a good one.
There
and
we go.
Mahomes is in 11 on 11 drills already.
Look
and like
at you.
hopping around with a knee brace on his leg. And please have Mr. Nix on the other side with his ankle and all that stuff going on.
That'll
so it was
happen.
a bit of a,
I think that
I would think, but
we got
that's a heck of a matchup to come out of the gate with, provided both quarterbacks are there.
And look at those two Rams logos in the first 5 weeks. We're starting a new segment here on the show called "Is He Back Yet?" And that's number 99 in your program. I think he's coming back.
Seems like it. You know more than I do. You cover this stuff every day. But if he wasn't coming back, it's a lot of noise, a lot of photo ops, pads. And we've watched it, at least I have, on Instagram or wherever I've seen it, watch him work out over the past couple of years. He is just a freak. And he and Myles Garrett, and then a revamped secondary with Chris Shula putting it all together. They are going to be phenomenal.
And then, of course, that week 3 in Chicago, that's going to be a big one for all of us to see if Caleb meets with you before the game. Joe, what do you think?
I'm
on the edge.
So much so. Me too. I'm so worried about that. So that's a good game. Let's move on. And then we got Dallas at Philly, not too far after that, which is that's just a game we haven't had. I had every year at Fox, and we haven't had that game until this year 5 at Monday Night Football and ESPN. So that's a big one for us to get.
I honestly thought, speaking of the Bears, that game on November 2nd, Bears at Seahawks, I thought that was going to be the opener. I really thought the league would put that as game number 1 for the banner raise, but
that's a good game. It's a great game. And then we've got Dallas. I think we have Dallas at Seattle.
Yeah, you do.
So we've got 2 great Dallas games, both on the road and both against, playoff quality teams. By the way, this is historic, our little visit here, because this is the first time that I've done any interview in what is my new office for the next year and a half.
This is it?
In a rented house in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, whoa. Huh.
That's why it's kind of barren back there. This is our first day. Michelle's in the other room harumphing and cursing my name because it's just boxes that are filing in, and I'm in here talking to you. So if it's okay, I'd like to be on for the rest of the show and tomorrow's show, and I'll sit here. And I'll just wait until you come out.
I have follow-up questions. So is that lamp a rented lamp? Does it come with the place?
No, this is somebody's home.
Oh.
Great guy.
Great guy.
Who I got to meet. No, he is. He's and then he buried the lead. We meet with him. We're walking around the house. House is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then at the end, he's like, I'm from St. Louis, by the way. And your sister, Julie, was in my sister, Jimmy's sister's class at Westminster High School. And, they were good friends. And your sister let her borrow a prom dress, which I was like, this smallest world of all time. But if I were him, I would have led with that. But we were the ones that were on, in audition, because he wants to make sure that we're not like lunatics coming into his beautiful home.
So, just ultimately stick the landing. It would have been amazing if she went to the prom with John Hamm or Paul Rudd. That would just close the entire circle.
He was a taken man at that point with Sarah Clark. That would not have worked.
That would have been terrible. Does Michelle want to hop on here? Does she want to pop in? Do you want to?
Hey!
Meatloaf!
That's right.
You know Michelle far too well to know that
that's not it.
Would get me.
That's not it.
Punched in the side of the head. Yeah, no.
Suze is in the other room. She's coming out shortly for Women's Sports Now, so we could have had the whole reunion from.
Yes.
From
you have no idea. I mean, we love Rich. We love Susie more.
I've heard that so many times. It's off the charts.
Par for the course.
All right, Joe Buck. Congrats again on being a total frick. I don't know why I keep saying that. Again, I just woke up dangerous. I'm like Baker. Congrats on the Ford frick. Congrats on the ESPN Jeopardy! Gig.
Yes.
July
Look at that.
31st.
There's a happy fella.
Look at you, man.
No beard.
There's a happy
That's not
fella.
a recent photo.
No beard, Joe.
Where did they get that?
What do you mean? That was taken the day of taping number one.
Is that right?
100%.
Is
Yeah,
that
it was
right?
a month ago.
Damn.
It was a month ago.
That's nice. So you shaved for ESPN Jeopardy? You shaved for ESPN Jeopardy?
I whittled it down. I never shave. I use a clipper. I can't go smooth anymore. Smooth sucks. It makes me feel old.
You're the best, Joe. Say hi to Michelle. Susie sends her best as well, and I hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
I hope to see you soon.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Oh, wait, whoa.
What happened? What's going on? Oh, look at that.
That made it to the rental
You have a
house.
little thing there, too.
Yeah, I know.
This was the first thing I brought to the rent. This has been on my desk since I was like in fifth grade.
The buck stops here. That's outstanding.
Was that Harry Truman, I believe?
It was.
It was Harry Truman.
Who is?
It's not what is.
Harry S. Truman.
Yeah. I'm the only human that's been referred to in the history of Jeopardy as a what? As
What's Eisen?
Yeah, that was the what this was.
What's Eisen?
Yeah, that was the answer. Not who is Eisen. What's Eisen?
But in Jeopardy, as I'm sure you know, because you're a fanatic for Jeopardy.
Yes.
As long as it's a question, you can say, what is Rich Eisen? Mm-hmm. They will accept that.
Okay. See, you're the authority there as well. Good to see you, pal. Be well.
Good to see you and everybody else, although I've only seen you. I just assume that there are other people.
There's Chris.
Hey, Joe.
Chris.
Yeah, hey, Chris.
Hey,
How
Mike,
are you?
say hi to that's
Good.
TJ.
What's up, Joe?
Say hi to Joe and his new rent-a-house.
And another one of his oldest friends.
Mike Del Tufo. That's Mike.
Yeah, I know Del Tufo. I knew that. Okay. It's good to see that
Good
face.
to see you, brother.
Did you once upon a time forget to open his mic?
No.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes, on Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Very big.
Do you remember that Thanksgiving, Joe, where your mic wasn't open?
Yeah, you and Troy weren't open for a second.
Come on.
Nope.
That was me.
I don't remember even being there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
That's why I love Joe.
And that's what Jerry Steinberg started screaming at you.
Yes. Yes.
Only mistake I made on the NFL and Fox in 8 years.
Is that right?
That is a correct answer. What is almost perfect?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
That's the way we say goodbye to Joe Buck.
Almost perfect. All right. Thanks, guys.
Great movie.
All right, Joe.
Great movie with Billy Crudup was in Almost Perfect, right? Wasn't
Crudup. Yeah. Almost famous.
Okay.
Wow.
I knew that. It goes off the rails every time. I'm not going to tell me who's going to win the Super Bowl, Joe. Which is not going to happen.
I don't think he knows.
Okay. When it comes to you and your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product with real pricing, real simple, really beautiful. And when a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner with the Rich Eisen Show, well, that says a lot. 0% financing options are available. Certain restrictions apply. Find your local Pella Windows and Doors showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen for details. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. Your phone calls and my 4 Downs preview of the Miami Dolphins season. Coming up next. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with 0 sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with 0 effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
Looking for the perfect place to unwind, host, or celebrate? Head to Federal American Grill with 6 Houston area locations serving up elevated American favorites, handcrafted cocktails, and one of the best social hours in town. Whether you're meeting friends after work, planning a private event, or catering your next office lunch, Federal American Grill delivers exceptional food with Southern hospitality. Visit today and find your nearest location at thefederalgrill.com.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Do you have roaches in your house? How about mouse droppings in your cabinets? Imagine what you don't see. You could have a nest of spiders in your bedroom crawling all over you at night. Eliminate your bug and pest problems by calling the Pest Protection Hotline now.
We're your full-service pest control helpline for all types of insects and rodents, including bed bugs, fleas, ants, roaches, spiders, yellow jackets, wasps, mosquitoes, and flies. If it's bugging you, we can help. The pros at the Pest Hotline are standing by right now to take your call. Your home is no place for pests. They're nasty. They spread disease. Get rid of them today. Call the Pest Hotline right now. 800-208-2172. 800-208-2172. 800-208-2172. That's 800-208-2172.
1976, gas was 59 cents a gallon, disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because they make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
Eight 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Let's go to Kyle in State College.
Oh.
What's in State College, TJ Jeffrey?
That would be the Pennsylvania State University.
Oh, Kyle, is this Kyle Brady? Is that the
This is not Kyle Brady.
Okay. All right. What's up, Kyle?
But I wanted to call in and talk about Paul Feinbaum throwing rocks yesterday. And we all know people in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks.
What was he throwing?
He talks about the Big Ten and their out-of-conference schedule.
Okay.
LSU plays McNeese State. Alabama plays Eastern Carolina and Chattanooga.
Kyle, let me just
Georgia
stop.
plays Tennessee State and West Kentucky. And Texas plays put respect on their name, the Texas State Bobcats.
Kyle,
and University of San Antonio.
Kyle, Paul Feinbaum's been on the show before, and I can't wait to have him back. Because you just went and used facts and things like that. Let's just be honest about here are the three schools Paul Feinbaum is not happy about. Okay, Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana. What do those three teams have in common, Kyle? I'll tell you.
All championships.
That's correct. And what conference are they from?
The Big Ten.
That's correct. Thank you so much. Thanks for the call, Kyle. Greatly appreciate it. People who root for the SEC or their business involves the SEC, whatever, not happy about that. Yeah. Not happy. Just means more. Except 3 other teams have won in a row, and they're not from the SEC. They're not used to that, I imagine. When was the last time 3 champions in a row did not come from the SEC?
Just about to look that up.
Look that one up. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that that's the axe that Paul Feinbaum is grinding, even though I just intimated that. Maybe he doesn't realize it, just deep-seated. I love it. Kyle sitting up there in State College going, this guy Feinbaum, I'm going to call him the Rich Eisen Show and set him straight. It's fine. We're here. We're here for people to vent. Right? Gary in East Meadow, New York. What's up, Gary?
Meadow.
How you doing, Rich?
What's going on, Gary?
I want to do the win-loss game for the Jets.
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
Yeah, you do.
Jets.
All right. Tell everybody where East Meadow is, Gary.
East Meadow is on Long Island. It's about 10 minutes from Nassau Coliseum, about 5 minutes from the Hicksville train station.
That's it. And so, right in like Hofstra country, right? Right in Wayne, Quebec country. You know what I mean?
10 minutes from Hofstra.
Yeah, and who used to practice there? Who used to have their facility there, Gary?
The New York Jets.
Give them the music. What happens when the Jets visit Robert Saleh to start the season?
That's a win.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Then they will have the Packers come into town. What happens then?
That's a win.
That's a 2-0 start for the New York Jets before they visit the Lions. What happens then?
That's a loss.
Okay. Then they visit the Bears.
That's a loss.
Uh-oh. We're 2-2. Can they rebound against the Browns at home?
That's a win.
Aha. 3-2. Now you go visit the Pats. What happens then?
At New England, that's a loss.
Okay. See? Gary's reasonable, Chris.
I don't think it matters where we play them.
3. Okay. Dolphins at the Jets now.
That's a win.
Now the Jets take on the Raiders at home.
That's a win.
Then they got the Chiefs in Kansas City.
That's a loss.
That's 5-4 now, home for the Bills.
Home Bills is a win.
That's right. That happens a lot.
Yep.
Even when Rodgers comes out with the American flag and pops his Achilles, they still win that one.
Interesting.
They lost a hell of a lot more after that, but you see where I'm going with it all? Okay. That's now a 6-4 record coming out here to take on Harbaugh's Chargers.
That's a loss.
6-5 at the Dolphins.
That's a win.
7-5 home for the Broncos.
That's a loss.
7-6 at the Cardinals.
That's a win.
8-6 home for the Patriots. Do it.
That's
Do it.
a win.
Yeah. 9-6. Home for the Vikings.
That's a loss.
9-7 at the Bills.
That's a loss.
9-8 is a very pie-in-the-sky record for the New York Jets. Gary in East Meadow. Say hi to everybody out there for me on Long Island, okay? Gary?
I will.
All right, there you go. You know he's a real deal Jet fan. When he's from East Meadow and he says the word loss as loss.
Loss.
9-8. Go ahead, Chris. Have at it. Go. Do it. Do it.
Jets win total 5.5.
That's almost double.
Yeah.
Gary likes it.
I hate this team.
Carrying 9-8 would be Jet fans would sign for that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
8 wins get you plus 250.
What does that mean?
Yeah. It means you bet $1, you get $250 back.
Oh, really?
Good bet.
$2.50?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe 250 isn't two.
What's the point of that then?
All right. Jets at 9-8.
Right.
That's a good one. Let's be fair and balanced now. It's now time for my 4 Downs preview of the Miami Dolphins season. Hit it, please. Hit it.
4 Downs with Rich.
Here we go.
Why did he stop?
Okay, everybody, you ready? Are we ready?
Let's go.
Are we ready? It's time for my 4 Downs season preview of the Miami Dolphins. First down.
First down.
It's Malik Willis time. Woo. Or time to tread water until next year's draft.
Oh, man.
I don't know.
You like him.
I do like him a lot, man. I do like him a lot. But let's be honest, man. When he came over, Jalen Waddle was still there. Right?
Uh-huh.
Or it was right around the time that they traded Jalen Waddle? Listen, I'm excited for him. I think he proved his mettle over the last couple of years. I think he's got a lot going for him. I think the head coach knows exactly what this kid is all about because he was the defensive coordinator there in Green Bay while he was blossoming, as Malik Willis was doing. You look at the roster, though, and you're wondering, how can he properly be evaluated without big-time weaponry around him? You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
That's what you want to do when you've got a talented quarterback or one that you think is talented. What happens next? You got to build around him. What have they done? They took their best receiver and traded him. Tyreek Hill is not walking through that door. That leads to second down.
Second down.
Can Devon Achane become an Offensive Player of the Year finalist? Can he do it? He is a home run hitter. Everybody keeps talking, oh, there's Jahmyr Gibbs. Oh, well, there's Bijan Robinson. You know who's just as fast, if not faster, who can hit home runs, who can take a handoff from somebody else's 30-yard line and get in, or your own 30-yard line and get in? This guy can do it. But what if he's the only weapon that's really there that can really scare anybody? What happens next? I mean, they got some speed. Malik Washington, Tutu Atwell, who folks around here in Los Angeles know all about. The offensive line, can they protect? Can they blow open holes? Can Devon Achane be the guy? Third down.
Third down.
If I'm going to ask this question of all other first-year head coaches, first-time head coaches, I'm going to ask it again, even though I think the answer is yes, because I have really enjoyed chatting with Jeff Hafley on this program or whenever I've been around him. I think he's emotionally brilliant. It's similar to your coach in Dallas. I think he knows what makes a player tick. I think he has been smart about his career, where it's just like, okay, I'm a head coach in college, but I'm going to go leave this world of the NIL and roster retention and whatever and be a DC in Green Bay, and now it's paid off. He's the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. Is he ready for prime time? I think he is, but obviously what's going to happen when it's time to challenge in the third quarter, fourth quarter, those sorts of moments, decision-making, what's going down. That's third down. It's time for fourth down. Now, again, the roster, the draft choices. You know, did they take anybody that'll knock your socks off because you recognize their name? No. You look at their team. I mean, outside of Achane, who are you going to draft in your fantasy, right? Like, so the names aren't there.
Yeah.
The names aren't there. But Their general manager and their coach have come from Green Bay, where there's always not a lot of great names, right? But the collective is a winner. And so, you're wondering who they are and what they're doing. So to quote a very famous, if you will, but not at the time, young sportscaster in 1996. Who am I and what am I doing here? That's the quote for the Miami Dolphins. Fourth down.
Oh, wow.
Who are they and what are they doing here? That's it.
Wow.
Who are they and what are they doing here?
Don't.
What are you doing?
No.
Next year? Is that what we're playing for? Next year's draft? Well, unless Malik Willis is the guy now. Or the guys that they have collectively coached up right are going to win football games right now. And we just don't know who the Dolphins are. And what's their goal? What are they doing? Slow playing? Building slowly? Or ready to win now? Because these kids are talented and they're going to all play collectively a style of football we're not used to seeing by the Miami Dolphins because we've seen it up in Wisconsin. And that's my way of incorporating myself. Thank you so much from 30 years ago.
Who am I and what am I doing here?
Oh, it's great. As long as you don't have that other part of the drop where I'm a lot of fun at parties. Terrible way for me to introduce myself on national television in 1996. Terrible.
Who am I and what am I doing here?
Thank you.
I love it.
Don't you think that's appropriate for the Miami Dolphins this year? Who are they
I do.
and what are they doing?
I do. I can't imagine they're playing any primetime games. They're not getting flexed. They have the second longest playoff odds. Like, it's going to be, could be rough.
Or it's Malik Willis time, and the players that they drafted are going to start balling out because they're going to be coached right, and they have a certain ethic, and they're drafting a certain way for a certain system, just like championship teams do, like, say, in Seattle or Philadelphia or Green Bay, and they're bringing that style to Miami, which has been part of the plan ever since Aikman stepped in a room and it's like starts talking to everybody there, and they're all listening to Aikman, and they're like, John Eric Sullivan, Jeff Hafley, go get him. And we'll see.
We'll see
who they are and what are they doing. And if Miami's a lot of fun at parties. We know that already. Oh, my God. I can't believe I said that.
Live on Sunday.
That's my 4 downs about the Miami Dolphins. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. And Susie Schuster's about to come out.
Hey.
This could go in any direction.
Well, I imagine it's going in one specific direction.
I mean, the way she drives.
The direction we're going to try to point it is south.
Yeah,
again, it's south. I wasn't commenting.
South.
I wasn't commenting on the way she was driving. The rent-a-car was doing so.
Yes.
But also, you didn't have to tell us.
But by
no. As soon as it happened, I'm like, I'm bringing this to the show. And she understood it.
Yeah.
In the same way, Chris.
Good luck.
Your wife brings everything to the stage.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah,
I get it.
It'll take you 20 years to
Your
find
wife.
something like that.
By the way, that was such an unnecessary shot at me.
I mean, you didn't see this?
Sarah had a very viral thread the other day.
About you?
Yeah, it was about
very much so.
The Odyssey, and she was like, much like my husband, it would take him 20 years to find something.
I saw
something
that.
effect.
That was outstanding.
Yeah.
That was outstanding.
What else you want to know?
Okay.
I don't think Chris liked it, though.
Unnecessary.
It hasn't even been a month yet.
Aggressive for 3 weeks of marriage.
All right, let's take a break. Suze is going to come out here in advance of women's sports now later on at 6 Eastern on all Disney platforms. That's coming up.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal. Make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When you're craving scratch-made food, 29-degree draft beer, and the best seat in the house for every game, there's only one place to go, Twin Peaks. From juicy burgers and smokehouse wings to ice-cold brews served by the friendliest team around, Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs means you never miss a moment. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where the views are great, the food hits hard, and the beer is always colder than your ex's heart. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
I'm in my late 60s. My husband died a few years ago. He did all of our taxes. I sold a piece of property last year, and I forgot to claim the proceeds of the sale. Next thing I know, I got a letter from the IRS telling me that I owe over $50,000. Now I have a huge tax problem. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I knew who to call.
If you sold property in the last calendar year or didn't claim all of your part-time or even retirement income, you could be in big trouble with the IRS. Call first before they send you a letter. If you've already got a letter, call. We'll help you file years of past tax returns and save you time and money. So call the tax doctor. The call is confidential and free.
800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. That's 800-240-4587.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Houston does food like Houston does everything else, with a lot of H-Town pride and a desire to help people in need. From August 1st through September 7th, Houston Restaurant Weeks brings together restaurants from across the city, offering special prefix menus with proceeds benefiting the Houston Food Bank. It's your chance to support the local spots you already love and maybe discover a few new favorites while you're at it. Every reservation makes an impact. See the full list of participating restaurants and all the menus now at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com.
Did you know that was one of our first
back on the Rich Eisen
had?
show? Hold on a second, Susan. I've got to do a read for Hyundai. Words that
Ironic,
husbands always say to their wives.
Ironic.
Just give me a second. Get into the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Get away with the deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid or the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. You can go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9 or the bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech that might tell you that you're driving drowsy. So get down to your local Hyundai. Wait, what? and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details.
Did you just ad-lib for Hyundai?
Here's what I did. I used a read to try and poke fun at you. I just did.
Great.
Yeah. But that's what love is all about.
I respect Hyundai, Rich. I wouldn't, I'm just saying.
Please, I
Hyundai,
could respect them more.
Like
what? Like this.
I'm sorry to put our dear sponsor,
Wait a
one of the dear sponsors, in the middle of this is not a dispute. It's not a dispute that I thought you were driving just fine. The car didn't.
Do you know the first fight? One of the first fights we ever had was because of Rich's passing on the right. Do you remember this from Connecticut to New York? And I was like, I don't think I can be with somebody who passes on the right.
That's a cop. That's a pullover.
Oh, is that why? Is that why it took 3 years? I had no idea.
Well,
I had no idea.
That said, I want to thank all of you on YouTube who watched this because Rich actually told me. My cousin Jana texted me like, narcoleptic. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh, he brought it up. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Oh. So I went to go watch it. And I want to thank all of you who saw me and
for who you are.
Rich should be sleeping. Rich is on the couch. Like, what did Rich do that for? And I appreciate that. I feel seen and I feel supported by all of you out there. Just saying thank you for that.
Would you have taken offense if Rich was just sleeping in the car? Like, how are you?
Was it TJ? It was like, no, you were on your phone, bro. Right, TJ? Is that what you said?
He did.
I assumed he was.
I wasn't on my phone.
Yes, you were.
I was.
Come on, there's no way you weren't on your phone.
We were chatting.
What do you mean?
We were chatting.
We were chatting at some point.
I was trying to keep you awake.
We listened to Good Hang, right? Did you really say that? Then Rich is like, well, when I got in the car, it didn't give me that. I'm like, because you turned the car off.
No, I didn't.
To fill yes, you did. To fill a tank of gas on Route 1 in Saugus.
That's true.
Saugus.
That's right.
By the Hilltop Steakhouse.
So it reset the system? It reset the system.
He's like, well, I've been driving for 45 minutes and I haven't gotten that.
That's what I said.
It's because you drive so slow.
But I did say, Okay.
One of the funnier YouTube comments was, it is totally shocking that at 1 hour since this posting, I have not yet heard of the passing of one Rich Eisen.
Oh, wow. I was having fun at your expense.
You really, you guys, every time, I'm like, what the?
But you got really angry every time. And then the third and fourth time, you were like damn near outraged. You were raging at technology.
It's like Happy Fun Ball.
I'm with Susie with this. I used to have it in a car. It used to annoy the hell out of me because it goes off all the time.
It's like, don't look at Happy Fun Ball. Yeah, don't look at Happy Fun Ball.
Do not taunt Susie Schuster about her driving.
Yeah.
Who's on Women's Sports Now today?
Oh, we're so excited. We've got Emma Hayes, the GOAT. She's going to be on it, and it's going to be Emma Hayes and Corey Close, a national championship coach and arguably one of the greatest coaches of all time in football. So we're excited about
football.
That.
Did you just go the international
I did.
football? Are we going to talk to Coach Hayes about whether CONCACAF's going to join UEFA to say we're not playing in the in any FIFA events because Infantino's trying to sell pieces of the World Cup to people?
European, they already said no.
Well, the UEFA did, but we're still waiting to see if the United States,
CONCACAF,
the federation that the United States is part of.
Yeah, who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? This is like really? Did you really ask me that?
All right, very good. So, well, I mean that's. I mean,
but don't get me going.
Okay, but Corey Close is back here.
Corey Close is on. Renee Montgomery. It's going to be a great show today. We've got Alexa Philippou in to talk about the trade. I want to know whether Kelsey Plum needs a new brow esthetician or not.
Are they going to? Are they going to really? Is Kelsey Plum going to be on the move? Really?
A lot of signs pointing to it. Don't forget her contract expires after this.
Right.
Is now the right time to move her.
To get something in return.
Could she go back to the Aces? Like, what could happen?
TJ, you're going to be fine with that? Kelsey Plum out of Los Angeles?
I mean, I'm not, but it's looking like it could be Dallas.
They're 10-17.
That could be interesting.
I mean,
that would be sick.
That could be very interesting.
Well,
TJ, I was watching the game last night, the Dream Wings game, feeling fairly confident that it was going to be a Wings completion. And much like that Knicks game, you never know when you want to, if you get up out of your chair, whether the change of luck happens. And it fell on the Dream last night. Big win for the Dream. And Renee Montgomery will be only too happy to discuss that on Women's Sports Now.
Very good. Are we going to bring up what's in the mug? on Women's Sports Network?
No, Rich, no one's challenging me on my driving. I will drive my own show.
How's the
Thank
coffee?
You very much.
Is it leaded?
Gorgeous. It is real and it's spectacular.
Very good.
By the way, Rich, you know how you always used to love to tell me don't read the comments?
Yes.
For that video, you should definitely not read these comments.
I'm in. What did I do?
You talk. Susie has the highest Q rating of all of us. So if you talk even a little bit bad about her,
how about TJ last week when you guys had
Seth and Becky?
When you had Seth and his gorgeous wife on, and TJ's like starting to stir it. So when did you know that you were dating?
By the way, and she was like, "What was?"
I said so.
Did you know right away? And Becky's like, "No."
And she was like, yeah. She's like, no. And he's like, wait, what?
I was basically like having you two in the chair.
What did I tell Seth?
You said it was
when
going to get
zoomed
uncomfortable
in?
for him. Yeah.
I'm like, be careful when you interview your wife. Have your head on a swivel because some of the answers will not go well for you.
But thankfully, you didn't point out that we were the reason that he should have on his head on the swivel. Right. I don't think he expected us to.
Well, you're the wrestling expert, TJ.
I mean,
so obviously you chiming in that makes complete sense. Has there ever been a history where Becky Lynch has been told she's been too drowsy? Has that ever been happened? Has that ever happened?
Becky Lynch
got a
would
warning.
punch somebody in the face.
Scissor, right? What's it called?
Ever
A
happened?
scissor something or other?
The what?
Yeah. It's a wrestling move.
A head scissor?
Yeah. Oh God. Don't get me in trouble. Come on, TJ, you're supposed to be on my side.
I am.
Well, we're out of time.
Who am I and what am I doing here?
Live. Women's Sports Now.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian hanging out with us. And it's a Thursday edition of the program. So much to get to. So many things to talk about. So much fun to be had. We'll talk some Houston Texans stuff a little bit later. Biggest takeaways from day 2 of Texans training camp.
Let's do it. Okay.
I love football. It's so great to have football in our timeline.
It
you
is.
Know?
It really is. It's so nice.
Like, I totally understand, like, these are football players doing football things on a football field. Let's not overreact to all things training camp. Like, totally get it. Totally get it. But how sweet is it that we have football in our timeline?
It's just, it's refreshing. Feels like we're back in the golden era. The Astros are good. Football's back. The Rockets got a shooting coach. We're cooking.
What do they call him? The doctor of shot? Or
the shot doctor?
I think I like the doctor of shot.
I think I also like the doctor of shot. We should start calling him that.
The doctor of shot.
Yeah, I like that better.
Yeah, so lots to get to today. We'll talk some Houston Texans football. D'Amico was dropping bars out there today. D'Amico was dropping some wisdom. It sounded like D'Amico Ryans was me today. So we'll listen to some D'Amico earlier, mostly because of the Twitchers. We'll also talk to Big Sarge. People love it whenever Big Sarge is on our radio wave. Like, they love it. You should see the outpouring of love that Big Sarge gets whenever he's on our radio waves. So we're going to have Big Sarge at 5. Tricia Whitaker, who is the sideline reporter for Apple TV, Astros, Rangers, will be on Apple TV tomorrow. I know everybody loves that. Joe, have you canceled your subscription, or do you still have it?
Gonna have to re-up it tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, you can just watch all the shows. I tell you this all the time, and then you don't watch the shows.
I know.
But Tricia Whitaker will be joining us at 3:30. Talk some Stros too, which Astros, don't look now, but the Astros are a half game back in the American League West because the Rangers lost to Tampa about an hour ago. So
chase the fight,
guys. The Astros are right in the thick of it.
Chase the fight.
They are officially average, by the way. Officially average, 55 and 55. First time they've been average since 6-6. They've been chasing average and mediocrity for the last, they played 110 games. They were 6-6, 12. What is that, 98? It took 98 games to find mediocrity again, guys.
They found it, baby.
They have
We're
chased mediocrity, and they're here. Now, here's what's awesome about mediocrity in the American League West. They're only 5 games back in the division.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's awesome about mediocrity in the American League. They're just 1 game back of the American League wild card. Here's what's great about mediocrity in the American League, Joe. The Astros trail the Chicago White Sox for a bye.
Yeah, they do.
In the first round of the American League playoffs by
2.5 games.
2.5 games.
That's absurd.
That's what's great about being average in the American League.
I just recorded Inside the Icebox with Sean, and it was like, as we were recording, I was like, hold up. Like, the 2 seeds in reach, a bye in the playoffs
is in reach,
is
baby.
unbelievable. They haven't been 500 since April 7th.
And it's not like you're chasing the Yankees here. You're chasing the stinking Chicago White Sox who have been in the dumpster for the last decade.
Yeah.
In that armpit of a city known as Chicago.
Yeah, just let the first part there, but okay.
Yeah, the last part was a little unnecessary. But what a great time to be alive in Houston. What a great time to be alive as a Houston Astro fan in America.
Great time.
Great time. What a great time to be average. I mean, we can kind of relate.
Yeah, we're just average.
We can relate to average.
Yeah.
People are like, you're not even that. Okay, well, why are you listening? Yeah, Astros are average. And average in the American League West gets you half game back in the division. Here's what's really cool, because that series starts tomorrow. We'll talk to Tricia Whitaker at 3:30. Sideline reporter for Apple TV. It'll be a fun conversation. It's going to be a fun series. Hunter Brown, Nathan Eovaldi matchup tomorrow, which is kind of a big one because the Astros will send Ronel Blanco to the mound against Jacob deGrom on Saturday. A win on Friday would be nice. But here's the cool thing, and I hesitate to say this because I want to avoid the letdown. But did you know the Astros are only 1 win away from the Silver Boot?
Woo!
And it's not so much the Silver Boot that we're chasing here. We're chasing the fight, not the Silver Boot. But the tiebreaker is very important these days. There's no more game 163. So if you wish, yes, you want to win the series, but that tiebreaker is critical. That tiebreaker is big. So getting that tiebreaker against the Rangers will be pretty important, Joe.
Yeah, chase the boot first, get that, gets the tiebreaker, and then be in first place in the division when the deadline gets here.
What a time to be alive in Houston. What a time to be alive at the Dike.
Can't believe we're here. That's unbelievable.
55. They've chased 500. They're here. They're mediocre. They're awesome.
They got some help, but
what's that?
They got some help.
Yeah,
because the Angels are a travesty to baseball.
Yeah, they're not good. They're not good. I mean, they very easily, the Astros could have lost all 3 of those games.
Oh yeah,
without really much to do. Like they could have very easily done that. Lead story from yesterday's game. What do you think the lead story is from yesterday's game?
I know what you think it is.
Yeah, no one seems to know this though. Like, was no one watching the game?
Yeah, So at first, I did not notice the Jordan hand thing. And then I saw you tweet about it, and I was like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on this. And I see what you're talking about.
I mean, they talked about it on the broadcast.
Yeah.
They brought it up.
I'm trying to good vibes it that we're okay. But it probably is the lead story. It's just it's hard for it to be the lead story maybe because it's just such a question mark.
Yeah, for those that are not aware, because these beat writers, I guess, were asleep at the wheel. No one even asked Joe Espada about it. Chandler Rome today on his Twitter was like, "What should I be worried about?" He was unaware of it completely. Clown.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just the press box is that bad there, and they couldn't.
Maybe he wasn't there. I don't know if he was there.
That's very possible.
Idea. He doesn't go to all the series. I have no idea.
Wasn't just him though. Like when I saw you tweeting about it, I went to find McTaggart's timeline, and I didn't see anything from him either.
Yeah, so I went and grabbed the videos of it today because I mean they were literally talking about it during the game.
Yeah.
I mean, TK and Jeff Blum were like, "Oh, there's his hand." And look, if you were just saw the score, you only follow a couple people to get your Astros news. Yordan Alvarez in the 4th inning in a 2-strike count, swung at a changeup, chased the zone too, chased one that was down low, and he got it off the end of the bat. Which we've all played baseball, maybe not to the level that I have. I was a 400 hitter in high school, 2 for 5, but we've all played baseball before, and we know what it feels like whenever you get one off the end of the bat. You cap one, sends that sensation down to the hand. You get the reverb, you get that really, really bad sting. Blum mentioned it on the broadcast that you get like a handful of bees, which that's like an inside baseball term, but it's because you get sting, right? You get the sting. You just get that weird sensation in your hand. It hurts. You get the reverb. You're shaking it off. It really hurts on a cold day. But if you're a 400 hitter in high school, you probably don't feel it that often. But if you're not a 400 hitter in high school, you probably feel it quite a bit. So like that happened. Okay, all right. You're going to have that happen even to the best hitters in the world. They're going to be a little early, get one off the top of the bat, and sting really, really bad. So, no big deal there. He comes up, I believe it was in the 6th inning. 5th, 6th inning, something like that. His next at bat, he swings at the very first pitch and sends a weak fly ball into left field. Okay, he doesn't show any signs of the hand, whatever. His next at bat, he gets intentionally walked. So he doesn't even get an opportunity. But then the Shin broadcast, after Isak Paredes breaks his bat, it pans to Jordan as he's at first base, and he's he's maneuvering his hand. He's stretching his hand. He starts to massage his hand, and it's like, what in the world? Why is the reverb that happened a few innings ago still bothering him? So that was a sign of concern. Now, he stayed in the game, which is a good sign. His last at bat in the 9th inning, he hit a rocket down the right field line foul. So that's a very good sign. But Espada was not asked about it after the game, so that's where we stand on Jordan's hand. My uneducated guess here is that he just got it off the end of the bat and it stung. What I don't like is that he was still messing with it 2 innings later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think right now it's like the kind of maybe the biggest story right now, because no one was asked about it last night, what does the lineup card look like tomorrow?
Yeah.
When it drops, is he going to be in it? And if he's not, then it's going to be a huge red flag of what's going to happen, because there's an off day today. No one's speaking to the manager. No one's reported on anything just yet. Even if I think the Astros are pretty tight-lipped at this point with injuries, they wouldn't probably answer any questions today. They want to see how it feels tomorrow. But that is probably the biggest story, because it's great to be back to 500. It's great to be, above 500 on the road this season for the first time all year. But if Jordan's hand is bothering him in any way, that's bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's My guess is he's in the lineup tomorrow, and it's no big deal. Like that's my educated guess. And if this was any other player, this is no big deal. It's no big deal if this is any other player. But because it's the MVP and how valuable Yordan Alvarez is to you, and because he has a history of hand issues, it's obviously like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to have a little bit of, some more answers. You'd like to have the comfort. And look, his at-bat in the ninth inning hit a rocket down the right field line. Yordan Alvarez was also taking batting practice in West Palm Beach with a broken bone in his hand.
Yeah.
So, is it one of those things where he loves the season he's having? He doesn't want to be labeled as injury-prone, and he's trying to fight through it? Hopefully not. Hopefully, I don't think that it is. But I think there's like a 5% chance that it could be. Now, another good sign, I think, is that this was his left hand. This was the top hand on the bat. It was his left hand, which, if you remember, whenever he broke the fourth metacrapple in his hand, it was his right hand.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not the hand where he last had a broken bone in it. So it's good, I think, that it was the left and not the right. But still of note, because look, you guys are making too big of a deal about this. Yordan is a little bit fragile at times. Yordan's the most important player, not only on your team, but in the entire sport. He has a history of injuries, and if you were to lose him, your season's over. So that's why this is a deal. This is why it is worth talking about, and I think the lead story.
No, I totally agree with you. I think what you said that I agree with the most. If it was anyone else, I wouldn't really care. I just like, all right, let's see what the lineup looks like, see if they're out for a day, wait to hear what Joe Espada says. But this is the guy that had injuries last year with his hand that goes back to Dusty Baker when he didn't know which hand it was, all these different things. Like, it has been a problem of all the Yordan things, smoke, pillows, fireworks, whatever. The hand is the one that has plagued him the most consistently, I would say, over his career. So it is concerning. The one after the walk where he's like, it looks like he's massaging like between his pointer finger and his thumb, like in that little tendon area right there on his hand. Like that is, it's just not a great visual in terms of not wanting to panic. Like, I'm surprised more Astros fans aren't freaking out.
See, him messing with the hand after he was intentionally walked is more significant than him shaking his hand after he got one off the end of the
because he didn't do anything after the walk. It's just hurting.
Yeah.
Or uncomfortable in some aspects.
But it's also innings later. Like, we've all gotten one off the end of the bat. It stings. You're shaking your hands out, but then that's gonna go away in 5 minutes. It's there 35 minutes later. It was weird. It was weird. Hopefully it's nothing. I think it's nothing. I think we'll see him in the 2 spot tomorrow. But it's worth the question. But like, I'm sure Espada will be asked about it pregame tomorrow now that people are aware of it. But it is kind of shocking that people weren't aware of it.
Well, even if he's in the lineup tomorrow, it goes past that because we know Yordan played through hand injuries in the past or hand pain in the past. So if, on the Apple broadcast, when he gets a single in the first inning, if he's at first base and he's holding his hand and playing with it, it's like even being in the lineup, that's concerning. So I think it's something to watch just over the weekend, just to see how it plays out. If he grabs it again, if it seems to be bothering him, it's definitely something to keep an eye on at this point. And it's totally fair why it's the lead story from last night's game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I could also see him wanting to play. And look, the Astros have been like, we're going to take more imaging and stuff. It's worth the look.
Yeah, just to be safe.
Like, if Dana was watching at home, I don't know if Dana made the trip or not. If Dana was watching at home and he saw that, like, I'm calling the doctor and being like, let's get an MRI as soon as he lands in Houston today.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just imaging. And again, I think that there's a 5% chance this is anything. I think it's a 95% chance he's got one off the end of the bat. It was a little bit of a stinger, and he's going to be totally fine. But it's Yordan. He's the MVP, and that guy sneezing makes me pay attention to.
Yeah, Yordan
rolling out of bed. Like, I'm watching to see how he's rolling out of bed. That's how important he is.
Yordan rule number 90 or whatever we're on now.
Yeah.
Any sign of discomfort, MRI, X-rays, do it all.
Like whenever he walks to first base, we're watching him with a close. It's a precious cargo.
Mm-hmm.
Yordan Alvarez. All right, that's where we stand with the hand of Yordan. Right, the left hand. Last year was the right hand. More to get to from the Astros game when we come back. Let's talk about Hayden Wesneski. His first start back. What do you think there? I have a question on a few things. Brian Abreu. How much faith do you have that he's back? How much faith do you have in Yiner? And are the Astros, pardon the pun, showing their hand not announcing a starter on Sunday when it was Tatsuya Imai's turn? We'll discuss that when we come back. Tricia Whitaker, maybe she talked to Joe Espada today. Maybe she'll break some news with us at 3:30. Biggest day 2 takeaways of Texans training camp. Could a contract really be on the table, too, for C.J. Stroud? So much to do today. So much fun to be had. You can be involved. 713-780-ESPN. Or text 713-780-3776. Definitely don't go on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975.
in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
Madhouse. YouTube, ESPN Houston. TikTok, ESPN975. You can find us on Twitter, ESPN975 as well. Joe is at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Junkie says, rest assured, Jordan's in great hands. Signed to Astros medical staff. To be fair, they've been better this year, but yeah. Point taken. Hayden Wisniewski started his first game yesterday. 3 runs, 7 hits, 5 2/3. Walked a couple, struck out 4. What'd you think of the former Cubby?
I thought it was pretty good. I know it was a bumpy start there, obviously, but and people, Jeremy, were panicking.
I wasn't panicking. Wasn't panicking. What did I say that was so panicky?
Got trade for an arm.
You don't think that?
No, I think they do, but not because
All right,
of Wisniewski.
then how's that panicky, if you agree with me?
Because it seemed like you were doing it because it was Wisniewski.
No, I was. You're right.
Well, he settled in nicely. Like, just, maybe some jitters. First time back in a long time. Thought he settled in really nicely and pitched well in yesterday's game.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he settled in nicely. I mean, like, optimistically, you think that he can be like a back end of the rotation guy, which the Astros could use. They could use a guy who goes 5-6 innings and keeps him in the game. He's not a middle of the rotation guy, I don't think. But he's talking after the game. He said the thing that he was most disappointed with were the leadoff walks. He said I didn't really notice this during the game. Shame on me. He said that he abandoned the windup after he walked the leadoff man in the first and the second.
Oh.
Which, okay, all right. I like that you're making adjustments, big dog.
Interesting. I guess I didn't catch that either.
Yeah, he said he abandoned it. He said he stopped doing it because he had a leadoff walk in the bottom of the first, a leadoff walk in the bottom of the second, and he said he did not go out of the windup the rest of the way, and he didn't walk anybody the rest of the way.
Then maybe the windup's just gone for Hayden Wisniewski now.
Probably gone forever.
At least for the rest of the season.
Maybe he gives himself like one walk in the windup, and then he's like, all right, see ya.
Which is like great. I love that strategy. It's just like, all right, I'm going to use the windup. If I walk someone, it's got to go.
I used to want Russell Westbrook whenever he was a Rocket. I gave him a three-point miss window.
Mm-hmm.
He could shoot as many threes as he wanted up until the point where he missed 3, and then he had to stop. So if he had a good shooting game, goes 4 for 7, okay, well, no big deal. But you start 0 for 3, you're done. You go 1 for 4, you're done. Amin Thompson, I kind of want to follow the same rule. Maybe 2, though. Maybe not 3.
Does he get 3?
He probably gets 2. Until he shows that he can actually make them at a consistent basis.
But they have the doctor of shot.
Maybe
now,
with the doctor of shot, we can extend him up to 3.
Yeah.
But Wisniewski was good. Brian Abreu looked really good. 4-out save yesterday for Brian Abreu, by the way. Velo's back. Spin is back. I crunched the numbers, Joe. Brian Abreu in his last 19 outings has a 1.45 ERA, 2.84 FIP. If you're into that, I'm not. He has 23 strikeouts, 5 walks, 18 2/3. How much faith do you have in Brian Abreu in leverage situations late in games, setting up Josh Hader once again?
I'm all in, man. I'm all in. I have full faith. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm
in
too.
It looks nasty. I mean, it's Okert, Abreu. I don't really care who gets the 8th. I think it's matchup based at that point. But I have full faith that 7, 8, 9 for the Astros right now is the strength of this team.
Yeah.
Collectively. Like, I trust those guys more than I trust the lineup overall, than I trust the pitching staff overall. I'll throw in De Los Santos, who I'm back in on now as well. It was a moment of weakness for me with De Los Santos, but I'm back in. The back end of the bullpen is it reminds me not to the elite level maybe overall of 22.
Whoa.
But it's I feel that comfortable at this point with the way that Abreu's pitching.
Yeah.
Like, Okert, Abreu, and Hader are just going to pitch very, very well, and if you have a lead, you should be okay.
Yeah. I would even throw Souza into the mix there a bit. Like, whatever lefty that you want, like, because you're going to need lefties in a couple of pockets, right? Like, whether he comes in the 5th or 6th, and then you're going to need a lefty. Maybe it's in the 8th. Because I like what you said. It's more about the matchup than it is the inning for me. Like, Hader's going to have the 9th. Okay, that's his. But 7th or 8th can flip-flop based on whatever the pocket is. You need a righty against the 7th inning pocket? Okay, it's Abreu. The next night you need a righty against the 8th inning pocket? Okay, what's Abreu there? And then vice versa for the lefties. So I'm with you. Like, Hader's your dude, and then you have like a combo, platoon, setup situation, Okert, Souza, whichever one you have the most confidence in that night, and then Abreu for the righties. I'm with you. I trust it. The bullpen's been good. It's been a good bullpen, especially since Hader came back and Abreu started to find it. So I'm there with you as well. Here's another trust one for you, Joe. Where are you in the trust of Yainer Diaz, who homered yesterday? Also had a 4-hit game, Yainer. Kind of a Fugazi 4-hit game, right? He had the little bloop. He had the bad throw in third, but 4-hit night. He hit the home run. He had some ribbies yesterday. A couple of ribbies for Yainer. Yainer, since coming off the injured list, Joe, is hitting .258. It's good, above average. .296 on base, a little bit below average, and a .462 slug, which is good. Has 5 homers in 25 games as well. If you just play that out to a 150 game pace, That's a 30 home run season. So, like, okay, I like this version of Yiner. Also, it converts to about 114 OPS plus. We know that 100 OPS plus is average. Where are you on the confidence of Yiner?
I'd say it's growing significantly and feeling more comfortable with him just back there. I mean, I think back to when he first came back, I was very pro. If you play 6 games in a week, he should probably catch 2 of them and DH one day, and that's how in very limited sample size at that point, and just keep him where he's at because of how good the pitching staff had gotten with Vasquez. I'm now very comfortable with Yiner being the dude, and Vasquez, whether he's a personal catcher for someone or maybe he just obviously catching it on a day game after a night game, stuff like that. So I'm getting there with them. Yeah. Like I feel much better with them. I think there's still. I wish the old Yiner still like the batting average could be a little bit higher, but the power is nice to see. So it's the comfortability with him back in the lineup every day is growing.
I think his bat needs to be in the lineup more, actually. Only played once in this 3-game series, but I'm not sure it should be as a catcher because I don't love him as a receiver. I've been on this for years whenever people were like, oh, he's a good receiver. No, watch the game. He's not a good receiver. But I do think that he should be in the lineup more. The issue is how do you do that? Because the Astros' record with Vasquez catching is really, really good.
It is.
With Yiner catching, it is not good. Do I think that there's some correlation there? I do. So I think that you play Jordan in left field more at home to open up the DH for Yiner.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. As long as the hand's okay, I'm good with that.
Well, if the hand's okay, it just opens up the DH spot, and you don't have to play Jordan in left.
Yeah, that's true. No, but I think it's Yiner. It was so bad to start the season, then the injury. It's when we talk about adding at the deadline and lengthening this lineup. Now I think I'm at the point where when we talk about lengthening the lineup today and tomorrow, getting into Monday, is just, hey, you also have to factor in Yiner Diaz into this equation of him and Vasquez are good enough right now with where they're at to be good contributors to this team.
Yeah. I counted how many seconds it took you to stop talking after Brian whispered in your ear to break.
Is that what he said?
You didn't hear him?
I just heard.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess you're let off the hook. 713-780-ESPN. Tricia Whitaker, sideline reporter for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. She's going to have the call Friday at the Dike between the Astros and the Rangers. I probably shouldn't say that when she's on. She'll join us when we come back. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
Football fans, it's almost time to draft your team and kick off another season. This year, take your fantasy football draft parties to Twin Peaks, where there's 29-degree cold beers, made from scratch food, wall-to-wall TVs that make your local lodge the ultimate draft day headquarters. If you're waiting until after the preseason games, you're doing it during some of the games, you can watch all of the action right now, so you can be drafting as you're seeing what's going on, or during a UFC fight night, during baseball games. There's so many sports going on, so all those TVs, it's the perfect spot to hold your fantasy football draft in 2026. Round up your league, grab a table, and get ready for the picks, the rivalries, and a full season of bragging rights. Whether you're defending your title or drafting for the first time, start your fantasy season at Twin Peaks. Book your fantasy football draft party at your local lodge today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Trisha treating us like Brian's prom date, no showing.
Damn, man.
Maybe she'll be late. Maybe she'll be
that
like Joe's prom date.
So harsh. That's the meanest thing you've ever said.
Maybe she'll be like Joe's prom date. She'll just show up late.
No, you didn't save it.
We'll see. We'll see. Well, she has a chance. It's up to her. Either she doesn't show and she's Brian's prom date, or she's late and she's Joe's prom date.
I can't believe you said that. no more double espressos, man.
He said he didn't. I asked him before the show.
Espressos.
I know. That's my bad.
I asked him before the show. He said he didn't have any.
I didn't say that. You're lying.
Yes, you did. You said you had coffee, but you waited to have espresso till later.
No, ask Maves. Maves was in the room with you. I said that I'm working. I said I had a double shot earlier, and I just made a double shot today, and it's right here. I've had 4 total shots of espresso along with a pot of coffee.
A pot of coffee?
Yeah, I shared it with my wife, though. She had some of it. We made like 10 cups. I probably had like 7 of them. She probably had 3. So 7 cups of coffee, maybe 4.
That's a lot of coffee.
Shots of espresso. Probably more espresso than it's coffee. Oh, it turns out, as we head out to the HRMP guest line, joining us now, Trisha Whitaker, sideline reporter for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. Apple TV has the game tomorrow, Rangers-Astros, the final series of the Silver Glove. The Astros with an opportunity to win the Silver Glove with just a win, so they can do that tomorrow, and then also clinch the tiebreaker with the Rangers. Tricia, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you jumping on. And all of a sudden, this series has some stakes. Rangers lost today. Astros are only a half game back. You got a battle for first place on your hands tomorrow. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a huge game. Like you said, only a half game back. I think we didn't expect for this final series of the season between these two to be that important, but I'm so excited, that it is, and I think tomorrow's going to be a really good game on Apple TV.
We talk so much about Yordan Alvarez and how great he is. He's the betting favorite right now to win MVP in the American League. What's your just impression of him and what you expect to see him in tomorrow's game or whenever you call an Astros game?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so excited to watch him tomorrow. I believe he is one of our pregame interviews tomorrow, so I'm really excited to talk to him. And it's been really, really cool to see what he can do with the full season healthy. I believe he's played in all but 2 games this year for the Astros, something like that. And I think it's really cool to watch him in the midst of, becoming one of the best in the league and in this MVP race. And I think, he's been really good against the Rangers. I think 8 home runs in 10 games in 2026 against the Rangers. So I'm really hoping that his dominance continues tomorrow. We would really appreciate that on Apple TV. And also, I know it's a big weekend for him. He's got his jersey, his bobblehead, I believe. And then I was reading up on how it's the 10-year anniversary of his trade from the Dodgers. And, obviously the Astros are thanking their lucky stars that all worked out for him. And I've just been so impressed with what he has done this season, and I'm really excited to talk to him tomorrow.
You nailed it. 108 games out of the 110 that the Astros have played. Putting up an MVP season has been awesome. Have you talked to the Astros at all today about him? Because yesterday he in the 4th inning, I think it was, he got one off the end of the bat and was kind of shaking his hand. There was a shot of him later where he was still massaging his hand. Now, he stayed in the game, finished the game, but we're trying to see if it's all clear with Yordan. You haven't spoken to them today, have you?
I have not. So good job at trying to get that information, out of me. But I have not spoken to them today, so I have no idea if he's okay. I'm just certainly hoping that he is so that we can chat with him tomorrow.
Me too.
I guess it's been about a month since you guys had the Astros last on Apple TV. I think it was the Rays game on June 30th. This team's obviously changed quite a bit now, back to 500. From afar, what do you see as the biggest reason why the Astros are in the position where this series matters so much coming up this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, you start with the guy that we just talked about, Alvarez having that MVP caliber season. And then you also look at some of the spark plugs in the lineup that you've got. You've got Jeremy Pena. And I think Also, I think it can't be overlooked what Espada has been able to do with this group. I hear nothing but good things about the way that he handles the clubhouse. And I think that probably is an overlooked thing in this clubhouse turnaround. Because just with my time with him, I just think that he's an awesome manager, and all of his players talk about how great he has been this season specifically too. And I think it's good for baseball, when the Astros are better. I know in April they kind of hit rock bottom, and it wasn't looking good. We had the Astros too we had them opening weekend against the Angels. And I remember when we left town kind of watching what had happened, and then also watching the climb back to 500 and watching the climb back to the top of the division, or at least a half a game back or whatever it is. And I think that turnaround has been fueled by a lot of different guys, but I would point to Joe Espada and obviously Alvarez as the two leading figures in that clubhouse right now.
Tricia Whitaker, sideline reporter for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. They'll have the coverage of the Astros and Rangers tomorrow. I always like the games on Apple TV. I think I'll do a fabulous job. The production is amazing. You mentioned Joe and Yordan, kind of the catalysts for turning the season around. They haven't gotten a whole lot out of Hunter Brown. Most of that was because he was injured and a little shaky coming back. Really good in his last start. He'll be on the mound tomorrow. You'll have a great pitching matchup with Hunter Brown and Eovaldi. How important do you think he is to this stretch drive for the Houston Astros?
Oh, I think it cannot possibly be overstated how important he is. I know he suffered, a shoulder strain in April. And I know that, in a 5-start stretch, I believe, he was staring at like a 6 ERA or something. It wasn't good. Command was an issue. And I think in that start against the White Sox, he showed how important he is. Especially against a productive, youthful lineup like the White Sox, which sounds funny coming out of my mouth because, they were so bad last year, but they're really, really good. And so I think for him to have an outing where he looked more like himself, dominant, commanding, and efficient in 7 shutout innings, I think that was huge for him, and I think that was huge for the team. And I loved what Joe Espada said after the game. He said he looks really pissed off because, if you listen to him talk about those 5 games that he had before that. And he talked about holding himself to a much higher standard and that he was underperforming. So, it's not always easy for a guy to especially a pitcher, to come off the IL after a shoulder strain that heavily affects you. But maybe going through those tough 5 games and then coming out and having that performance against the White Sox is really what he needs to become the leader, at least on the pitching staff in that clubhouse down the stretch, because you're right, they need him desperately.
I'm curious as we get closer to Monday, the deadline, this Astros team, as you just said, Hunter Brown, what he did in his last start. We talked about Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, and the Astros being in playoff position. Do you view the Astros as a team that should be an aggressive buyer to try to make that push? They're only 2.5 games back of the White Sox for the 2nd seed in the American League right now. Just what do you view them as a deadline team right now?
Yeah, I mean, you have to think that they will be, at least this is what I would think from the outside looking in, is that they would be buyers, especially with this comeback. And, I know that Dana Brown confirmed that, well, at least from some reports, that they're not going to sell. And I think that you can't do that at this point, right? So I know they need some outfield offense, they need some starting pitching, and they need some bullpen depth. So I know there's been, at least you guys know better than I do, but I've read, a lot of different rumors. I've heard some things about the George Springer stuff. I've heard some things about some outfielders from the Rockies. So, I mean, you would have to imagine that they go for one of those groups that I just mentioned, outfield offense, starting pitching, bullpen depth, because they are in the playoff hunt. And you know what the Astros do late in the season, and you know what they do in October if they make the playoffs. And so I think, if they are buyers, those are probably the position groups that they're going to be eyeing.
Tricia, any must stops for you whenever you're in Houston?
Oh my gosh, what is that bar called, you guys? It's like it's kind of like a grimy bar. Like it's called the Dirt Bar. Have you guys ever been to the Dirt Bar?
I think that's where all our junkies hang out. Yeah, whenever they leave their mother's basement, they like to go there.
That is so funny. You know who got me into that bar? Brian Anderson, BA. He's the analyst for the Tampa Bay Rays. And I was with the Rays for 6 seasons. And every time we would come to Houston, we would stay with the team at the Four Seasons Hotel right there. And we'd always walk over to the Dirt Bar. And I'm like, BA, this is so not my type of place. But, like, I became, like, kind of endeared to that bar. And so that's where we would always go. Tonight we're going to some place called the Goat, the Goat something, Goat. I don't know what it's called.
Goat Burger? Rodeo Goat?
No, what is
Rodeo
it?
Goat.
You guys, I don't.
Is it Rodeo Goat?
Oh, the Rodeo Goat. The
Yeah.
Rodeo Goat.
That's where Verlander would go there before his starts and have a cheeseburger.
The Rodeo Goat?
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if I believe you. Is that true?
No, I promise you. No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious.
So you're telling me I should get a burger tonight at the Rodeo Goat?
Well, I'm not telling you what to get. I'm just telling you that Verlander got the burger there. I've never been, if I'm being completely honest.
I just looked it up. Yeah, he famously, you know what? It checks out. Wow. Okay.
Did you think I was lying to you?
What'd you say?
Did you think I was lying?
I don't know. I'm pretty gullible. So, I don't know. Maybe you have an agreement with the Rodeo Goat. You have to always mention him on air, and so you just said that.
That's fair. That's a fair point. No, that's a sincere story. He would go have burgers there. I think it was the day before starts. Maybe it was the night before. I might be getting the details wrong, but yeah, he was all about the Rodeo Goat. Great spot. Tricia, thank you so much for joining us. Some insight. We're going to be watching tomorrow. Love the production that you guys put together, and enjoy the city while you're in town.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, you guys. I appreciate it.
Tricia Whitaker, sideline reporter for Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. Have you had Rodeo Goat, Joe?
I have. I had the burger there.
Did you? Was it pretty good?
I thought it was pretty good.
I've heard great things. I haven't made my way there.
Great burgers.
Yeah. Very
Brian's
good.
been there, too. Of course, Brian's been there.
I can't wait to see Jeremy tomorrow. We were there for the Mexico opening game of the World Cup.
Yeah, you were off.
Yeah.
For real?
You as a surprise weren't with us. Yeah.
I think I was with Beard that day.
It was me, you, and Beard. Yeah.
Josh Beard.
I know what you meant.
Yeah, Josh Beard did the show for you that day.
Yeah, we're in agreement.
Okay.
Well,
you just had like a big question mark at the end.
Yeah, not your Beard, Josh Beard.
He's our Beard. 713-780-ESPN. Good stuff from Tricia. I was so hopeful that you talked to the Astros today.
That was a good question. That would have been a nice pull.
It's crazy though that he's got this, and again, 95% sure he's completely fine, but he's got the pregame interview with them tomorrow. He's got the bobblehead. He's got the whole weekend of Jordan festivities. Makes me even a little bit more nervous. He's not going to want to miss it. He's going to be playing through it.
He'll be okay. Cross our fingers.
Did Murakami have 6 RBI against the Astros on his bobblehead day?
There's no such
last
thing
Sunday?
as RBI. He might have had 6 RBIs.
I'm just saying.
He did.
If
he had a
recent
huge
trends
game.
hold,
He had a big game.
Jordan's
on
in
his
for
bobblehead
6 RBI.
6 RBIs. I'm going to start asking every respectful journalist that we have on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you say RBI or RBIs?
First question.
We should have a running tracker. Yeah.
Every beat writer
We'll put it
in
in the
Houston
Google
says RBIs. Chandler Rome says RBIs.
You want to ask Big
even
Sarge
though,
at 5?
Even though he didn't watch the game yesterday. McTaggart uses RBIs. Kawahara uses RBIs. Every decent journalist uses RBIs.
Just not BMAC.
I'm not a journalist.
That's fair. We know that, although I'm not a journalist either. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Great stuff from Tricia Whitaker. Great get, Brian. I know you worked hard on that one. Biggest day 2 takeaways from Texans training camp.
You're spicy today, man.
It's the
The
espresso.
show is so
I
much
can't help
better
it.
when you're not being a turd.
Got out here calling.
I gave him credit.
Out here calling it the silver glove and being
Was
this
that me?
spicy. Yeah, you said it twice.
You said it twice, yeah.
I saw the text line. The Rice-Houston baseball, their rivalry, they play for the Silver Glove.
Oh, okay.
So, that's why I always
really
get them
creative.
crossed up.
Yeah.
My bad. I screwed up. Put me on Bad Take Boulevard.
So much snark in our show today.
I meant to say silver. I get those confused all the time. Houston Rice play for the Silver Glove. Yeah. Rangers, Astros play for the Silver Boot. My bad. That's on me. I'll take the L there.
Well, I didn't know that, so the more you know, Jeremy and Joe.
That's why I screwed it up, though. I do apologize, though. What is it whenever writers, they used to do the corrections or whatever in the back of the paper? This is my correction. Remember, Stat Boy would do it on PTI. Remember?
Yeah, I just don't know what they call it.
I think they called it corrections.
I think it's just correction, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought there was like
Although
a fancy
if we're wrong
journalism.
on that, we'll have a correction on the correction. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What were your biggest takeaways, Joe, from day 2 of Texans training camp? And D'Amico Ryan said something today that might be, and I already look up to D'Amico. I already love D'Amico. You all know that. He said something today that might be my favorite thing that he's ever said. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Text line's roasting me. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to the D'Amico sound in a minute. The Twitchers demand it. Silver glove, you're about to get clowned. Silver boot, buddy. Silver boot, dude. I didn't realize people got so up in arms about that. How dare I call a silver boot that nobody cares about the silver glove?
Well, they care now.
My goodness. Sheesh. Junkie says, to be fair, Jeremy does lie all the time. What?
I don't think that's fair.
I don't lie.
I don't think that's fair.
Sometimes I'll bluff, but I immediately tell my bluff. I don't lie. I hang my hat on my honesty. That's messed up. I take offense to that one, actually. You've offended me, 4818. Junkie says that's why Jeffrey Branham isn't a reporter. That's well played.
Jeffrey Branham.
That one's pretty good. Does Branham's doctor prescribe espresso for mommy's wrist? No, it's unrelated. I wish it helped, but it does not. Yiner can play first base if Walker is going on a slump or a rest. I like where your mind's at on that. I just don't think that the Astros are willing to do that. I don't think they view Yiner as a first baseman at all. Like, he never gets reps there. He never takes grounders there. Whenever Christian Walker had the little, like, weird hip thing the other day, like, he wasn't taking grounders at first. I wish they converted him to first base the year that they signed Walker.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like the Astros are not up for that.
No, I think that's long gone.
If it comes back, it would come back. I mean, the earliest it could come back would be next year if they trade Walker, or the year after that. But then he's going to be kind of up.
I was like, he's got to be up soon, isn't he?
I think he's got this year, or maybe 2 more years. But, I think that they've given up on that idea, actually. Yeah, he's got this one and then 2 more.
Okay.
So it would only be for a year if they didn't trade him. Which, I mean, I guess it's in play. I guess, but I don't expect. I expect someone else to be at first base. But I mean, I don't think they like him as a catcher, though. They don't like him defensively. He's a tweener. He's a non-defensive guy.
Yeah, he's a DH on most teams.
Yeah, that's why the Guardians traded him, because they didn't think he could handle. They didn't think he could handle the catcher position defensively, which they were right. He's not a good defensive catcher, and they didn't think he was going to be able to hit enough to play first, which kind of right.
Yeah, that's why I don't think he's going to be long for this team still.
No, I don't think so either. I don't either. He's always been a trade option. He could be a trade option before Monday. He could be a trade option in the offseason if there's an offseason. And then he could but he's not going to get a second contract on this team.
No, or he's just going to,
even if they don't trade him.
Yeah, he'll just ride it out and then leave in a couple years.
Yeah. Yep.
I would probably bet on that, actually, at this point.
That's what I think that would be I would probably, if I were handicapping that, I would have that as the betting favorite, maybe like plus 125, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably have that plus 125. Jordan traded by next season at like plus 400, and then Jordan traded by Monday at like plus 500.
Did you say Jordan?
I'm in Yiner.
Okay. I was like,
this espresso has got my brain.
Like, what just happened?
I'm too caffeinated, man. I'm sorry. I meant Yiner.
Okay.
You think I hit those handicaps all right?
You said plus 500 for Yiner?
Yeah, to be well, I said Jordan, but I meant Yiner.
I know.
To be traded by Monday.
I think I'd probably go a little higher than that.
Plus 750?
Yeah.
Okay.
And who was the other one you said, sorry?
No, I meant Yiner the whole time.
Oh, okay.
I might have been saying his name wrong.
Okay.
Yiner by the start of next season, assuming there is a season.
And you said what?
I said plus 400. Maybe I'll move that to plus 500.
Yeah, I think 500 and 750 would be good odds for that one.
Okay.
And I would probably take the plus 500 there.
Okay. All right. Junkie Dusty told y'all about Yiner. Not really.
No, he said we'll think
Dusty
him later.
Dusty said that Yiner is the future at the catcher position for the Astros, and we'll thank him for it.
Yeah,
Dusty was wrong on that.
Yeah, yes. Dusty was not correct.
See, that's where everybody gets confused about, like, oh, Dusty was right about Yiner. No, Dusty said that Yiner was the catcher of the future, and he was going to be great.
He's not.
He's not.
He's good. He can be okay, but
the best Yiner is actually during Dusty's Yiner.
Yeah,
that was the best version of Yiner. He's actually gone backwards a bit. What was your top thing from Texans training camp day?
Oh, it's glazing season. That's my biggest takeaway.
Are you not a fan of glazing?
I think it's because of a video that you put out that you commented on, that everyone's freaking out over this pass over the middle for no reason because it's so fast. But CJ Stroud threw a hospital ball today, and I'm like, are we just ignoring this? Like, you're not, but everyone else is just ignoring. I love training camp because everything is just like the best thing ever. He's so fast, he's skinny, and it's like, dude, he would have got, was that Nico?
It was Nico, and To'o was like loading up.
Yeah, To'o would have put him in a hospital. Ended his season.
Loading up. What I really enjoyed about it, though, yeah, Jonathan Alexander posted the video. He's like, he hits Nico on a quick slant, which, whatever. Like, they're posting videos, content. Like, I'm not shaming him at all.
Yeah,
like,
you got to post what you're allowed to post.
Yeah, like, I wasn't going after him at all. Like, I'm just saying that, that's a hospital ball. You know, like, it was like a conversation about what I thought was a good post. But then, you know what's really funny is the Houston Texans posted the same exact video from a different angle, which I think actually magnifies my point even more.
I haven't seen the text.
But people are arguing with me about it. Like, that's not a hospital ball. Bro, you don't know ball if you think that's not a hospital ball. He catches the ball. Henry To'o is literally loading up. But the reason that he doesn't hit them is because it's non-contact. They're not in pads. To'o literally had to gallop out of the way to avoid contact. He would have killed him.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not blaming really Stroud here either. This was more of like a counter opinion to the glazing.
Yes, and that's why I brought it up. It's just like everything is so great, and I'm like, man, can we just take a deep breath through training camp a little bit?
Some fantasy guy yesterday posted a video of Jaden Higgins like winning a route against To'o. He's like, look at Higgins winning separation. It's like, bro, that's one of the worst cover linebackers in the NFL. Yes. You can't be dunking that he won a route against Henry To'o when he's got separation from Henry To'o.
Yeah.
Like this is what's annoying about training camp. There are things that are real, right? There are things that are not real. But people have a very difficult time of being able to figure out what is what.
Well, see, for me, it's like nothing's real until they put pads on.
Well, I think there's some things that can be real. Like you do see one-on-one matchups. Like you see receiver versus corner.
Yeah.
Like if you had a rookie receiver that's beating the best corner in the NFL routinely, that's legit.
Yeah,
that's real.
Kind of like when Lassiter, like really that first training camp right away was locking the guys down.
That's real.
Yeah, sure. But outside of DB corner, I mean, there's no pressure on the quarterbacks.
Yep.
The most insane thing, I think, is like when they see wide receivers who run to the end zone, but there's no contact. And it's like, well, that's just what they're just doing what the drill is. D'Amico's just telling them to run to the end zone no matter what. And they're like, oh, this guy looks great. I'm like, guys, no one's trying
73-yard touchdown.
No one's trying to stop him. Let's wait till there's some tackling here, and then we're okay.
Maybe that's what we do. Maybe we do real or no real.
Ooh, I like that.
Real or not real. Is this real or is this not real? Does this matter or does this not matter? And look, like the video that we were posting today that we were talking about today that went kind of argumentative. Stroud, they're doing 7-on-7 stuff. Stroud's in the shotgun. He takes the snap, throws the ball quickly. DJ had it. It wasn't about this, but he posted something that was different, but I think it's related to this. It was talking about how they were working on quick game today. Mm-hmm. So this is where I'm not even really blaming Stroud. Like they were obviously working on getting rid of the football as quickly as possible, right? So they're probably drilling him on whenever you see a 7-man rush and you have to get rid of the football quickly. Like they're telling Stroud to do this. Mm-hmm. I'm not blaming Stroud. And it's clearly that this is what they're working on. But if that were to happen in a game, Nico's dead.
Yes.
Nico's he gets his head taken off by the linebacker. And I'm not blaming Stroud because this was like the drill today. This is why this one's not real.
Yeah, and that's where it's I think that's where it's like what DJ is talking about, where he's self-timing Stroud to see how quick the ball is getting out. That is information that's worth, gathering. It's like, okay, like why are they working on this? Is it because last year they felt that did not happen enough in the offense? And that's something that we saw like Tom Brady excel at in the Patriots offense that the Texans are trying to run. As the ball's out, it's very, very quick to Welker and Edelman and these guys. So how are the Texans going to implement that? Well, they're working on it right away. That is interesting to me. The actual of like throwing the ball is what's not interesting.
No.
I like what they're working on, trying to figure out why they're working on it, and then hearing what the coaches and players are saying after practice is the most interesting to me.
Exactly. Like it wasn't like this unbelievable play by Stroud hitting the receiver on in stride on a 5-yard slant. When if you were to make a opinion about it, he's getting Nico killed there. But I believe that drill during 7-on-7 was to get rid of the football like in under 2 seconds.
Yeah. That's interesting.
It's critical. I think it's something. I mean, something that I want to see. Like what I always say. I say that a quarterback should have a plan for the worst possible scenario. Mm-hmm. You look up and no one blocked a defender, you should have a plan. Before the snap, before you touch the football, you should have a plan for a defender immediately in your face. And then if he's not immediately in your face, okay, then you start your progressions. Like every good quarterback does. And I give the benefit of the doubt that Stroud does. He just hasn't. I mean, Stroud's been mostly good. I don't want to sit here and turn this into me dogging Stroud all the time.
No, I don't think. I think it's more we're dogging the Glazers today.
Yeah.
Both our sweats of the days aren't extras.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention our sweat of the day. Yeah. Did y'all let me play the tennis one or no?
I don't remember.
I don't think y'all let me. I didn't say anything about it, so I took it as a no. Yeah, we're on the Cubs.
We don't know anything about tennis. If you want to play a tennis sweat of the day, you can. I'll give you permission.
I mean, I didn't say anything.
I don't know the guys' names.
was a woman. So
women's names.
I do not know.
What are the sweats here?
We had Cubs money line.
Oh.
And the under. They're in the top of the 10th, 2-2, and then we have
sucks.
White Sox money line. They were 0-0 through 9, and the Yankees now lead 1-0 in the bottom of the 10th. The White Sox.
So we need some Chicago runs.
Yeah, we got to run around third with 1 out.
It's funny both of our sweats are Chicago games.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
That was Brian's doing, not mine. Just for the record.
Brian was just like, I agree.
No, I said I agree.
Oh, that was Brian that said that?
Yeah, Brian said that. I said, yeah, I support these.
Brian said, oh, I thought that was you.
Did you not read our text messages?
I read the text message. I just didn't look at the name. I just assumed it was you because it was like pro Chicago. I was like, oh, okay, that must be Brian. Anyway, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to D'Amico, what he had to say today. Some D'Amico sound for our junkies, the Twitchers. They love it. But D'Amico said something today that might be my most favoritist thing that D'Amico's ever said. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. 713-780-ESPN. Chris Olave just got extended. 4 years, up to $132 million, $90 million guaranteed.
Woo!
Makes the Nico contract look better and better.
It does.
Even the reworked Nico contract. I just pulled up Nico's over the cap. His cap hit this year is only $15 million. Next year it's $42.
Oh, wow.
They're going to have to – I mean, they're probably going to rework it. He'll probably get another extension next year to rework that deal. That's a lot. $42 million cap hit. That's 13% of the cap. This year it's under 5% of the cap. They'll rework it. He'll get a redone deal. Or maybe they trade him next season. Remember there was smoke at the deadline or at the draft.
They could take it and shove it.
Dead cap next year, $61 million.
Oof. They're going to rework the deal.
Yeah.
He'll have a new contract. He's going to have a new contract. They're not going to let him play on a with a dead cap.
Actually, post June 1st trade's only $12 million. So if they were to go down that path, like they're not screwed. But yeah, I think they'll just extend them. There's 3 void years.
They'll extend them.
Already worked into this. Where one of the years in 2028, he has a $21 million cap hit. So to not be on the team, so they're going to rework that for sure.
Yeah, even if you traded him pre-June 1st, there's $33 million in dead money. You would save $9 million, but you still have $33 in dead money. They'll rework his contract. I think it's pretty clear. But yeah, Olave paid 713-780 ESPN. Junkie, it's fake news without pads. That's fair. No one has a problem with that. I'm totally okay with that take. Jasper Branham was probably peeing when he read that group text. That's why he didn't catch who it was. Multitasking got him on that one. It didn't really matter who it was, to be fair. I wasn't peeing during that text. I was just doing stuff. Did you hear the broadcast last night about the Mariners pitching only used 10 pitchers since 2025, I think? 3 of those guys have pitched 13 innings. That can't be right. I think that what you probably heard is maybe they've only used 10 starters since 2025. That'd be my guess. They certainly have not
What's
used
interesting
only 10
is
pitchers.
I feel like that even sounds wrong because they've been so healthy.
There's no way they could only use 10 pitchers. They carry 13. So you had 3 guys
It
on
must
their
be 10
staff the
starters.
entire year that don't pitch? No.
Yeah. No, it must be 10
It
starters.
had to have been 10 starters since 25, which is pretty good. They're trying to trade Castillo, too.
I've seen the Emerson Hancock. Is that his name?
Yeah.
He's also big in the Twitter rumors of trades.
Castillo and Hancock do not have good baseball savants, for what it's worth. Clowney and D-Hop back to H-Town. What do you stand on that?
Clowney, yeah, why not? D-Hop, because he's no longer with the Patriots, apparently, today. He was there coaching. Hard pass.
Yeah, I'm out on D-Hop.
I'm more interested, honestly, in what our friend Cody Stutz just tweeted out.
What did he tweet?
Was that the Houston Texans had Hassan Haskins and Alexander Madison in today for tryouts. Yeah.
Why do they have running backs in for tryouts?
I'm not really a believer in Jawar Jordan as like the third guy.
Why?
So I don't know. I think last year
Ryan thinks he's going to be the franchise running back.
I know. I think he had a couple fun moments, but I like I like Haskins and Madison.
John Harris was talking up Jawar today, which whenever John talks up a player, I listen.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes me believe in Jawar. That's interesting that they're trying out veteran running backs.
Like that could just be a depth thing for camp.
A camp body?
Yeah.
But you can only carry 90. Like, you pup somebody else. That one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, but that's why I think it's interesting. Like, you're making a decision about someone on your roster if you're going to sign one.
Well, they did have the linebacker go down today, Hansen. They said like he had the card out for his foot.
Yeah.
Which linebacker Hansen, even less depth there. I don't know if I like that. I don't like what I'm hearing on Haskins and Madison.
I'm intrigued. Just as like a third running back.
Those guys suck. Like that.
Madison's fine.
No, he sucks.
No, he's fine.
He hasn't been fine in 3 years.
He's fine.
What do you mean fine in what sense?
He's your third running back.
If he's playing ahead of Jawar Jordan, something's seriously wrong.
I'm not really a Jawar. I'm not really a believer, to be honest.
Madison hasn't done anything since 2023. He hasn't had a snap since 2024. Was he hurt? Did he get hurt?
I didn't realize that.
He went to I think it was the Raiders after.
Yeah, he did.
After
did he
the
get
Vikings
hurt last year though?
Maybe he did.
He didn't have a single snap in 25.
Yeah, he must have got hurt and just not signed.
No, Jawar. I mean,
I'd rather have Jawar than Madison for sure.
Like working them out is strange to me. It's kind of strange to me that you'd be working those guys out. Maybe it is a camp body. Maybe it's just like, hey, we're gonna see what these guys look like in case there's an injury. Because a lot of times they do that,
which is
like,
that's plausible.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good GMing.
Yeah, let's get our eyes on a guy know where they're at physically in case one of our running backs goes down. Yeah. I think that's what that is. Because if all these running backs are healthy, it makes no sense to bring any of those guys in. No sense.
But
none.
They need a linebacker now. That's for sure.
They do need a linebacker. Hansen hurt, so that's that. D'Amico was asked after practice what stood out to him today. This might concern people. Maybe. We'll see.
We had some poor pre-snap penalties. We kind of went backwards offensively, so those are some things that stood out where we can clean those things up.
All right. So
don't like that.
That good pre-snap football lasted a day.
Hey, at least is it going to be like Lance McCullers? Like we have that one Lance McCullers start. We had that one day where pre-snap operation was good.
What I'm hoping here is this is just Hardo D'Amico, like holding him to a high standard, which he
possible.
does. But it was just like yesterday. Yeah, I really love us pre-snap. Today, didn't like our pre-snap. Oh, okay. Don't love that part of it. Now, this might be, Joe, I'm going to preface this. This might be, and I love D'Amico. You know this. I'm a big fan of D'Amico. Look up to D'Amico. I think he's a great man. This may be my favorite thing that D'Amico Ryans has ever said.
Okay.
Let's be elite decision makers. All right, you touch the football every single snap. So as the quarterback, you have to make great decisions with the football. And sometimes a great decision, it may not be throwing the football. It may be tucking it. It may be running it. It may be throwing the ball in the dirt. But just make great decisions and know we always have that next play mentality.
Preach, D'Amico. And this is what annoys me whenever, people will come at me with my opinion on C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud's a good quarterback. I want C.J. Stroud to be great. But I hold C.J. Stroud to a standard of can he be a quarterback on a Super Bowl winning team. Mm-hmm. You know who else holds him to that standard?
His coach.
Do you know who else holds him to that standard? Himself.
He wants $60 million.
So that's what annoys me about these fanboys you're dogging on Stroud. No, I'm not dogging on Stroud. I'm just pointing out where he can be better. I'm pointing out areas where he stinks. I'm pointing out areas where he needs to be better in order for you to be rooting for your favorite team to have a parade after winning a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And your head coach just said the very same thing. The very same thing. If you're going to be a good quarterback in the NFL, you have to be a good decision maker. And Stroud has had moments where he's been a good decision maker. This isn't like every single decision he's made in his entire career has been poor, but his last game was poor. The decisions he was making in the New England game were terrible. People, he had pressure in his face. The defense was bullying the offensive line. Okay, yeah, those things are true, but you still need him to make the best decision given the situation and the scenario that he's in. If you go back and watch any of those 4 interceptions, not a single one of them would you say, yeah, that was a good decision. Maybe the overthrow. He overthrew. I think it was Hutchinson. We're like, okay, that's a decent decision. He's just deep slant, ball. Like a good throw. Catches it, but it's high, it's off his fingers, intercepted, comes back the other way. You could say that wasn't, that was a fine decision. Okay, that's cool. The other 3 interceptions were as bad a bad decision as you could possibly make. And here's the reality, Joe, of quarterbacking in the NFL. You're always going to have pressure. You're always going to have adversity. It is not going to be easy every single snap. That is the way of the world for an NFL quarterback. So like what D'Amico said, what we've been saying since the playoffs last year, if C.J. Stroud's going to take the next step, in turn, which if he does, the Houston Texans as an organization will take the next step. He's going to have to be a far better decision maker than he was in the postseason last year. And it's not just me saying it. It's just not a C.J. Stroud hater saying it like people think that I am. It's the head coach of the football team saying it, and every coach that has ever had a quarterback would be saying the same thing. So stop fanboying and have an honest conversation about where he can be better and hope he can be better in those fronts.
What did you think about D'Amico talking about tuck and run there, though?
Sometimes that's what I don't have an issue with Stroud tucking and running. I have an issue with C.J. Stroud putting himself in vulnerable situations and taking unnecessary hits. There's a huge contrast between those two things. Go watch C.J. Stroud get concussed last year. C.J. Stroud has the first down. Mm-hmm. C.J. Stroud has the first down by plenty of yards. C.J. Stroud can continue to run left towards the near sideline and get 5-10 more yards. C.J. Stroud could have went down before he ever got touched. But C.J. Stroud makes a bad decision, runs to his right, runs right into a defender, and gets concussed. Like, that's not just football. Like, well, that's just football. Players get concussed. Yes, you're right. Players do get concussed in football. But there are moments where you can avoid contact, and quarterbacks should avoid contact. C.J. Stroud should avoid contact. Do you want C.J. Stroud to take 10 hits a game? Of course you don't. Why? Because you don't want Davis Mills to play, because C.J. Stroud's way better than Davis Mills. But you have to make good decisions with the football in the running aspect of it. It's fine if you run, just don't take unnecessary hits.
Yeah, I think it is so true of what you said, where it almost feels like it is that simple for CJ this year. Just make good decisions. This defense can carry the Texans very, very far into the playoffs. They can be the reason why all of us in relationships are going to have to be telling our significant others, hey, can't hang out on Valentine's Day this year because the Texans are playing in the Super Bowl. That's how good the defense is this year. As long as Stroud just doesn't make any mistakes, they've got a chance. That is going to be one of the most important quotes of the season, of just keep it simple, stupid. Don't turn it over, please.
That's it. 713-780-ESPN. Get your thoughts on this. Also, D'Amico's already annoyed by some things. He's already annoyed by certain questions, which I love. He had a speech yesterday. He had a speech. See what you think. Grade the speech. We'll do that when we come back. 713-780-3776. Lamont's calling me a C.J. Stroud fanboy now. Lamont's not very familiar with my game if he's calling me a C.J. Stroud fanboy. I'm getting crushed on the internet because people think I'm a C.J. Stroud hater, and now Lamont's calling me a C.J. Stroud fanboy. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Rocky, quote, "You guys good?" Remember when D'Amico got mad at the media?
You guys good?
You guys good? Jeremy and CJ sitting in a tree. What would CJ and I do sitting in a tree?
No, I don't want it in the butt. I want it in the rib cage. I want to fill it.
Could CJ? Sheesh. Would CJ and I get along? I don't think so.
I think he'd push you out the tree.
Yeah, I don't think we're very different, CJ and I. He's way cooler. I'm not trying to put him down. He'd be putting me down. He'd stuff me in a locker.
I can't believe Brian just played that.
I know, it was brutal. Well, Brian also knows what S&M means, so he made that very clear the other day. I didn't know what it meant.
Ooh. He's really good at reading the holes and penetrating through them.
Who was that about?
I don't remember.
Joe Mixon, maybe?
Probably Joe Mixon.
Probably. He wasn't doing a whole lot of that last year. He was penetrating his foot with an exit wound.
Bullet.
Somebody call the wambulance for Jeremy. It's not me that's crying. It's all these C.J. Stroud fanboys that are crying that can't take a little bit of criticism. Do you see the amount of people upset on the internet about people dogging C.J. Stroud's fit when he was walking into training? Who cares?
Yeah.
It means nothing. He's laughing about it.
Yeah,
but
I saw it yesterday, too, about this weight.
These fans feel like C.J. Stroud needs, their defense. C.J. Stroud's liking Instagram posts with people dogging him because it's funny. And you have these fanboys, don't talk bad about my quarterback. They're like Terrell Owens, on the internet about that's my quarterback's fit. Don't talk about my quarterback's fit. You sound like a disturbed child.
Yeah.
You're with your obsession over the quarterback. He can't have any criticism. I'm going to stick up for my guy on the internet. That's so lame. So lame. Let's be a little bit realistic about things. Oh, how dare you say that he made a bad decision when he made a bad decision and threw an interception? How could you say that about my quarterback? What kind of delusion are you living in? Can we have an honest conversation, or are you just living in a state of delusion?
Oh, it's just straight delusion.
It makes me sick.
Because as soon as he's not the quarterback of the Texans, whether that's next year, 5 years, all these people are going to turn on him.
Oh, yeah.
It's just how
hopefully
it goes.
They don't.
Yeah.
Hopefully he turns it around and he becomes a great quarterback and he leads the Texans to a Super Bowl. And we're all happy. And they're all dunking on me. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm going to call it like I see it until it happens. Can the Texans win a Super Bowl, Joe, with Davis Mills if CJ goes down?
No.
Nah, I'm out on that.
Because
Maybe
I think CJ can make just enough good plays in a game. I don't think Davis can.
Yeah. No, I think Davis can kind of keep your head above water. I don't think he's. Although maybe that would be enough with his defense. I don't know. 4128. Ha ha ha. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. D'Amico's already annoyed by some questioning, which is my favorite. Well, some of my favorite stuff from D'Amico comes when he gets annoyed. He was taking a question today about Tank Dell on day 2.
The daily Tank Dell question. Tank is out here. He's working.
That's enough. That's really enough. He would go on to say, I'm the one holding him back. Tank's ready to go. But you can tell he's annoyed by answering questions for a guy who's not currently practicing.
No, but it's going to be a huge question. I mean, it's maybe the most.
I just don't know what you can say over and over again without him practicing.
Well, I think clarity on where he's at. I don't know if that's what the question was exactly of what's the process to him being able to fully get back and be ready to go. What's the expectations? What are your hopes? I don't know what he's really going to say. They're not going to share that information, but he's going to get asked every day. Well, maybe not. The Texans media can be soft, so they might stop asking.
It's one of the biggest questions that are going on with the team, though. After Stroud and the offensive line, I think it's Tank.
Yeah, I just don't know what you're going to get differently until he practices.
That's fair.
That point. What's.
But if the question was literally just an update on where he's at physically, then
it was
I think that's
hours ago. He answered the same thing.
No, it's true.
Casario talked about it.
Yeah, you're not going to get updates every day. Now, maybe weekly.
And plus, they're also very guarded with injury, unless it's pretty severe. They don't talk about that. It's where we'll see where he lands at the end of the week, And you don't have to do injury reports right now. So they're guarded with injury anyways. Rocky, I want CJ to suck because 27 quarterback class is deep, and I want to draft one just so we don't have to pay CJ what he's not worth. Rocky hates CJ. Rocky hates CJ. Rocky's a CJ hater. I'm not. I'm a CJ realist. He's a CJ hater. Junkie says CJ has all the tools aside from decision-making with the ball. Maybe.
It's kind of a big one, though.
It's the biggest.
I was like, it's the only one that really matters.
I think it's the biggest. I mean, you still have to have, a prerequisite arm, right? You have to have it doesn't have to be a laser, You have to be accurate with the ball. You have to be able to there's a minimum level of, talent that you have to have.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a minimum level of throwing strength. You have to have a minimum level of throwing ability. You really don't have to have a minimum level of, athleticism. Peyton Manning, relative to the human, average human, Peyton Manning's pretty athletic, but not to the NFL player. But whatever. Here was DeMeco Ryans. This is from the Texans Twitter, Texans social media account. They posted the DeMeco Ryans speech to kick off training camp. Grade the speech, boys. Here's the captain of the Texans.
One thing, I've thought about since I was away is, man, let's think about this. What are you doing to prepare? Right? It's all about that preparation. Camp is all about preparation. What are you doing when nobody's watching? When nobody's clocking for you? What are you doing? When you're not getting the applause, no fans are out there, what are you doing to make yourself better? What are you doing to make yourself a success? So, Artemis, 2, right? They're preparing for this launch. 3 years prior, they formed this team, all right, for them to take this launch around the moon. Coach, what are you saying? When I think about a spaceship, when I think about what they did, they went further than anybody's ever been before. Every person, before they launch this mission, every person has to give it a go. And they ask, are you a go? Coach, what are you saying? Coach, what are you talking about? Right? We got 47 days until we launch. 47 days till we launch. September 13th in our house against the Bills. 47 days until we launch. How you preparing? Every single minute, every single day, it matters. And the question I have for you guys is simple as this. Ask this to yourself every day. Every walkthrough, every meeting, every precision check, every rep at practice. If we want to take the Texans organization to places it's never been before, if every man in this room is a go, we'll do that. Everybody with me? Texans! Forward.
So,
should we have a little thing like that?
Texans! Sword.
Jeremy and Joe talk.
Talk.
Grade the speech.
I'm gonna go A.
Yeah,
I like the reference. I like the fact that he kept saying, "If you don't what are you talking about, Coach?" For the low S.
That was a great.
He really made sure that everyone understood what was going on and his reasoning behind it. He's just exciting when he talks. I go A. 10.
Do you think he would have done an Artemis reference if he was in San Francisco?
No, he would have talked about electric fields or whatever.
Do you think it was a play on where he's from?
It is. It's a great.
Okay.
One.
All right.
Absolutely. I definitely think he tied it to the city.
I mean, I think it was a good reference. They're planning for years to ultimately get to their goal. We need to be planning for days to get to our goal. I think it was a good apples to apples comp. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he would have done this even if it's not Houston.
Really?
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Junkie, I like how he tied in the whole Houston space program into his speech.
I'm going to say no. I think that's a Houston thing.
I still think he would have done it without Houston. I mean, Artemis was never even in Houston.
No, I know, but it's Space City.
I know.
So I'm gonna go. Yes, that's why he used it.
So this is the real questions that DeMeco should be asked about at his press conference. Not hey, what do you want from your quarterback? Or hey, what'd you like today? Or hey, what's Tank doing on the side today? Cap, Meek, would you have done the Artemis plug if you were in New England? That's what I want to know.
Why don't you go tomorrow?
I'm too busy.
Okay.
Way too busy.
Because we'll be at Federal American Grill.
We will. Junkie says, Cal McNair, I got 47 days to find all my Pokemon. I love Cal McNair so much.
We really need Cal to do the welcome to training camp speech.
I know.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, we need some more Cal in our life. It's been a minute.
Texan Swarm.
It's always fun to win.
I know. He needs I wish he would do a weekly thing.
Oh, me too.
He's
I would break
old.
all the radio rules and just play it.
Fab says, hey, bad word. Artemis may not be here, but it's controlled here. But does that factor into what D'Amico said? They think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, because it's Space City. I think it does
I know.
factor in.
I understand that we're Space City, but I don't. I still think that he would have done it even if he wasn't in Space City.
Okay, let me turn it back.
I think he would have done it if he were in Atlanta. I think he would have done it if he was in Carolina, because I think it was the bigger message. The message here was that we're aiming for a goal, and these are the things that we need to do far out away from that goal to prepare us for the goal.
Sure, but
I think that was a bigger point than, oh, hey, we're in Space City, I'm going to find a space reference.
You're absolutely right, but he could have picked 100 different things to talk about a team building towards a goal.
But what captivated him is, like, obviously Artemis captivated him. But did Artemis captivate him because he's in Houston, or did Artemis captivate him because it captivated him?
I think it captivated him because he's in Houston.
I think it
captivated him because it captivated him, but there's no way of knowing without asking.
I think that part you're right on, but he still might not have used it if he wasn't in Houston.
Maybe not. Like I think he would have. Y'all don't think so? There's no way of knowing. We've met our impasse, boys.
We have.
And until somebody asks D'Amico the hard questions.
Well, we're gonna have Sarge on at 5. Maybe he'll ask it tomorrow. We can ask. We could try to pawn that off on him.
No, Sarge asks questions like, hey, how was your day? 713-780-ESPN.
I'm sorry, Sarge. He's had a lot of espresso today.
He's spicy, man.
Am I wrong? No. Junkie says it's definitely because we are in Houston. Rocky says I got a disease and the only cure is more cowbell.
Yeah.
A junkie says exactly it's the bigger point and relevant. Cal's speeches sound like a Temu fortune cookie. At least Coach makes good references that mean something. Yeah, but Cal's just funner. He would have made the Artemis reference regardless. So, see, it's torn. This is a great debate. This is the debates that people want you to have. It's not like, could Davis Mills win you a Super Bowl? Was D'Amico Ryans, would he have used the Artemis reference anywhere in the country?
Embrace debate.
Embrace debate.
Yeah,
we say
debate.
no.
What does CJ have to do to get his $60 million? Let's discuss contract, because Ian Rappaport had some interesting things to say about a potential C.J. Stroud extension. It seems like it's gaining momentum. How much would you be comfortable giving him right now, today, before the start of the season? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
The biggest trap in today's car market isn't the price, it's the 84-month financing. Today, nearly 25% of new car buyers finance for 84 months or longer just to make the payments affordable. At D&M Leasing, they know there's a smarter solution. With the best in-class easy lease, you can lease the vehicle that fits your lifestyle with a payment that's much lower. You can drive a newer vehicle with the latest technology and safety features for your family while reducing the risk of negative equity. Don't finance longer. You'll be buried down the road. Save today by making a smarter choice. Call D&M Leasing today at 713-290-1000 or visit them at dmautoleasing.com today. They'll bring that car right to you. And when you go to their website, make sure you tell them Joe George sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Oh, Rocky says, I wait all day for the show. Love it. Rocky, we wait all day for you. D'Amico in the huddle as a player was crunktastic. I love D'Amico. D'Amico's awesome. Artemis was a national story, so yes. Fab says take the L on it. So, people are still yelling at me on the internet because I said C.J. Stroud threw Nico a hospital ball. Anyways, Big Sarge will join us at 5 o'clock, just around the corner. We'll be talking to Big Sarge. But it feels, Joe, like there's momentum in gaining on a C.J. Stroud extension. How much are you comfortable paying him? Here was Ian Rappaport earlier today, maybe yesterday, I can't remember, but it was either last night or today on NFL Network talking about a potential C.J. Stroud extension.
We could, in fact, get a C.J. Stroud deal sooner rather than later, provided all sides agree, and they are not there yet. It does not seem like they are close yet. A couple important factors here. First of all, we saw C.J. Stroud struggle at the end of the year for the Houston Texans. It is clear inside this organization, they view him as the franchise starter, no question, the player who led them to the playoffs multiple years in a row, who is entrenched at that position. And those guys, those franchise starters who are young, who are looking at new contracts, they essentially make in the 50s based on new money average. I'm talking about the Jared Goffs of the world and Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence. Certainly seems like that would be the category of C.J. Stroud. Will he end up being able to get a deal with the Texans? We simply don't know. It seems like both sides are comfortable making an attempt at it. That if it doesn't happen by the season, that is okay. They will try again next year. But the fact that talks are going on is, I would say, at least extremely noteworthy for Houston's belief in C.J. Stroud.
What do you think about that, Joe?
I feel like it's so hypocritical. Or like,
why?
Saying the opposites in there. Like, they believe in him, but they're not close on a contract.
Well, I mean, that could just be the negotiation part. What I would say, though, is that if it's not done before the start of the season, then I think it's where it becomes hypocritical, where I would agree with you.
Yeah, and so because what it sounds like to me is, okay, he's not going to get Mahomes 64 a year, Prescott 60 a year, but he wants to be in the 50s. So maybe the Texans are saying, yeah, we'll get you at Jalen Hurts at $51 million, but we're not going to let you pass Joe Burrow and Josh Allen and Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence at $55 million a year. Like, are we talking about like that close of a window? Because it kind of comes off that way.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to like Texans cap and Stressens, we've had our conversations, I guess, on Twitter about it. There's a lot of thought that C.J. Stroud shouldn't accept like less than $60 million a year based on the cap percentage at the time of signing. Because like Trevor Lawrence, he did his contract when, like 2 years ago.
Yes.
So like his contract at the time of signing was a far greater cap percentage than C.J. Stroud today. Like if C.J. Stroud got 55 today and Lawrence has been 55 for several years, Trevor Lawrence's cap percentage is way, way higher. And they don't think that David Mulligetta would sign a contract where the cap percentage is that low. So here's where I think the compromise is, and where I think perhaps there is a path to getting something done, and perhaps the negotiation and why it's taking a while is because it's kind of complicated. Like, let's say the AAV is $50 million a year, right? Like, I think Rappaport said that even. It's like $50 million a year makes him the 12th highest paid quarterback per year of anybody in the NFL. Okay, that's fine, right? Like 12th. Like, that's fair, I think, for C.J. Stroud.
I think that's in the realm of okay.
Getting a new contract. Like, it feels low based on the cap percentage. But where I think that they could sweeten it for Stroud is that, let's just say it's a $150 million 3-year contract. That's $50 million a year. And the short term would be good news for Stroud because it's still Stroud betting on himself. He'll still have that, he'll enter free agency again or need a new contract, whenever he's still very, very young, right? Like he's 25 years old. So before he's 28, he's going to need a new contract, whether it's with the Houston Texans or somebody else if he signed a $153 3-year deal. So the AAV would be low, $50 million per, but he would get back to a new contract very, very soon. Now, where you would incentivize Stroud, because I don't think Stroud and Mulligetta would be that happy with the 12th highest AAV in the entire NFL, but where could you put a smile on their face? If you make almost all of this fully guaranteed, which the Texans and Caserio have had no issues making fully guaranteed contracts, The most guaranteed money of any quarterback currently, fully guaranteed, we're talking fully guaranteed, not total guaranteed, fully guaranteed, is Deshaun at $230. The next highest is Allen at $147. So if you gave him $150 with $148 guaranteed for 3 years, I think that is friendly to Stroud. I think it's friendly to the Texans because you're getting it at $50 million per year. The short-term aspect I actually think is friendly to Stroud because Stroud is a starting caliber quarterback in the NFL, and he'll go out and make tons of money, whether it's with you for a new contract or whether it's somebody else for a new contract. And where it also would be advantageous to Stroud is that he's already under contract next year. So you're basically just tacking it on. You're buying out basically 3 years of free agency.
Yeah, I think it logically makes sense. And you're right. It does feel like we're moving in a different direction now. Hearing Nick Caserio say that, then Ian Rappaport adding on to it that, yeah, they're talking. And they might not be close right now, but it's very possible. Because I do think the point in there where he says, it's clear the Texans view C.J. Stroud as their franchise quarterback. Mm-hmm. If they do really believe that, then a contract is going to get done, in my opinion, before the start of the season.
And if it doesn't, I don't think they truly believe in him.
Correct.
Yep.
And there's ways, I'm looking at Trevor Lawrence's contract right now. They have an out after 2028. Now, they'll renegotiate at that point because his cap hit the year in 2029 is $78 million. It's $74 million in 2030. So, there's ways to give CJ more on the back end and also then make it easy to give him extension after. I think CJ, what he's probably looking for, though, is still similar to Lawrence of years. Of a 5-year deal worth close to $60 million. And I just don't know if the Texans think it's going to go there because what's also
I think that's why it would be more closer to 50 short term. I don't think the Texans would give him the 60 that long term. And the Texans really they do shorter term deals.
They do. Will Anderson's was shorter than I expected it to be. Stingley's is short. Nico's has been short. So if that's the Texans' philosophy, that also, which it seems like it very clearly is, that also can be a major hurdle for C.J. Stroud. If they don't want that short contract, Rashad Mulligeta, that could be just the impasse right there. This could literally just be a dollar figure is done, but how many years is it going to be is the problem.
No, see, I think that they're hand in hand.
You think they're totally hand in hand?
Because I think the longer you go, the higher AAV Stroud would want. The lesser years is where the AAV would go down for Stroud. But I also think that the guaranteed money is a big factor in it too, because if Stroud were making $50 million a year, that's 12th. That's not this great contract extension for the player, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you guaranteed all of it, okay, that's a high percentage of guaranteed money, and fully guaranteed is all of a sudden amongst some of the best in the NFL. So I think that's where the compromise comes into play. We're Stroud, we're not comfortable giving you 60. We understand that $50 million is low, especially from a cap percentage. But what if we give you short term? That way you can be a free agent or get a new contract again before you're 28 years old. And we're also guaranteeing you a higher percentage of salary, almost more than any other quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah.
I think that's where the compromise is, and I think that's why it's very complicated, right? I think it's probably why if they're both on the same page that Stroud wants to be here long term and, the Texans want to keep Stroud long term, it could lead to some long negotiations trying to find that sweet spot on how they configure it, where it's a low APY, but it's a high fully guaranteed short-term contract to make everybody happy.
Yeah, it's because I wonder what lessons the NFL from a big picture perspective, and then also within the Texans and that they see what Denver, Miami, and Arizona have gone through with these Russell Wilson, Tua, and Kyler contracts and the fallout, from it. Even it's just it puts you in such a detrimental position to pay these guys that money if it doesn't work. So that's why I really don't think I know the number has just gone up and up and up, but it feels like there's a reason why there's 5 quarterbacks in the NFL this year who have all signed contracts at different points, all making $55 million a year. The only 2 guys who are not doing that are Dak and Mahomes. It feels like 55 is the number that the NFL's consensus is where you cap out a quarterback in 99% of situations.
Yeah, Burrow got the 55. What's the difference between total guaranteed and fully guaranteed? I don't get that. But Burrow got a total guarantee of $219, fully guarantee of $147. Okay. So is it?
No, I'm just guessing, honestly.
Let's just go total guarantee. Burrow got 55, $275 million total contract, 219 total guaranteed. Trevor Lawrence got 55 per year, 275, 200 million guaranteed. Josh Allen got 55, I guess, for 6 years. He got 250 of the 330 guaranteed. So like you can give him a higher percentage of guaranteed money to satisfy the lower APY. And in the short term to where he gets that second, actually be the third contract sooner. So I think that's what makes it super complicated, blah, 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 blah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Glenn, you're on with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Glenn?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Hi. Good afternoon.
So I was going to just chime in a little bit on CJ and his ability potentially to take this team beyond where they've ever gone. You know, we moved from Dallas down here 2.5 years ago. And we moved to Dallas right as Jerry bought the team. We were basically on that entire ride. And that took a while. The first year they lost every game with Aikman, who obviously Troy's much better than CJ, but kind of let me, finish the analogy here. CJ, in my mind, is the best player on the Texans.
Wow.
He doesn't have a great line. He's never had a great offensive line, but that's a major negative. He doesn't have a legitimate running back. That's another huge negative. He has a coach who's good. The guy's never won. I'm talking about won a Super Bowl or won a national championship in college or whatever. So I think under the circumstances, the kid's done remarkably well. The franchise would make a gigantic mistake letting this guy leave. I think if anything, they need to bolster up the offensive line, get a legitimate running back. I love the defense is great, but you got to score points to win. And by the way, the teams that are in the AFC, when you start talking about the level of quarterback, no, he's not Patrick Mahomes, he's not Josh Allen, but you know what? He's also not at the bottom of the stack. And if you start saying, okay, let's say you want to let this guy walk, are you willing to start over again, back to zero? Because I think this is like the best quarterback this franchise has had since probably, Warren Moon? So I think the team needs to realize it's a longer-term play, and without leveraging your entire future, they need to pay the guy to keep him here, and they need to add the right people around him.
Would you give him $60 million?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Yeah, I would. Because let me ask you this. What guy that's available right now who's proven, who's taken his team to the playoffs every year, which guy's available that you can get to replace him? Who is that?
Yeah, right now wouldn't be the question. It would be more next offseason. And could you acquire a quarterback at the beginning of next offseason that you would pay similar money to that you would call maybe the Texans feel better about, not specifically you?
Right. So my point is it's not these teams have to operate on the money piece, and obviously it's easy for me to say pay the money since I'm not going writing the check. But if you want, you think of how the Cowboys executed from, getting Jimmy, getting Aikman, and then you start naming guys across the team who are now all in the Hall of Fame. You've got linemen in the Hall of Fame from that team. That didn't happen in 1 year. That took time to build all that. So I think the kid's done really, really well. I mean, to be honest, I'm not a huge Texan fan. I mean, now that I live here in Houston, I'm rooting for him, and I want him to win. But I thought it really sucked last year when people dogpiled the guy after that last, playoff game, which obviously he didn't play well. But I'm like, the team also sucked.
Yeah, but I think Glenn, appreciate the call. Well, I think you brought up a lot of good points. If you look at C.J. Stroud, like 20,000 feet view of him, like you just look at the body of work, okay, pretty good, not bad. Pay him $60 million. I mean, if they paid him $60 million, I think a lot of people would be like, yeah, that's fair. So I don't think that you're like offline there. He did have a good running back 2 years ago with Joe Mixon. They've tried to bolster the offensive line. I wouldn't say they've done a good job at it. They've tried. They also went and got Montgomery this offseason. Last year with Mixon was a weird deal, but they went out and got Montgomery this year. A lot of people felt like they overpaid for Montgomery, so they've tried. To me, it's about the decision-making, though. Like, yeah, he hasn't had the best of help, but whenever he's got a defender in his face, why is he floating the ball up into the middle of the field instead of taking a sack? Why isn't he throwing it to the feet of a tight end who's 3 yards away from him? And maybe I'm putting way too much emphasis on one game. I would actually point to 2 because I thought he was pretty terrible in the Steelers game too, and they won in spite of him. To me, it's about like the little nuances of being a winning quarterback. Because I agree with a lot that you said, Glenn, but there's 4 or 5 moments in each of the 2 playoff games where you're looking at decisions he makes, and you're like, is this a guy that can take us to the pinnacle? And the answer to me would be not yet. I would doubt it. I'm hoping he can, but I don't feel great about it today. So it'd be hard for me, whenever I answer the questions like that, paying him $300 million for the next 5 years, especially if it meant like another mediocre season.
Yeah, because I disagree with a lot of what was said. The coach is good. He's not bad.
They have a legit running back.
They have a legit running back.
They do now. They did
no,
last
for sure.
year.
Yeah, but
honestly, I kind of stopped listening after he said C.J. Stroud was the best player in the Texans.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's
that was his lead, and I kind of tuned out after that.
Yeah, it's hard for me to put him at number 1. In fact, I had him at 16th.
Yeah. And look, so I get why people are CJ believers. Like I'm very firmly in the camp that I'm not. I think giving him a $60 million contract is a mistake. I think it'll cost Nick Caserio his job. I think there's a good chance it costs D'Amico his job. I think that I would bet on him being the next Tua and Kyler. And you've got $120 million in dead cap that you're begging to get off, and you're having to draft a rookie. And when you give him that contract, Derek Stingley Jr. is definitely not on this team anymore. Nico Collins is definitely not on this team anymore. And to the caller's point, you're trading away all these Hall of Fame potential level players on your roster. The reason why this team is so good, Danielle Hunter's not coming back. Like your quarterback has to elevate.
To be fair, he's probably not coming back either way.
Yeah,
that's true.
Like you have to elevate the guys around you. So then prove it. You've got these two second-year wide receivers this year. If he elevates them and shows that he can, have a good offense, you can't keep blaming everybody else. You can't keep blaming the OC. You can get another one. Okay, you're just going to blame that guy in 2 years when it's the same. CJ can still figure it out, but was so bad in the 2 games, and it's been so bad since his rookie year against quality defenses.
Yeah,
I just don't see a $60 million quarterback in there.
That's the hang up there, because Glenn's right that if you start looking around the NFL landscape, you're going to find a lot of teams, maybe half the teams, that are in worse quarterback situation that you're in. But once you slap on the $60 million in a salary cap league, that's 3 quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
There's Pat Mahomes, Dak Prescott, and now C.J. Stroud. So it's not a matter. It's like, would you rather pay C.J. 60 or Baker 33 this year? I know he's going to get more than that next year, so that might not be the best of examples. But whenever you have a salary cap and you start attaching a salary to that quarterback, it's more on a return on investment. It's what return are you getting on that $60 million? Because in a salary cap league, you got to get a greater return on the dollar than the other team around you. So it's not even like, is this quarterback better than that quarterback? It's, is this quarterback at $60 million giving you $60 million production, or is this quarterback at 20 giving you $40 million production? Because whenever you get $40 million production on a $20 million contract, you got more to spend. You get more production on the dollar.
Mm-hmm.
So it's tough in a salary cap league to be like, yeah, this guy's better than that guy. Is this guy in his $60 million contract better for your team than this guy in his $30 million contract?
Yeah.
And you bring up a good point about all the other defensive players. You're going to have at some point.
We didn't even mention Lassiter.
At some point, you're going to, if you pay your quarterback 60, what is it going to do for the rest of the team? The trickle down effect of it.
I think
that's why the Texans want the $50 million average annual on a shorter term deal. That's why they want that, in my opinion.
Yeah, look at I think the Bengals are a great example of this, where they've got the great quarterback, but they're paying him, $55 million a year, but they've cap-strapped their team with what they've done with Jamar Chase and paying T. Higgins, and then now paying Dexter Lawrence. And they've got these gaps and these holes in their defense that stops them from making the playoffs every single year. You have to have a complete team. The Chiefs have struggled recently with some of their players because of how much of Mahomes. It's why people say the best chance to win a Super Bowl is under a rookie contract. Not everyone's going to be the Rams and have all these high paid players. And even then, they haven't paid Puka yet. It just gets complicated. So you need, if you're going to pay your quarterback that much money, 20, 25% of the cap, He has to elevate the team into a certain position because other places are just not going to be as successful.
Yeah, it's like this junkie texting. If to be successful, you need everything around you to be good. As a quarterback, you're not good. And just to like translate it to the dollar, like maybe you can get by with a quarterback who is like that. Maybe you can get by with a quarterback who, if you have everything around him good, he is good, but you can't pay that guy $60 million because you can't afford everything around him to be good. So that's where you like kind of translate it and convert it to the dollar. Okay, if you're making $60 million, it's going to be very, very difficult and maybe even impossible, especially when you're paying as many defensive players as you are, to make everything great around you. It's impossible in a salary cap league. No quarterback is worth $60 million unless they have rings to back it up. Mahomes. Dino, also, I couldn't give a $60 million contract to a player who has not been healthy all 16 regular season games. I think this is the most complete team he's had. Play good, get paid this year. Probably fair. Too many inconsistencies, but the money weekly paycheck will be consistent, so it's reasonable to expect consistent play week over week, especially at $60 million. I think so. I think it's fair to critique a quarterback. CJ's the best player on the team. Get him better protection. Collar was spot on. Ryan can't coach. He's mediocre. Okay. I would love to have Glenn as my boss. I would get away with so much stuff without getting fired. Phillips 68. How does everyone forget there were 2 playoff games that he crapped the bed? I think it's hope. I think it's delusion. I think it's hope. I think it's excitement that the football season is here, and it's like, okay, yeah, we're going to forget that happened because we want to believe that this team can win it all. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, and that's how training camp always is, right? Like almost. There's this big hope that everything's going to be better and fixed in one offseason, and he's at camp, he's there, he's healthy, best offseason he's ever had from Nick Caserio, and it's going to translate to an elite quarterback.
Yeah,
we'll see.
I mean, I hate that people keep saying, as you bring up the text, that it's one game. Like he's played 6 playoff games in his career, right?
Yeah.
He's had what, 2 that we would call good?
Yeah, they were usually wild card rounds, right?
Yeah. Out-dueling, I use in quotations, Joe Flacco and then the Justin Herbert where he threw 4 interceptions. Like, even then, they didn't really even need him.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go back and watch C.J. Stroud playoff games, like all of them.
But even calling those 2 good, that's it. 2 out of 6?
Should I go reverse order? Or
I would start at the beginning so you could see the regression.
Because the Browns is going to start at like a big peak.
Yeah, it's going to start at a peak, and it's going to go down after that.
Yeah, I don't really remember that game, like other than Flacco throwing all those picks. Like,
I just remember Christian Harris.
Yeah.
I think there's a big Brevin Jordan play.
That's why Brady's the GOAT. He understands that side of football. Everyone is selfish now. Would it be possible to get there on an incentive-based contract? I don't think so. I think it's going to take most of the money guaranteed. I think if you were to get him to agree to a 153-year deal, all of it might have to be guaranteed. 713-780-ESPN. Preseason myopia is a hell of a drug. That's a great way to call it. Great way to call it that. All right, Sarge, he loves Stroud. We'll talk to him next. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by our friend Sarge at Big Sarge Sports. You can follow him on Twitter. He does excellent coverage of the Houston Texans. Been all over it since training camp opened yesterday, but he's been all over it for years. Congratulations on another year, Sarge, covering the Texans. Always enjoy your work. We were just talking about C.J. Stroud. Where do you think, or where do you stand on the possibility of him being extended before the season starts? And if you think he's going to be extended, what kind of contract do you think we're looking at?
So, Jeremy, first of all, thank you all for having me on. And, hey, look, wait, before I answer this question, and if I answer it in a certain way, I won't be considered a glazer, will I?
It depends. Maybe. I can't tell you that until we know what you say. Because
okay.
Maybe. It depends on how you answer it.
And so because I haven't looked at the numbers, I haven't looked at the numbers as far as years and money is concerned. So I'll just stay away from that for right now, because I honestly and truly believe that C.J. Stroud will be extended probably sometime towards the end of the preseason, before the season starts. I think that they don't, both sides really don't want to have to deal with this throughout the season. And I think that Nick Caserio is such a smart guy that he knows that if he doesn't get this thing done now, and if the Texans live up to their expectations and C.J. Stroud's a part of that, they're going to have to pay C.J. at least. I think Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback right now.
Yeah, Mahomes just passed him. Mahomes' new rework passed him by a few million, but Dak's second at 60. Mahomes is like 64-ish.
Gotcha. So C.J. will probably be in the middle of that. C.J. can get the Houston Texans to just the AFC Championship game. If they don't pay him now, they're definitely going to have to pay him right between that. And so I know that a lot has been made about, C.J. Stroud, but the organization from the top all the way down, they honestly and truly really love C.J. Stroud. So, I think that it can get done. I think that right now, like I said, Nick and David Mulugeta are talking amongst each other. It may not be strong talks, but I think that there are some talks going on. And when I asked Nick Caserio on Wednesday, the thing that I'm trying to figure out is if you're basing it contracts to me aren't based off of, as far as extensions are concerned, they're partly based off of the past, not fully on the past, but also, I'm paying you this money because I think that the future is bright for you. I think that you have a future with this team. So what I asked Nick Caserio is like, look, what are you basing this off of? The past, or are you basing it off the present? Like, there has to be some balance in between.
I'm curious to you, like, let's say they don't get a contract done. For him to be 100%, yes, the Texans should pay C.J. Stroud. What does that look like for you this season? Is it team success? Is it individual success? Like, how do you think CJ convinces the Texans to give him that $60 million this season if it doesn't get done in the next couple of weeks?
If it doesn't get done in the next couple of weeks and CJ has to play on his extension, his option that he has right now, then I'm looking at it as I think that the Texans are gambling, if I could say that. I think they're taking a big risk, a big gamble on whether or not they think that C.J. Stroud is going to be good. And if you're not going to pay him, and if you're making him, play for his contract, he was just playing for his job. Because if you believed in him, you would have. If you believe in him, give him the money. Don't make him drag it throughout the season. There's something that I think C.J. can put, to the back of his mind. But yes, you asked me about individual success or team success. I honestly and truly believe that in the second year of the system and what Nick Caserio has done to help build that offensive side of the ball, that CJ is going to have individual success that's going to lead to team success. Because you remember, so last year, CJ would go out there and the offense would mess up or go 3 and out, and the defense would get him the ball right back, and then they'll go right back out there, and it's almost like they didn't know what they were doing, but it's because all of them was learning a new system. I know that people think that I give them CJ a pass on that, but it's honestly and truly, I heard Cam Newton say that it's like, you just can't automatically learn a new system. And so now this year, now that it's going to be more comfortable for him, and CJ said on Wednesday when I asked him about the Nick Caley system, he said, we're doing more things catered to me. I have more control over it. So that's going to lead to individual success, and I also think it's going to lead to team success.
Big Sarge joining us on the HRP guest line. You can follow him on Twitter at Big Sarge Sports. All the other socials, but I only really pay attention to Twitter. Covers the Texans about as good as anybody. All right, let's put CJ to the side for a little bit. What has caught your eye the most 2 days through Texans training camp?
Caden McDonald is violent. Like that young man, listen, I went to Will Anderson's football camp in Georgia a couple of weeks ago before training camp started. And when I asked Will about Caden, he said, I finally got a rookie under me. I got a guy, he said, but we think exactly the same way. Will says he's always trying to get reps. He's always trying to do more and more and more, and he's also, observing and he's learning. And I understand they're just in T-shirts and shorts right now. And this is what I wanted to say, because I heard you all talking about it a little bit earlier, and I agree. I mean, it's early on in training camp. They do not have the pads on. And I think that I don't know which one of you all said it about, you still can't look at some stuff. That's what I'm doing. I don't care anything about some of that stuff. What I'm looking at is like, what do you look like fundamentally? Yeah. And fundamentally, you can look and see that Caden McDonald is picking up the system really quick, but he's all his techniques and his fundamentals are very, very solid. And then you see him talking to Will, but you see him talking to Sheldon Rankins as well. And when Sheldon is going through a rep, he's watching him intently, and then he gets onto the field, and then he just shows what he's capable of doing. He's going to have those rookie mistakes, of course, but he has shown me that he is going to, once he gets his NFL breath and his NFL footing up under him, he's going to be good. And hey, man, Big Red took Aziz to the ground yesterday. I'm talking about Keelan Rutledge, took him to the ground, and Aziz popped right up, and it was like, hey, man, good job. He was like, he was pumped. He was excited. And, I was talking to Cal McNair today, and Cal said he asked Aziz, hey, did you detect that person? And Aziz told him, oh, no, that's the type of player we need on this team.
What's your biggest question around the Texans that you're looking to see get answered during camp? Is it tank, offensive line, something else? What's your biggest question?
My biggest question is, can they run the ball effectively? That's all. I think that if you could run the ball effectively, and I know that I think D'Amico said on Wednesday that they haven't had a run game here in a long time, and I mean it's just 1 year. You're going on 2 seasons removed now from Joe Mixon, but Joe Mixon I felt like was a pretty effective runner, especially making something out of nothing. But now, like, a lot of people are not taking into account that David Montgomery and Woody Marks are almost like the same type of running back. Just like last year, if Nick Chubb would have been healthy and younger, you would have seen that 1-2 combination that I think that you're going to see now. But that's the one thing that I'm going to be paying close attention to. Can you get this running game started? Because if you can get the running game started, then you can get Nico involved and Jaden Higgins involved and Schultz involved and, Noel and Tank when he comes back. But if you can't run the ball, you'll see exactly what a lot of those teams did last year and just sit on routes, especially when the Texans don't have a lot of wide receivers that can stretch the field on a consistent basis. So I think that Nick Caley is going to have to scheme some of those things open. But it starts with that running game, and it starts with what that interior offensive line is going to look like as well.
Sarge, next time you see Cal, tell him I'll give him 3 strokes at Memorial.
And you'll beat him still in golf?
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm gonna tell him tomorrow.
Maybe when I'm healthy.
Friday.
All right, Sarge. Appreciate the stuff. We'll be looking out for all your work. Keep up the good work, and I'm sure we'll chat soon.
All right, thank you. Now I appreciate it.
Big Sarge. Follow him on Twitter at Big Sarge Sports. I think he's Big Sarge Sports on all the social medias, but I only pay attention to Twitter. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Let's put a pin in the Texans for a little bit. The most interesting contract situations entering camp, not C.J. Stroud, but other ones. What are the most interesting contract situations around the league entering camp? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
This is Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, the last real good guy. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Tomorrow, come hang out with us. We're going to be at the Federal American Grill.
How about the meatballs?
They're good. Might be answering that question tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Houston Restaurant Weeks is back August 1st through September 7th. Think of it like a citywide all-star lineup. Hundreds of restaurants, prefix menus, and every time you eat, you help the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good. Check out the full lineup at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. I'm looking forward to partaking in Houston Restaurant Weeks. It's so good. Get so many good options, great food. Not for very much money either. And then you're also, a lot of that's going to charity, Houston Food Bank. So that's great. I remember one time I donated to the Houston Food Bank, thanks to Jose Abreu sucking at baseball. That was a lot of fun. Maybe the best thing I've ever done, in fact. Most interesting contract situations in the NFL. This from The Athletic. They actually have C.J. Stroud number 1, but, we've beaten that to death. We've talked about that ad nauseum, and I'm sure we will still talk about it plenty. The next one on the list is quarterback that was taken ahead of him, Bryce Young. Now, it's interesting because they're talking about Bryce Young perhaps getting $50 million per year.
Yeah.
Sign the contract, big boy. Sign the contract.
I love Mike Tyson. The Panthers will be asking nearly identical questions to the one the Texans will be asking. Is Young a good enough quarterback to extend him in the top class at $50 million per year or more? Very similar situation.
Yeah, they're very, very similar. I hate to be a sizeist here. I think he's too small for $50 million.
I mean,
he's going to get hurt.
No size, it's you.
I know. He's going to get hurt at some point, it feels like. And just not be
interesting.
And it's so interesting to think that we're even having this conversation.
Does he put himself in danger like that, though? Like,
no,
I don't watch down in, down out Carolina football. This is why I want to watch all the games.
No, but I think of it like I think of it like Tua, where like one of his last concussions he had, where he just got whipped to the ground because he's just so small back there. Like, he didn't run and put himself in harm's way. He just got sacked, but just so violently that he smashed his head against the turf. It's like I'm a little nervous on that. It's just so interesting that this is a guy who got benched, and we're still talking about him getting $50 million. I never thought we'd even be here.
I mean, a lot of quarterbacks have gotten benched have made 50 though.
Not usually.
And he was a
second
rookie.
Season.
I mean, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. I don't remember exactly what years they were.
But not from those teams. They had to go somewhere else and get it.
That's true. That's a good point.
But
that's
yeah,
a great point.
I thought like originally in the offseason, they were like $45 million for Bryce. So I guess that somehow that's changed. And
the quarterback market's about to be reset, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, in a big way.
That's kind of like the weird spot that the Texans are in with Stroud and the Panthers are in with Young, is that even if you only like halfway believe in them, it's advantageous to pay them now before the quarterback market. I mean, inflation of the quarterback market's about to go nuts next offseason.
Yeah, it's going to be you're going to see 4 quarterbacks maybe get these $60 million contracts.
Like it's already in the best interest of organizations if you believe in the player. That's the the hang up here. It's already in the best interest of the team to pay the player as soon as possible, because the inflation of the cap and then their figure that they signed for, the percentage of the cap that they're taking shrinks and shrinks and shrinks as the cap goes up and up and up. So it's always better to sign early if you believe in the player. So that's kind of what these teams are in, the situation they're in. Texans, Panthers with their quarterback is that they don't really know the decision they should make because they're still unsure about their quarterbacks. But Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, I mean, all those guys are probably going to get $60 million next year if they stay healthy.
I mean, Bo Nix, probably. Like,
I hate Bo.
I know, but I think the Broncos are going to believe in him for it.
They're going to believe.
And then you got these quarterbacks where Jalen Hurts will be going into the last year of his contract. What's his future in Philadelphia? If for some reason it doesn't go well, Baker Mayfield's going to be a free agent this year. I think keep an eye on the Lions. If they, for some reason, don't make the playoffs, do they try to do a reset? And you've got this quarterback class that on paper right now, people are very, very excited about.
Yeah.
So you've got a mix of quarterbacks who are about to get paid, could be available through free agency or trade, and an elite draft class, all kind of happening at one time, and putting the Texans and the Panthers in a really interesting spot.
Yep. The cornerback market is interesting too. Texans are probably a year away from experiencing that with Lassiter. But Witherspoon with Seattle, Christian Gonzalez from the Patriots. They're talking about money there. Robert Kraft was talking about big money.
Yeah, he said make him the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. How are they not? Why don't they have a deal?
I don't know.
Like, it's really weird to hear an owner be like, yeah, he would be the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. We don't have a contract.
So my guess on this is I feel like this is posturing from Robert Kraft because they were the deal. It would imply that they have a deal exceeding McDuffie's $31 million on average, right? My guess on this is they probably offered him like $32 million on average, or somewhere in that ballpark, north of 31.
Mm-hmm.
My guess is they didn't guarantee him as much money.
And that's what the problem here is.
Yeah, because it's posturing, I think. Like, yes, we offered him the highest paid money ever. We're going to give him $32 million a year, but then it's like they only gave him 90% of the guarantee that McDuffie got.
Yeah.
That's just my guess.
No, I think that's a good guess.
Because if you were the agent and you get here's $32 million and here's $1 million more in guarantees than McDuffie got, you're signing that. So that's got to be the hang-up.
It's the only way that. But like between him, Devin Witherspoon, who they talk about in the article, like those are two really talented corners who deserve to get paid. And I also wonder if there isn't some chess being played here. Of if I'm Christian Gonzalez, do I just want to see Devin Witherspoon get paid first?
You know what? That could be it too. That could be why there's still a hang-up in it.
Because that's what the quarterback market is so fascinating. Is like. Are the Commanders going to be able to get Jaden Daniels signed first, or is he going to go, well, I'm going to wait for Caleb to get paid?
Yeah,
that could CJ to get paid. Like, it's just going to be draw. Because I think that's what the next two guys were talking about with Gibbs and Bijan. I think that's what they're doing. I think they don't want to be the guy that signs first.
Probably. I've read, too, that like they're going to want $25 million a year, which is a major raise, because the highest paid running back right now is Saquon at 20.6. So, like, 25 is pretty substantial when the highest paid is 20.6. I don't get it, though. Like, I don't get why running backs aren't paid more, to be honest with you.
Especially those two that do so much outside of running the ball.
Yeah, like, they can catch you 100 passes if they absolutely needed to. Like, they could give you everything that a wide receiver gets. I would piss a lot of owners and general managers off in football if I were a general manager, because I would have no issue paying Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs and Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey $25-30 million a year even on a very short-term deal.
I think especially these two guys are so interesting because they're not like a lot of other running backs. Where like Jonathan Taylor was like he was the bell cow his whole time in Indianapolis. And it's like at some point it's going to fall off. Derrick Henry, same thing, like just run. Where Gibbs has had Montgomery, and then Bijan's at least avoided the goal line carries with Algier. So they're not, I feel like I would guess, like they're not the typical running back share that some of these other past running backs have had. I'm surprised that, like, I think $25 million, I'd do it for both those
Devontae
guys.
Smith makes $25 million a year. Christian Watson, Cortland Sutton, $23 million a
Like,
year.
exactly. Christian Watson is, frankly, I don't think that good. Like, he can take the top off when he's on the field, which is very rare. Bijan Robinson is absolutely worth more than Christian Watson. It's not even close.
It's insane to me. And I get it's the market, all of that. But, like, running backs do so much now. And I get that they have a shorter window. They have a shorter life, which is why I would have no problem paying them high AAV on a 2-3 year contract. You're not going to get multi-years, but I'll pay you a big dollar. I think Gibbs and Robinson, they're more valuable than every receiver except for Jamar Chase, Jackson Smith, and Jigba.
And do you think the draft plays it all into Bijan and Gibbs of like, yeah, Saquon had $36 million guaranteed as a running back. Well, there's now a rookie running back in the NFL who's been guaranteed $53 million.
Yeah, it's weird.
Jeremiah Love is guaranteed so much more money than everyone else. I mean, Genti is at 35. He's $1 million. No, it's like 100,000. It's 35,895. It's like it's $100,000 less than what Saquon Barkley gets. Like, if I was those guys, I'd be like, you got to at least get me past Genti in guaranteed money.
I wonder if they will try to get more guaranteed money than Love. Like, it's never been signed before, but I'd rather give more guaranteed money to Bijan and Gibbs than Love.
But like, could you do like 3 years, $75 million, all guaranteed?
Do you think Love's gonna be good in the NFL?
Yes.
Like, how good? What's his ceiling?
Top 5 running back.
Really?
Yeah.
You seem so sure.
He's nasty.
Okay.
I mean, I would say the same thing last year about Genti.
Yeah,
But
I still think Genty's going to be good.
the difference with Love is that he's never had to be the guy, so there's less wear and tear.
Okay.
So I think that's a huge positive for him. But yeah, I think he can do what Bijan and Gibbs do out of the backfield.
What do you think the Rams do with Puka?
That is a great question. Because I want to pay the player. I don't want to pay the person. He's a dum-dum. Like, this guy is an idiot. He might be the idiot of all idiots in the NFL besides Cam Scadaboo.
Yeah.
And even then, he got thrown out and like doing some like really racist stuff, and wasn't that hard to convince him because he was not smart enough to realize it in the moment.
Yeah. What's interesting too is he didn't have the 5th-year option because he wasn't a first rounder.
Yeah, I think I'd pass and let him be someone else's problem. I'll be 100% honest.
Well, if you're going to do that, you probably need to do the whole tag trades thing.
Yeah.
Like, you can't let him walk out the door for free.
No, but tag him and trade him for 2 firsts next year.
Whoever signs him is going to pay him top wide receiver money. He won't sign for $1 less than the most expensive wide receiver contract in the NFL, which is currently held by Jackson Smith and Jigba at $42 million.
Yeah, he'll beat that.
He'll beat that. He'll get 45 probably.
I just don't know if I'm giving it to him.
I hear you on that. It's
it feels
not
like
because
such
of
a
the
huge
player,
risk, yeah.
because of the person. You don't really trust them. Totally get it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You don't trust Puka at $45 million a year. Who do you not trust in fantasy football this year? The nerds want to talk about fantasy. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
713-780-ESPN. Who are you fading in fantasy? The boys like to talk about fantasy every now and then. They're nerds. They do so much fantasy football. It's hard to believe.
We do
hard
so
to
many.
fathom.
How many best ball leagues are you in right now?
I haven't counted in a while. Maybe I'm probably getting close to 200.
Joe, how many do you have?
0.
I have a 0 also.
I have a real draft on Saturday I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's the other problem. You're doing a draft way too early. August 1st?
Yeah, it's a keeper league. It's a dynasty league. We do it that way. It gets out of the way
Well,
of
is
all
it
the
keeper
other
or
leagues.
dynasty?
Kind of both.
I think our free agency opens in our league on Monday. Am I right about that?
Yeah, rookie draft Monday. Free agency soon to follow.
I got to do a draft while I'm at a casino. Awesome.
It's just a rookie draft.
Oh, is that where you're going?
Yeah, I'm going to the Burrs this weekend.
Oh.
Thanks for the invite, bro.
Oh,
sorry.
Can we announce anything yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I can't find where my drafts are. 2, 3, 4, 42, 48, 59, 66, 95, 98, 105, 110, 111, 114. This is Riveting Radio. 122, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Boring.
It's probably like 140, 160.
So many.
I might be at 200. Probably like 180, 185 is my guess. I don't want to count all of these individual ones. Yeah, probably about 185.
That's so absurd, man.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, he was one short of 500 last
No,
year.
I know. It was absurd last year. I know.
No, what's wrong with that?
There's just so many leagues.
I was profitable.
I know. No, I know. It's just it feels
Not
so
that
overwhelming.
Profitable, but was slightly profitable.
As long as
my advance rate was great. My playoff rate was not good.
It doesn't matter if it's slightly profitable. If it's profitable, it's profitable. That's all that matters.
Well, I want to be super profitable.
No, I know, but as long as you're at least a little profitable, it's good.
I want to be super profitable.
But what's better than a little profit?
Super.
A lot of profit.
I don't want to be little stitious. I want to be superstitious.
Oh, God.
713-780-ESPN. So
2-1.
who are you fading? Who are you fading in fantasy? Let's go by position here. Started quarterback, Joe. Are there any quarterbacks you're just like, I'm not on him? Not on him. I'm out on him.
Jaden Daniels.
Really?
Damn, stole mine.
It's just the health. I think he's a good quarterback, but like for fantasy purposes, I'm not betting on a guy that can't stay on the field.
See, I like stock. Okay, so like, I feel like we view players differently in the sense that how many leagues are you going to play? Like 3, 4, 5?
Probably like 5, yeah.
So you draft the quarterback. That's like 20%. It's 1/5 of your like. Whenever I'm doing 200, like I want a few shares of Daniels in case he pops off, which I think he's very capable of popping off.
Yeah.
So like I get that the injury risk is there, but I also think he could be like a league winner. Like I think he could have the most fantasy points in the league.
See, I don't, and my reason for not drafting Jaden is because, well, I'm getting there. Is not even because of the injuries, it's because I just don't like the weapons. Like the only weapon I like for them is Terry McLaurin, but he was hurt all last year and he's on the wrong side of 30. They lost Cliff Kingsbury in the offseason. They have a defensive head coach. I don't know. I just don't like the offensive environment for a big fantasy season for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, but he can run.
I know. It is the cheat code. That's fair, but that leads to Joe's point.
He gets hurt.
Well, sure. But the boom or bust is there with Jaden Daniels, and I like to draft boom and bust guys in best balls.
Yeah, best ball, I'm much more open to it than I would be in a redraft league.
My quarterback, I don't know what kind of season that Drake May is going to have.
That's a good call.
I think we might be buying. Yeah, and then also like if they're winning games, I think it's going to hurt his game script a little bit. So I think that we're buying Drake May at like his peak. Is my point. Like Drake May Drake May currently, if you look at Underdog, is the third highest drafted quarterback. I don't think that Drake May is going to have the third best fantasy season of a quarterback. So I think that Drake May is overpriced right now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if the bad A.J. Brown numbers from the first day of camp or for the first couple days of camp, like apparently it was like 1 for 7 targeted him with a pick. So I wonder if he's going to start to slide a little bit, but I'm also out on Drake May.
He's just too high. Like I like Drake May, but that's just too high.
Yeah.
For Drake May. Also, Bo Nix, which he's not being drafted high. I'm just anti Bo Nix. I'm not a Bo Nix guy. Where you at on Jack Start?
I'd probably pass.
In a standard fantasy league, I'm good with taking a flyer on him as my second quarterback.
He does run, so cheat code, but
Like, he actually might be like, if I ended up with the Jaden Daniels, I'd like to pair him with Dart.
I think at most,
really? Dart. So you're just going boom bust both positions?
Yeah, just why not? Just like, hey, hopefully they won't be hurt at the same exact time.
I think I'd most like Dart if he was the second quarterback in a super flex or like a 2 QB league. Because then you could get kind of more of a stable quarterback as your quarterback run and take the upside with Dart. Because he could, with the running, be a fantasy winner. I don't want to take the downside with all that we saw last year with his frequent injuries.
Where are you at running back? Who are you fading in running back?
McCaffrey. It's an injury season. He's in every other guy. So if I can pass,
you're playing the math.
I'm playing the math here. It's not good for me.
It feels to me like Taylor's in for a letdown.
Yeah, Taylor probably. Kenneth Walker.
I had Walker on my list too. I feel like we're drafting the peak of Walker.
Yeah, and I think it's going to go up because it's like Super Bowl, signs with the Chiefs. Everyone's going to be really excited. So I'm passing on Kenneth Walker.
What do you think about Amarian?
I'm pretty high on him.
I just wonder how much of a – see, I think it's pro that it's McDaniels there, but I think it's negative that they have a stable of running backs.
It is, but that can't hurt. Right? He might not be the guy all the time. I do think even though they have the quarterback, I think their coach is very similar to the situation here where Harbaugh wants to run the ball.
That's why I'm okay with the stable because, Harbaugh's going to want to run the ball more than most coaches in the league. So I think they can siphon off a few carries to other backs, and Hampton's still fine.
I don't like Scatabo. I haven't been clicking Scatabo very often.
Hard pass.
Yeah, pass there too.
Yeah. Who else? Any other running backs do you have?
I'm kind of a pass on Devon Achane, just because I don't trust the Dolphins' offense. I know he, because of his 60-yard touchdown breakaway ability, can make what has been an average day look great with the big plays, but I just don't think the Dolphins' offense is going to be like any good at all, like bottom 3. So I worry about his red zone opportunities and the touchdowns being there for him.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I haven't really had an issue to click him though because I feel like it's being baked in a bit. Like he's RB12.
Yeah,
they weren't good offensively last year. They weren't good offensively last year, and he was still a top running back. So I think he's kind of like bad offense proof. He also said yesterday he wants to lead the league in rushing, which, I mean, one thing to say that. What about receiver?
Pickens. I think I'm betting on Lamb still being like the dominant guy there in Dallas this year.
I just think they're going to throw it so much it doesn't matter.
I think there's enough to go around for both.
Very possible, but he's going like wide receiver like 8 right now or 10.
Yeah,
10. Yeah,
he's going between Nico and Rashi.
That's the other one too.
I like Rashi actually.
I'm fading Nico this year. I've decided.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah.
I think he's being drafted far enough down where you don't need to fade him.
Yeah.
Like he's being drafted at the turn, like the second, third round turn.
Just feels like
that's fine.
I'm really banking on that they're going to run the ball a lot, and I've just decided I'm gonna fade Nico this year.
Yeah, I'm not really fading Nico. I actually like Nico. I'm fading Ricky Pearsall. That's who I'm fading.
Yeah,
because he might be out for
his
the year.
career's over.
Fading Pearsall. Career?
He's barely played in the NFL, dude. He's gonna be out for the season again.
Why is his career over?
As a fantasy football guy.
Oh, that's a different argument.
Like, it's just like he's out for the season again, and he missed most of last year and the year before. I know one of those years he got shot.
Did you see the tweets though? Like he missed 0 games in college football.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And now he's missed all the games. It feels like in the NFL.
I'm fading Pearsall.
Good call.
I'm also fading Travis Hunter. I've seen people draft Travis Hunter. It's
Why?
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are they doing?
Why are y'all drafting that guy? He's going to play like 3 snaps on offense a game.
Yeah, unless it's one of those weird defensive player leagues, I would definitely avoid Travis Hunter.
Oh, and I've been fading AJ Brown. He sucks. I've been fading AJ Brown for 4 years though.
What do you feel stronger on, your AJ Brown sucks take or your Josh Allen won't win a Super Bowl take?
I don't think that AJ Brown sucks. I know I just said that. I don't think he sucks. I just think he's vastly overrated. Like people talk about AJ Brown like he's Justin Jefferson. Like what? In what world is he a top receiver in the league? He's easily second tier. AJ Brown's being drafted ahead of Drake London. No thanks. He's being drafted ahead of Nico Collins. No thanks. He's being drafted ahead of George Pickens. No thanks. He's being drafted ahead of Rashee Rice. No thanks. Chris Olave I'd rather have than AJ Brown. Devontae Smith with no AJ Brown I like more.
Yeah. I agree. I'm not an AJ Brown.
I do not click AJ Brown ever.
Yeah.
Ever. I never click AJ Brown. I probably have 0% of AJ Brown stock. I haven't had him for 3 years, and it's been a good fade.
I mean, 3 years ago, he had 1,400 yards.
That was in 2022. That was 4 years ago.
That was 23. That was.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's been a good fade the last 2 years.
I mean, still each of the last 2 years though he's 1,007. It's not
sure,
like he's been
but
a bum.
Right, but that's too high from where he's being drafted, though. You need more from where he's being drafted than that.
Yeah, I'm not willing to completely dismiss though the part of it with just the amount of running volume that's been the case with Philadelphia the last 2 years once they got Saquon. Like I can't dismiss that part of it.
I think that's fair. Tight end. Oh, did you have any other receivers?
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of out on Zay Flowers. Like he's not a high touchdown guy. They look for Mark Andrews in the end zone. I mean, I guess I'm not out on Mark Andrews anyway, but they still throwing the ball. It feels like they only throwing the ball in the red zone.
I'm actually in on
really?
Zay this year. Yeah, Lamar Showers brings Zay Flowers.
I just have no idea what you're getting out of that offense.
I just don't feel like
Declan Doyle's never called plays in the NFL.
Zay's one of those guys where his end of season numbers always look better than his week-to-week consistency.
No, he's not consistent. I don't like him.
That's why I don't.
To
want
your
him,
point, I don't like him in seasonal leagues.
Yeah.
I like him in best balls because I think he gives you the peaks that you would want in a best ball.
Fair.
But I agree with you there. Tight end.
Where is Kelsey going?
He's going
pretty low.
Travis Kelsey's tight end 10, which
I
still might be too high.
Well, yeah. So like I thought it was like that because of the name value that he would still be going higher. I know Kittle's been, showing these like deadlift videos and stuff, so people are probably high on him. I think but the biggest one for me, Kyle Pitts, I think is going to get a boost this year based on the end of the season. I'm always out on Kyle.
I mean, Pitts had a good year.
Yeah, I
mean, most of it came in that last week, though.
No, that's not. I mean, his touchdowns did, but he had 88, 928. Like, pretty good year.
A little nervous about Bowers, but
Pitts is also like 8.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like he's not being drafted up there with like Tyler Warren. He's not 5th. I mean, he's below Harold Fannin.
Laporta's interesting, I think.
I like Laporta. I've been clicking Laporta a good amount.
Yeah.
I was clicking Fannin a lot early, but I feel like Fannin's kind of capped out at tight end 7. Like, it's a little high for me. Like, would you go Fannin or Pitts? For me, it's 50-50.
I'd probably go Pitts.
Yeah, it's tough. I'd probably lean Pitts.
I like Fannin more.
That's
why I'm not clicking Fannin much anymore. It's because I think Fannin's has hit his peak.
Honestly, after Warren, I'm just not interested. I'm just going to wait. Now, best ball is a little different. Just wait for honestly the guys like Kelsey and Andrews. Now this was probably an extreme last year, but it's really been the truth at tight end for a while. Where the drop off is might change, but after those elite guys, after Tyler Warren at 4, the difference between 5 and 12 in a standard league is not very much. A couple, 1 or 2 points a game. There's really no difference between them. So I'd almost rather treat it like a streaming QB situation if I can't get an elite guy.
I agree with you 100%. Because I think you get into tight end 12 range where I kind of get intrigued. Dalton Kincaid has not lived up to he's going to be Josh Allen's tight end, but he's still solid. I likely. Harbaugh brought him over to the Giants with him. I kind of like the idea. I've always been high on Likely, though. And then Ferguson. I like Ferguson. I like Chig. Because you talked earlier about Daniel's targets. I think Okonkwo is going to go nuts this year.
I used to like him a lot.
I mean, Oronde Gadsden on this list is 17.
Look at the year Ertz had the last 2 years with Daniels. Chig's better than Ertz.
Yeah.
Ertz can't even get a job.
Loveland's going 2?
Loveland's going 3.
Yeah. Bowers, McBride, Loveland, Warren are those 4 that I was talking about.
And
After that,
Warren,
I'm punting.
Warren's ADP 64. Loveland's 46. McBride's 28. Bowers is 20.
See, Loveland, the only thing that would make me nervous.
I kind of like Kraft though, Brian. I kind of like Kraft.
We got to see the health though.
But I think that's why he's being drafted low. If Kraft was healthy, his ADP would be 70. It's 82 right now because he's hurt. So I think you're getting him at a discount because of the injury.
Still the 5th tight end, though.
Yes. He would just be closer to Warren. He'd be closer to 4 than he is 6 currently if he were healthy.
Yeah, Loveland is interesting because I think he's the only guy in the top 5 of the tight ends that has guys around him that can take from him. And I love him. But, Warren's the dude in Indy. Pierce is hurt. McBride's the dude in Arizona.
Okay. I mean,
Michael Wilson's pretty good.
Harrison, I think, is also being slept on a little bit.
Probably, but he's still very clearly their best target.
Sure,
McBride is. Same thing with Bowers.
Bowers by far
in Vegas. Where I personally think it's the same. It's similar in Green Bay. I think Kraft, when healthy, is their best option.
I would agree.
And I'm not sure it's going to be like that in Chicago. So I think he might be getting a little overdrafted based
But,
on.
I mean, the end of season, Loveland was really good last year, and he had one more target to take it away from him with DJ Moore.
Yeah.
And that guy got shipped out to Buffalo.
For sure, and he didn't play the first half of the year.
Yeah.
So.
The is Raymond worth a late round flyer?
Khalif?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Only because if like Roman Luther get hurt.
Okay. Junkie, Fannin was a rookie last season. He has the upside. We know who Pitts is. Y'all are crazy. The thing with Fannin, though, is he had Shador for a good portion of the year, and Shador only throws to tight ends.
Yeah.
So like, if Shador's named the starter, like Fannin stock up. If it's Watson, I think Fannin stock down, actually. Which if you like Brown receivers, Cleveland Browns receivers, Deshaun Watson is for you. Think about that if you're doing some like best balls. If you go do you want to draft Deshaun and Shador? Watch for Tucker Kraft. He was tearing it up before he got hurt. Never seen Brown. I'm so flustered of a player. A.J. Brown of all people. Yeah, I'm not an A.J. Brown guy. I agree with the Jaden take, but it depends where you can get him. He's dropping far in a lot of leagues. I never trust CMC because of the injuries. The thing is, though, when he stays healthy, he is a league winner.
He is.
When he's healthy, he plays games.
Yeah,
and it's true.
Like Aaron Alvarez.
I've always thought it was a bad rap for McCaffrey. Like, he's injury prone. He's really not when he's healthy. When he's healthy, he's not injury prone.
That's true.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Junkie of the day, who's yours? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. You're looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, the hustle and bustle of the job. Maybe you're looking for a place to do your fantasy drafts. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is for you. It's the best idea during the weekend, PTO for fantasy football. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Perfect spot. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com to book your stay now. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful majestic trees. The Two Creeks, you can fish on the creek. Some of the best fishing in Texas. You can rent a kayak and kayak on the creek. It is awesome. 92 acres of property for you to explore. They have pickleball courts out there. They got a lazy river inside of Blue Bayou Bend. The water park is out there. Pool, swampers, great place to have a drink. You're going to love it out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Plus, they're always taking care of their visitors. They believe in Southern hospitality out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Live music all the time. Food trucks are out there all the time. A back-to-school bash on the 7th and the 8th. Neon night floats coming up on August 29th. They do it right at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're going to love your stay, whether you're pulling up the RV, whether you're staying in the treehouse, waterfront cabin right on the creek, or you're glamping. You're going to love it out there. Book your stay right now, TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Thus, Federal American Grill tomorrow. Going to be a great old time out there.
How about the meatballs?
Houston Restaurant Week's having us out. Really looking forward to that. You should be too. We're not the junkies of the day. We won all three of our bets today. We went 3-0 on our sweat of the day. Now we went from minus 2.05 units on the week to 0.95 units on the week. And on the year, we went from 4.36 units to 7.36 units.
You're welcome.
So good day.
Yeah,
Good day
I parlayed the Cubs ones, so I like that.
Good. Yeah, good work, Brian. Good work by
Thanks,
you.
B-Mac.
Victory lap.
What are you guys watching tonight with no
Spider-Man?
Spider-Man?
Yeah, I'm going to go see the new Spider-Man.
Yeah, Joe's going to see it late.
There's a new Spider-Man?
Yeah, it came out today.
Yeah.
Zero interest in that.
Wife and I are going to see Saturday.
I'll probably watch The Valley. What about you, Brian?
God.
I don't know.
You don't like Spider-Man? I'm going to watch The Valley. Okay.
I think I'm playing Josh Beard in a video game, so I think that's
and I'll play the winner.
Yeah. I need to
Houston Cougars national champions tonight.
We'll see.
Good luck to you. Go Cougs. We just finished the Bears, so we need to start a new show.
Oh, what'd you think of the ending?
I thought it was pretty good.
I liked
it
too. A lot. Yeah,
I liked it too.
I don't know what they're gonna do with the air rights though.
Great question.
Yeah, well, they didn't really pay that off.
Yeah, that was weird.
They went into the whole
left it up in the
franchising
air.
thing, but
yeah, Joe, what's your junkie today?
You for saying Silver Glove twice, and then I'll nominate the WNBA for posting this video of Angel Reese and Paige. I forgot to say her last name. Beckers. How they bet like $400 on the All-Star game, and then they had to delete it because, well, you can't bet on games that you're in, but they posted it anyways. So, yikes.
My junkie today, KPRC, for suspending Daniela Guzman for getting tickets. What are we doing here? She got tickets. Who cares? Not that big a deal. KPRC, nominate them for Junkie Day. And then Chandler Rome for not realizing that Yordan Alvarez hurt his hand yesterday. Like, you're the beat writer. You're not watching the game, bro? What a clown. What do you got, Brian?
I'll nominate the Houston Gamblers because they gone. Yeah, they gone. R.I.P. Houston Gamblers. And then I'll nominate our caller, Glenn, for saying C.J. Stroud is the best player in the Houston Texans roster.
Yeah. I think the other one you put on there is worse.
He's also said he's the best quarterback in franchise history since Warren Moon.
Yes, that's way worse.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you could do like the Houston quarterbacks.
That's not what he said, though.
Yeah, I'm making a case for him. All right, who's winning?
I don't know, Brian. Who do you want to win?
I think it should be Chandler Rome for not doing his job.
I was going to go Silver Glove.
I think Silver Glove wins
Really?
it. Yeah,
Silver Glove wins it.
How about the meatballs? See you tomorrow.
All right, does it for us. I'm the winner. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Federal American Grill in River Oaks. ESPN National coming up right now.
You missed this.